The Iron Game, A Tale of the War **** produced by Juliet Sutherland, Virginia Park and PG distributed proofreaders, transcriber's note. The spelling inconsistencies of the original have been retained in this text. The Iron Game, A Tale of the War by Henry F. Keenan. Heavy and solemn the cloudy column over the green fields marching came, measureless spread like a table bread for the cold grim dice of the Iron Game. 1898 to Bernard John McGrann, whose life and conduct embody and illustrate the manliness, modesty, and worth that fancy delights to embalm in fiction. This book is inscribed by one among the many witnesses of his noble career, Henry F. Keenan, New York, the 25th of March, 1891. Contents: Book I, The Caribbees. Chapter I. The Boy in Blue 2. Flag and Faith 3. Malbrook Senvaten Gare 4. Gulf and Ghibelline v. A Napoleonic Epigram 6. On the Potomac 7. The Step That Costs 8. An Army with Banners 9. The Assyrian Came Down Like the Wolf on the Fold X. Blood and Iron 11. The Legions of Varus Book 2. The Hostages 12. The Aftermath 13. A Comedy of Terrors 14. Under Two Flags 15. Rosedale 16. A Mask in Arcady 17. Treason and Stratagems 18. A Campaign of Plots 19. He Either Fears His Fate Too Much XX. A Catastrophe XXI. The Story of the Night XXII. A Carpet Night 23. All's Fair in Love and War Book 3. The Deserters. XIV. Between the Lines XXV. Phantasmagoria XXVI. In the Union Lines XXAE. The absent are always in the wrong XXVIII. The world went very ill then XX. A Woman's Reason XXX. A Game of Chance XXXI. Two Blades of the Same Steel XXY. The Lost Caribbees XXXII. Father Abraham's Joke Book I, The Caribbees. Chapter I. The Boy in Blue. When expulsion from college, in his junior years, was visited upon Jack Sprague, he straightway became the hero of Acredale. And, though the grave faculty had felt constrained to vindicate college authority, it was well known that they sympathized with the infraction of decorum that obliged them to put this mark of disgrace upon one of the most promising of their students. All his young life Jack had dreamed of West Point and the years of training that were to fit him for the glories of war. He knew the battles of the Revolution as other boys knew the child lore of the nursery. He had the campaigns of Marlborough, the strategy of Turenne, the inspirations of the great Frederick, and the prodigies of Napoleon, as readily on the end of his tongue as his comrades had the struggles of the giant killer or the tactics of Robinson Crusoe. When, inspired by the promise of West Point, he had mastered the repugnant rubrics of the village academy, the statesman of his district conferred the promised nomination upon his school rival, Wesley Boone. Jack passionately refused to pursue the arid paths of learning, and declared his purpose of becoming a pirate, a scout, or some other equally fascinating child of nature delightful to the boyish mind. When Jack Sprague entered Worcester College, he carried with him the light baggage of learning picked up at the Acredale Academy. At his entrance to the sequestered quadrangles of Dessau Hall, Jack's frame of mind was very much like the passionate discontent of the younger son of a feudal lord whose discrepant birthright doomed him to the gown instead of the sword. Long before the senior year he had allured a chosen band about him who shared his eager aspiration for war, and when the other fellows dawdled in society or wrangled in debate, these young Alexanders set their tents in the college campus and fought the campaigns of Frederick or Napoleon over again. Jack did not give much heed to the menacing signs of civil war that came day by day from the tempestuous spirits north and south. A Democrat, as his fathers had been before him, he saw no probability of the pomp and circumstance of glorious war in the noisy wrangling of politicians. The defeat of Douglas, the navar of the young democracy of the North, amazed him, but all thought of Lincoln asserting the national authority, and reviving the splendor of Jackson and Madison, was looked upon as the step between the sublime and the ridiculous that reasoning men refuse to consider. When, however, the stupefying news came that a national garrison had been fired upon by the South Carolinians, in Charleston Harbor, the college boys took sides strongly. There were many in the classes from Maryland and Virginia. These were as ardent in admiration of their Southern compatriots as the Northern boys were for the insulted Union. Months passed, and, although the forces of war were arraying themselves behind the thin veil of compromise and negotiation, the public mind only languidly convinced itself that actual war would come. The college was divided into hostile camps. The secessionists led by Vincent Atterbury, Jack's old-time chief crony, went so far as to hoist the flag of the Montgomery, Jeff Davis's, government on the campus pole, one morning in April. A fierce fight followed, in which Jack's ardent partisans made painful havoc with the limbs of the enemy, Atterbury, their leader, being carted from the campus, under the horrified eyes of the faculty, dying, as it was thought. Then followed expulsion. When the solemn words were spoken in chapel, the culprit bore up with great serenity. But when he announced that he had enlisted in the army, then such an uproar, such an outburst, that the session was at an end. Even the grave president looked sympathetic. The like of it was never seen in a sober college since Antony with Cleopatra invaded the academy at Alexandria. The boys flung themselves upon the abashed Jack. They hugged him, raised him on their shoulders, carried him out on the campus, and, forming a ring round him, swore, in the classic form dear to collegians, that they would follow him, that they would be his soldiers, and fight for the patria in danger. I have nothing to offer you, boys. I'm only sergeant, but if you will join now, I'm authorized to swear you in provisionally, Jack said, shrewdly, seizing the flood at high tide. So soon as the names could be written, the whole senior class, 43, were enrolled. Jack refused the prayerful urgings of the juniors, who pleaded tearfully to join him. But the president coming out confirmed Jack's decision until the juniors could get the written consent of their parents. The recitations were sadly disjointed that day, and the excited professors were glad when rest came. The humanities had received disjointed exposition during that session. Jack had been summoned to the president's sanctuary, where he had been received with a parental tenderness that brought the tears to his big brown eyes. Ah, ha! Soldiers mustn't know tears. You must be made of sterner stuff now, Sergeant, the doctor cried, cheerily, as the culprit stood confusedly before him. Oh Jack, Jack, why did you put this hard task upon me? Why make me drive from Dessau, the brightest fellow in the classes? What will your mother say? I would as soon have lost my own child as be forced to put this mark on you. But you know I am bound by the laws of the college. You know I have time and again overlooked your wild pranks. We have already suffered a good deal from the press for winking at the sympathy the college has shown in this political quarrel. Yes, Professor, I haven't a word to say. You did your duty. Now I want you to bear witness how I do mine. I do not complain that I am condemned rather through the form than the fact. I was carried out of my senses by the sight of that rebel flag. The Worcester Press, known for many years as the most sprightly and enterprising of the country, was too much taken up with the direful news from Baltimore to even make a note of Jack Sprague's expulsion, and the soldier boy was spared that mortification. Nor did he meet the tearful lament and heartbroken remonstrance at home, to which he had looked forward with lively dread. His friends in the village of Acredale were so astonished by his blue regimentals that he reached the homestead door unquestioned. His mother, at the dining-room window, caught sight of the uniform, and did not recognize her son until she was almost smothered in his hearty embrace. "Why, John! What does this mean? What have you on?" "Mother, I am 22 years old. A man who won't fight for his country isn't a good son. He has no right to stay in a country that he isn't willing to fight for," and with this specious dictum he drew himself up and met the astonished eyes of his sister Olympia, who had been apprised of his coming. But the maternal fears clouded patriotic conceptions where her darling was involved, and his mother sobbed, "Oh Jack, Jack! What shall we do? How can we live without you? And oh, my son, you are too young to go to the war. You will break down. You can't manage a musket, and the heavy load the soldiers carry. My son, don't break your mother's heart. Don't go, don't, Jack, Jack. What shall I do, oh Polly, what shall we do? What shall we do? Why, we'll just show Jack that all of war isn't in soldiering, that the women who stay at home help the heroes, though they may not take part in the battle. As to you and me, Mamma, we shall be the proudest women in Acredale, for our Jack's the first," she was going to say boy, but, catching the coming protest in the warrior's glowing eye, substituted man with timely magnanimity, "the first man that volunteered from Acredale. And how shamed you would have been, we would have been, if Jack hadn't kept up the tradition of the family. He comes naturally by his sense of duty. Your father's father was the first to join Gates at Saratoga. My father's father was the right hand of Warren, at Bunker Hill. If ever blood ran like water in our Jack's veins, I should put on trousers and go to the war myself. I'm not sure that I shouldn't as it is earned, affecting Spartan fortitude. Olympia pretended to be deeply absorbed in adjusting a disarranged furbelow in her attire to conceal the quavering in her voice and the dewy something in her dark eyes. The mother, disconcerted by this defection where she had counted on the blindest adhesion, sank back in the cane rocker, helpless, speechless. Yes, mother, Polly is right. How could you ever lift up your head if it were said that son of John Sprague's, governor, senator, minister abroad, was the last to fly to his country's call? Why, Jackson would turn in his grave if a son of John Sprague were not the first to take up arms when the Union that he loved, as he loved his life, was in peril. Mrs. Sprague listened with woebegone perplexity to these sounding periods, conscious only that her darling, her adored scapegrace, had suddenly turned serious, and was using the weapons she had so often employed to justify his conduct. For it was using one of the standing arms in the maternal arsenal, to remind the wild and headstrong lad that his father had been Jackson's confidant, that he had been governor of Imperia, that he had enforced the demands of the United States upon European statesmen, that after a life spent in the public service he had died, reverenced by his party and by his neighbors. Jack, as an infant, had been fondled by Webster, by Clay, and, one never-to-be-forgotten day, Jackson, the Scipio of the Republic, had placed his brawny hand upon the infant's head and declared that he would be worthy of Jack Sprague, who was man enough to make 2 Kentuckians. But you ought to be a colonel. Your father was a major general in the Mexican War at 25. A Sprague can't be a private soldier, she cried, seizing on this as the only tenable ground where she could begin the contest against the 2 children confederated against her. I don't want to owe everything to my father. This is a republic, Mama, and a man is, or ought to be, what he makes himself. I saw in a paper, the other day, that the government has more brigadiers and colonels and officers than it knows what to do with. I saw it stated that a stone thrown from Willard's Hotel in Washington hit a dozen brigadiers. I want to earn a commission before I assume it. I'll be an officer soon enough, no fear. I could have had a lieutenant's commission if I had gone in Blandon's regiment. But I hate Blandon. He is one of those canting sneaks father detested, and I won't serve under such cattle. Mrs. Sprague, like millions of mothers in those days, was cruelly divided in mind. When the neighbors felicitated her on the valor and patriotism of Mr. Jack, she was elated and fitfully reconciled. When, in the long watches of the night, she reflected on the hardships, temptations, the dreadful companions her darling must be thrown with, country, lineage, everything faded into the dreadful reality that her darling was in peril, body and soul. He was so like his father, gay, impressionable, easily influenced. He would be saint or sinner, just as his surroundings incited him. This was the woe that ate the mother's heart. This was the sorrow that clouded millions of homes when mothers saw their boys pranked out in the trappings of war. Our jaunty Jack enjoyed the worship that came to him. He was the first boy in blue that appeared in the Sunday streets of Acredale. Never had the rascal been so petted, so feted, so adored. He might have been a Pasha, had he been a Turk. The promising down on his upper lip, the object of his own secret solicitude and Olympia's jibes during the junior year, was quite worn away by the kissing he underwent among the impulsive genettes of the village, who had a vague notion that soldiers, like sailors, were indurated for battle by a desculation. Jack may have believed this himself, for he took no pains to disabuse the maidens as to the inefficacy of the rite, and bore with galliard fortitude the wear and tear of the nascent moustache, without which, to his mind, a soldier would figure very much as a monk without a shaven crown or a mandarin without a queue. And though presently Big Tom Tooker, chief of the rival faction in Acredale, gave his name to the recruiting officer in Worcester, and a score more of Jack's rivals and cronies, he was the soldier of the village. For hadn't he given up the glory of graduation and the delights of commencement to take up his musket for the Union? And then the fife was heard in the village street, delicious airs from Arcady, and a great flag was flung out from the post office, and Master Jack was installed recruiting sergeant for Colonel Ulrich Oswald's regiment, that was to be raised in Worcester County. For Colonel Oswald, having failed in a third nomination for Congress, had gallantly proffered his services to the governor of the state, and, in consideration of his influence with his German compatriots, had been granted a commission, though with reluctance, as he had supported the Democratic Party and was not yet trusted in the Republican councils. Chapter 2. Flag and Faith. If Acredale had not been for a century the ancestral seat of the Spraggs, and in its widest sense typical of the suburban northern town, there would be merely an objective and extrinsic interest in portraying its sequestered life, its monotonous activities. But Acredale was not only a very complete reflex of northern local sentiment, its war epoch represented the normal conduct of every hamlet in the land during the conflict with the South. Now that the war is becoming a memory, even to those who were actors in it, the facts distorted and the incidents warped to serve partisan ends or personal pique, the photograph of the time may have its value. Made up of thriving farmers and semi-retired city men, Acredale mingled the simple conditions of a country village and the easy refinement of city life. The houses were large, the grounds ornate and ample, the society decorously convivial. People could be fine, at least they were thought very fine, without going to the British Isles to recast their home manners or take hints for the fashioning of their grounds and mansions. There was what would be called today the English air about the place and some of the people, but it was an inheritance, not an imitation. Save in the bustling business segment, abutting the Four Corners, where the old United States Road bore off westward to Bucephalon and the lakes, the few score houses were set far back from the highway in a wilderness of shrubbery, secluded by hedges and shaded by an almost primeval growth of elms or maples. The whole hamlet might be mistaken for a lordly park or an old-fashioned German spa. Family marketing was mostly done in Worcester, hence the village shops were like Arabian bazaars, few but all supplying. The most pregnant evidence of the approach of modern ways that tinged the primitive color of the village life was the then new railway skirting furtively through the meadows on the northern limits, as if decently ashamed of intruding upon such idyllic tranquility. The little Gothic station, cunningly hidden behind a clustering grove of oaks at a respectful distance from the corners, like the lodge of a great estate, reconciled those who had at first fought the iron mischief-maker. The public edifices of the town, the Episcopal Church, the Free Academy, the bank, the Young Ladies' Seminary, were very unlike such institutions in the bustling, treeless towns of today. Corinthian columns and Greek friezes adorned these architectural evidences of Acredale's affluence and taste. The village had grown up on private grounds, conceded to the public year by year as the children and dependents of the founders increased. The Spraggs were the founders, and they had never been anxious to alienate their patrimony. Acredale is not now the sylvan sanctuary of rural simplicity it was 30 years ago, before the war. The febrile tentacles of Worcester had not yet reached out to make its vernal recesses the court quarter for the new rich. In Jack Sprague's young warrior days the village was 3 miles from the most suburban limits of the city. There was not even a horse car, or, as fashionable Worcesterians have it, a tram to remind the tranquil villagers that life had any need more pressing than a jaunt to the post twice a day. Some city folks did hold villas on the outskirts, but they used them only for short seasons in the late summer, when the air at the lake began to grow too sharp for outdoor pleasures. Society in the place was patriarchal as an English shire town. The large Sprague mansion, about which the village clustered at a respectful distance, was the castle of local phrase. Much of the glory of early days had departed, however, when the senator, Jack's papa, died. The widow found herself unable to maintain the affluent state her lord had loved. His legal practice, rather than the wide acres of his domain, had supported a hospitality famous from Bucephalon to Washington. But with prudent management the family had abundance, and, as Jack often said, he was a fortune in himself. When the time came he would revive the splendors his father loved to associate with the home of his ancestors. But where are we to get this splendor now, Jack? Olympia inquired, as the youth was dilating to his mother on the wonders to come. Private soldiers get just $13 a month, and if you continue smoking, as I am informed all men do in the army, I expect to have to stint my pin money expenses to eke out your tobacco bills. Oh, I'll bring home glory. Napoleon said that every soldier carried a marshal's baton in his knapsack. I'm afraid you won't have room for it if you carry all the things that I know of intended for you in this and other families. Yes, but, Polly, you know, or perhaps you don't know, a baton is like a college love, no matter how full your heart is, You can always find room for another. John, Mistress Sprague reproves mildly, how can you? I don't like to hear my son talk like that even in jest. Don't get the idea that it is soldierly to treat sacred things with levity. Love is a very sacred thing, it ought to be part of a man's religion, it was of your father's. Then Jack must be a high priest, for there are a dozen girls here and in the city who believe themselves enshrined in that elastic heart. Olympia, you are a baleful influence on your brother. If anything could reconcile me to his going, it is the thought that he will escape the extraordinary speech and manners you have brought back from New York. Do the Misses Pomfret graduate all their young ladies with such a tone and laxity of speech as you have lately shown? Strangers would naturally think that you had no training at home. Don't fear, Mamma, strangers are not favored with my lighter vein. I assume that for you and Jack, to keep your minds from graver things, I preserve the senatorial suavity of speech and the Sprague austerity of manner before folks, as Aunt Mary would say. Which reminds me, Jack, Kitty Moore declares that you are responsible for Barney's enlisting. The family look to you to bring him home safe, a colonel at least. Well, by George, I like that. Why, the beggar was bent on going long ago. He was the first to ask me to run away and enlist. The other day he wanted me to have him sworn in, and I told him to wait until I got a commission. Jack was going to say until he was older, but he suddenly recollected that Barney was his own age, and that, in view of his mother's argument, struck him as unfortunate. He saw Olympia smiling mischievously and turned the subject abruptly. I suppose you know, Polly, that Vincent is going home to join the rebels. Is he? She had turned swiftly to gather a ball of worsted, and when it was secured began to rummage in her work basket for something that seemed from her intentness to be vitally necessary to her at the moment. Yes, he wrote to President Grandison that he should go as soon as his passports and remittances came. He's promised a captain's commission. I'm very, very sorry. Vint is the noblest of fellows. I hate to think of him in the rebel army. That's the reason you half killed him the other day, I suppose, Olympia said, sweetly, still investigating the contents of the basket. What, John, you've not been in a broil, fighting, and Mistress Sprague could not, even in imagination, go further in such an odious direction, and let her eyes finish the interrogatory. Jack, a good deal subdued by what Olympia had left unsaid, rather than what she had said, blurted out, "It was a campus shindy, Vint led the rebel side and they got licked, that's all." Oh, was that all? Olympia had ended her search in the basket and fastened a glance of satiric good humor upon the culprit, which did not tend to relieve the awkwardness of the moment. Jack blushed under the glance and began to hum an air from Figaro, as if the conversation had ebbed into an impasse from which it could only be rescued by a lively air. Mrs. Sprague looked at the uneasy warrior, then at her daughter, darting the crochet needles placidly through the wool. "Well," she said, "never mind what's past, We must have Vincent out here for a visit before he goes. I must send Mrs. Atterbury a number of things. I hope she won't think that we intend to let the war make any difference in our feeling toward the family." Jack was very glad to set out at once for his quondam foe, and in 10 minutes was driving down the road to Worcester. Vincent's bruises were nearly healed, and he saluted Jack as a chum rather than as the agent of his late discomfiture. "I'm mighty glad you've come today. I didn't know whether you meant to break off or not. I don't cherish any rancor. I don't see any use in carrying the war into friendships. We made the best fight we could. We did better than your side. You had the most men and the biggest fellows. We showed good pluck, if we did get licked. If you hadn't come today I should have been gone without seeing you, for I began to think that you were as narrow as these prating abolitionists. My commission is ready for me now at Richmond, and I'm just aching to get my regimentals on. I'm to be with Johnston in the Shenandoah, you know, and you mustn't tell me your army plans, Vint. I'm a soldier." And Jack drew himself up with martial pomposity, and perhaps I ought to arrest you now as an enemy, you know. I will look in the Articles of War and find out my duty in such cases. Jack waved his arm reassuringly, as if to bid the rebel take heart for the moment. He would not hurry in the matter. Vincent eyed his comrade with such a woebegone mingling of alarm and comic indignation that Jack forgot his possible part as agent of his country's laws, and said, soothingly, "Never mind, Vint. I'm not really a full soldier in the technical sense until the regiment is mustered in at Washington. After that, of course, you know very well it would be treason to give aid or comfort to the country's enemies." Vincent didn't leave next day, nor for a good many days. He seemed to get a good deal of aid and comfort from those who should have been his enemies. Mistress Sprague found that he was not in a fit state to travel, that he needed nursing to prepare him for his journey, and that no place was so fit as the great guest chamber in the baronial Sprague mansion, near his friend Jack. Strange to say, Vincent's eagerness to get to Richmond and his shoulder straps were forgotten in the agreeable pastimes of the big house, where he spent hours enlightening Olympia on the wonders the Southern soldiers were to perform and the glory that he, Vincent, was to win. He went of a morning to the post office, where Jack was installed recruiting agent for Acredale Township, and made very merry over the homespun stuff enrolled in defense of the Union. "Our strapping cavaliers will make short work of your gawky bumpkins," he remarked to Jack as the recruits loitered about the wide, shaded streets, waiting to be forwarded to the rendezvous. "Don't be too sure of that. These young, boyish-looking fellows are just the sort of men that met the British at Bunker Hill. They laughed too, when they saw them, but they didn't laugh after they met them, nor will your cavaliers," Jack cried, loftily. "But there's not a full-grown man among all these I've seen. How do you suppose they are to endure march and battle? None of them can ride. All our young men ride, and cavalry is the main thing in modern armies." In the Sprague parlors conversation of this risky sort was eschewed. Mistress Sprague was anxious that the son of her oldest friend should return to his mother with only the memory of amiable hospitality in his heart to show that, although war raged between the people, families were still friends. Vincent's mother had been one of Mistress Sprague's bridesmaids, and it was her wish that the children might grow up in the old kindly ties. So Vincent was made much of. There were companies every night, and drives and boating in the afternoons, and such merrymaking as it was thought a lad of his years would enjoy. He was a very entertaining guest, that all Acredale had known in the old vacations when, with his sister, the pretty Rosa, he spent a summer with the Spragues. But, now that there was to be a separation involving the unknown in its vaguest form, the lad was treated with a tenderness that made the swift days very sweet to the young rebel. It was from Olympia that he met the only distinct formality in the manners of his hosts. He had known and adored her in a boyish way for years, and now, as he contemplated going, he thought that she ought to exhibit something of the old-time warmth. In other days she had ridden, walked, and flirted to his heart's desire. Now she avoided him when Jack was not at hand, and when she talked it was in a flippant vein that drove him wild with baffled hope. The day before he was to bid the kind house adieu he had his wish. She was riding with him over the shaded roadway that curves in bewildering beauty toward the lake. She seemed in a gentler mood than he had lately seen her. They rode slowly side by side, but Vincent had a dismal awkwardness of speech in whimsical contrast to his habitual fluency. "There's only one thing hateful to me in this war," he said, caressing the arching neck of his horse, "and that is, the better we do our duty as soldiers the more sorrow we must bring upon our own friends." That's a rather solemn view to take of what Jack regards as the path of glory. Oh, you know what I mean. Under the flag there can or ought to be no friendships. The bullet sent from the musket, the sword drawn in light, must be aimed blindly. It might be my fate, for example, to meet Jack, yes. Olympia laughed demurely, ignoring the sentimental aspect of Vincent's remark. Yes, that might paralyze the arm of valor, but, then, you and Jack have met before, when duty demanded one thing and affection another. I don't see that the dilemma softened the blows, or that either of you are any the worse for them. Vincent was the real Southerner of his epoch, impulsive, sentimental, ardent in all that he espoused, without the slightest notion of humor, though imaginative as a dreamer. Love, war, and his state, Virginia, were passions that he thought it a duty to uphold at any and all times. He colored under the girl's satiric sally. If she had been a man he would have bid her to battle on the spot. Her sly fun and gentle malice he resented as insulting, coarse, and unwomanly. He flashed a look of piteous, surprised reproach at her as she flecked the flies from the neck of her horse. He rode along moodily, too angry, too wretched to trust himself to speak, for he felt sure he must say something bitter. But, as she gave no sign of resuming the discourse, he was forced to take up the burden again. Venturing nearer her side, he said in a conciliating, argumentative tone, as if he had not heard the foregoing speech. Do you know, it seems to me, Olympia, that you of the North do not seem to realize the seriousness of the war, the determination of our side to make the South free. Here you go about the common business of life, parties, balls, dress, and all the follies of peace, as if war could not affect you at all. Your newspapers are full of coarse jokes at the expense of your own soldiers, your own president. There seems no devotion to your own cause, such as we feel in the South. I believe that if put to a vote, more than half the North would side with us today. Chapter 3. Malbrook Senvaten. Olympia had been jogging along, apparently oblivious to everything but the blazing vision of sun and cloud above the lake, purpling shapes of mirage, reflecting the smooth surface of the glowing water. But as the young man's voice, fallen into a melodious murmur, ceased, she took up the theme with unexpected earnestness. That's the error the South has made from the first. You know, my father was a public man. I have been educated more at our dinner table and in his talks with guests than at school. That is, the things that have taken strongest hold of my mind young girls rarely hear or understand. Now I think I can tell you something that may be of value to you in official places where you are going. The North is not only in earnest, it is religiously in earnest. If you know Puritan history, you know what that means. For example, if Jack had hesitated a moment or made delay to get rank in the army, I should have abhorred him. So would our mother, though she seems to be dismayed at his serving as a common soldier. I adore Jack, I think him the finest, the most perfect nature after my father's, that lives. But I give him up gladly, because to keep him would be to degrade him. We know that he may fall, that he may come back to us a cripple or worse. But, as you see, we make no sign. Not a line of routine has been changed in the house. Jack will march away and never see a tear in my eye or feel my pulse tremble. It is not in our northern blood to give much expression to sentiment, but we feel none the less deeply, much more deeply, I think, than you exuberant southerners. You are impulsive, mercurial, and fickle. Oh, don't say that, I can't bear to hear you say it. We have deep feelings, we are constant, true as steel, chivalrous. Yes, you are delightful people, but you are always living in the past. Shall I say it? You are womanlike, you can't reason. What you want at the moment is right, and only that. With us nothing is real until we have tried and proved it. If you count on northern apathy, you will soon see your mistake. When Beauregard fired on Fort Sumter, the North was of one mind, and will stay so until all is again as it was. Pray don't let us talk on this subject. I'm free to own that it does not interest me. Then he added adroitly, you are readier in argument than I, because you were brought up in it. But what I want to say is, that it seems base for me to turn upon the goodness I have met in this house, but you need not turn. In battle do your duty like a man. If it should fall to you to do a kindness to the wounded, do it in memory of the friends you have here. War is less savage now than it was when your ancestors and mine tortured each other in the name of God and the King. All murder is done for love of one sort or another. War is love of country, revenge is love of someone else. Men rarely kill from hate. Vincent stammered, his heart beating at the nearness of what he was dying to say. In that case I hope I shall. He hated. I shall shun people who love me, and with that she struck the horse a lively tap and soon was far ahead of her tongue-tied wooer. Was this a challenge? Vincent asked himself, as he sped after her. When he reached her side the tender words were chilled on his lips, for Olympia had in her laughing eye the, to him, odious expression he saw there when she made the irritating speech about himself and Jack a few minutes before. Fearing a teasing retort, he bridled the tender outburst and rode along pensively, revolving pretexts for another day's stay in Acrydale. But when they reached home he found an imperative mandate to set out at once, as his lingering in the north was subjecting himself and kinsman to doubt among the zealous partisans of the Davis party. Olympia was alone in the library when he ran down to tell Jack that he must start at once. He took it as an omen, and said, confusedly, "It is decided, I must go in the morning." As this had been the plan all along, she looked up at him in surprise, not knowing, of course, that he had been thinking of putting off the fixed time. "Yes, everything has been made ready. Jack will take you to Worcester, and we shall drive over to see you en route. It is fortunate the letter from my mother came tonight." He stood quite, over her chair, his eyes glittering strangely, his manner excited. "Do you know what they think at home? They say that I am not true to my cause, that my heart is with the North, that I want to stay here. They won't think that when they hear you, as we have, breathing fury and wrath against the Lincolnites," Olympia briskly replied, as if to proffer her services as witness to his misguided loyalty to the South. "Ah, don't be so ungenerous, now, at this time. I never talk like that now, here, never before you." He hesitated, and his voice dropped. "Why will you put a fellow in a ridiculous light? Your sneers almost make me ashamed of my honest pride in my state, my enthusiasm for our sacred cause. Deep feeling isn't so easily shaken. True love should brave all things, even sneers and blows. If I should tell you that I loved somebody, I am sure you would make me seem ridiculous or ignorant of my own mind. Then pray be wise and don't tell me. It's bad enough to be in love, without being photographed in the agony." He looked at her in angry perplexity. Could she ever be serious? Was all the tenderness of the past only heedless coquetry? Had she danced with him, drove with him, sailed with him, walked in the moonlight and made much of him in mere wanton mischief? What right had she to be so pretty and so, without heart or sensibility? A Southern girl with the word love on a young man's lips would have become a Circe of seductive wooing until the tale were told, even though she could not give her heart in return. I am going tomorrow, you know," and then he almost laughed himself, for the droll inconsequence of this intelligence, after what had passed, touched even his small sense of humor. "Oh Olympia, I mean that I shall be far away, that I shall not see you after tomorrow. Won't you say something to encourage me, to give me heart for the future? Let me see." And she leaned on her elbow musingly, as if construing his words literally, and quite unaware of the tender intent of his prayer. "It ought to be a line to go on your sword. There's where you have the advantage of poor Jack, he has only a musket. But, no, you being a Southerner, have a coat of arms, and the line must go on that. I used to know plenty of stirring phrases suitable to young men setting out for the wars. Perhaps you know them, too. They are to be found in the copybooks. The pen is mightier than the sword wouldn't do, would it? Pens are only fit for poets and men of peace. We should have something brief and epigrammatic. That hour is regal when the sentinel mounts on guard. There is sublimity in that, but you won't go on guard, being an officer. No blood-stained woes in mankind's story should daunt the heart that's set on glory. That's too trivial, the sort of doggerel for newspaper poets' corners rather than a warrior's shield. Think on the perils that environ the man that meddles with cold iron. That's too much like a caution, and a soldier's motto should urge to daring. So we'll none of that. What do you say to the distich in honor of your great ancestor, Pocahontas's husband, John Smith? I never yet knew a warrior but thee, from wine, tobacco, debt, and vice so free. Perhaps, however, that might be regarded as vaunting over your comrades, who, I've no doubt, relax the tedium of war in temperate indulgence of some of these vices. Put up thy sword. States may be saved without it would sound out of keeping for a warrior whose states drew the sword when the olive branch was offered them. You see, I cannot select any text quite suitable to your case. O Olympia, I did not believe you could be so heartless. Be serious. Well, Mr. Soldier, if you insist, I know nothing better for a warrior to bear in mind in war than these simple lines: the bravest are the tenderest, the loving are the daring. You are right, Olympia, those are noble lines. It gives me courage, the loving are the daring. I love you, I dare to tell you that I love you. Ah, Olympia, I love you so well that I have been traitor to my fatherland. I have loitered here in the hope that you would give me some sign, some word to take with me in the dark path fate has set for me to follow. He came back to her side now, passion and zeal in his shining eyes, ardent, elate, expectant. But she put the hand behind her that he reached out to seize as he fell upon one knee by her chair. Her voice softened and a warm light shone in her eye when she spoke. I beg you to get up, we cold-blooded people up here don't understand that old-fashioned way. As he started back with something like a groan, she gave him a quick glance that electrified him. He seized her hand before she could snatch it away and pressed it to his lips. Pray be serious. You are too young to talk of love. I am 22, my father was married at 19. No, dear Vincent, don't talk of this now. You don't know your own mind yet. I am sure that when you go home and think over the matter you will see that it would be impossible, but, even if you were sure of yourself, I never could think of it. You are going to take up arms against all I hold dear and sacred. If I were your affianced, with the love for you that you deserve, I would break the pledge when you joined in arms against my family and country. You have known for years, Olympia, that I loved you, that I was only waiting to finish college to tell you of my love. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? I say, Polly, Jack cried, bursting in, radiant and eager. I have the last man of the 100, observing Vincent he stopped. It seemed to him a sort of treason to talk of his regiment before the man who was so soon to be in the ranks against them. Oh, I can't tell our secrets before the enemy, he ended, jocosely. The word went to Vincent's heart like the prod of sharp steel. He gave Olympia one pathetic glance, and, without a word, hastened from the room. In spite of a great many adroit efforts, Vincent could get no further speech with Olympia alone that night. Early in the morning he was driven, with Mrs. Sprague and Jack, to the station. Olympia sent down excuses and adieus, alleging some not incredible ailing of the sort that is always gallantly at the disposal of damsels not minded to do things people expect. Presently, when the lorn lover had been gone 3 days, a letter came from Washington to Olympia, and, though it was handed to her by her mother, the maiden made no proffer to confide its contents to the naturally curious parent. But we, who can look over the reader's shoulder, need not be kept in the dark. Dear Olympia, the letter said, it was hard to leave without a last word. All the way here I have been thinking of our little talk, if that can be called a talk where one side has lost his senses and the other is trifling or mystifying. I told you that I loved you. I thrill even yet with the joy of that. You are so wayward and capricious, so coy, that I began to fear that I never could get your car long enough to tell you what I felt you must have long known. You didn't say that you loved me, but, dear Olympia, neither did you say that you did not. The rose has fallen on the hem of your robe. When its fragrance steals into your senses, you will stoop and put the blossom in your bosom. It is the war that divides us, you say. It will soon pass. And who knows what may happen to make you glad that, since there must be strife, I am one of the enemy rather than a stranger. I feel that we shall be brought together in danger, when it may be my happiness to serve you or yours. But, even if I am not so favored, I shall still ask your love. You know our southern ways. Whom I love my mother loves. But my mother and sister Rosa have loved you long and dearly. They have known you as long as I have, and when you consent to come to us you will take no stranger's place in the heart and home of the family. Remember the motto you gave me. You are a woman, therefore tender, I am daring, heaven knows, in aspiring to such a reward as your love. But I dare to love you. If you cast that love from you, love will lose its tenderness, bravery its daring. One of the high mountains of hope whereon I sun my fainting soul is the knowledge that you love no one else. I won't say that you should in love hold to the right first come first served, but I do say, first dare, first win. And when you reflect on what you said about the accident of war separating us, just put Jack in my place. What would you think of a Southern girl who should refuse him because he fought on the side of his family and his state? What is the old line? I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more. I'm sure I couldn't ask your love if there were not honor in my own. The war will be over and forgotten in 6 months, but you and I are young. We have long years before us. The right will win in the contest, and, right or wrong, I am yours, and only yours, while there are life in my body and hope in my soul. Vincent. In a little glow of what was plainly not displeasure, the young woman filed this writ of preemption, as Jack afterward called it, in careful hiding, and resumed meditation of the writer. It could not now be answered, for letters between the lines were subject to censorship, and Olympia perhaps shrank from adding to her lover's misery by exposing his rejection to the unfeeling eyes of the postal agents. There was pity in the resolve as well as prudence. Had Vincent been able to read the workings of the lady's mind, he would have donned his rebel grey with more buoyant joy that day in Richmond. Another ally of the absent came in the course of the day. Miss Boone, the daughter of the opulent contractor and chief local magnate, called to plan work for the soldiers. Vincent's name being mentioned, Miss Boone said, in the apparent effusion of girlish intimacy, I like Mr. Atterbury very much. He is a charming fellow. But, for your family's sake, I am glad he is away from this house. At Olympia's surprised start she nodded as if to emphasize this, continuing, yes, and for good reasons. You know our house is the high court of abolitionism. Well, Papa's cronies have made Mr. Atterbury's visit cause of suspicion. Suspicion? What do you mean? Miss Boone was paling and blushing painfully. Dear Olympia, I hate to say it, but you should know it. You will hear it elsewhere. Cruel things like this always come out. You know that feeling has been very bitter here since the dreadful attack on the Massachusetts soldiers in Baltimore. Radicals make no distinction between Democrats and rebels, and, I'm to say it, but Mr. Atterbury is charged with being a spy here, and your family, being Democrats, are thought to sympathize with the rebels. Of course, your friends know better. I and many more know that the Atterburys and Spraggs have been intimate for 30 years. But in wartime people seem to lose their senses and change their opinions like lake breezes, prejudices grow like gourds, and the people who do least and talk loudest make public sentiment. What an outrageous state of things! Olympia cried, hotly. Our family sympathies with traitors indeed. Why, it was my father who, in the Senate, upheld Jackson when he stamped out South Carolina in its rebellion. Oh! It is monstrous, such a calumny. Why, just think of it. The only man in the family is a private soldier, when he might have been high in rank, with such influences as we could bring to bear. Oh, Kate! It almost makes one pray for a defeat to punish such ingrates. Yes, but for heaven's sake don't let anyone hear you say such a thing, for your brother's sake. He is already the victim of the feeling I have spoken about. He was to have had the captaincy of the first 100 men he raised. But the governor has been made to change the usual rule, and the colonel is to appoint the officers. And Jack isn't to have a commission. No, not now, only men of the war party are to be made officers. Good heavens! Nobody could be more eager for the war than Jack. It is his passion. His delight in it shocks my mother, who hates war. What stronger evidence of sympathy for the cause could he show than joining the army before finishing college? But he is a Democrat, and only Republicans are to be trusted at first. Miss Boone blushed as she stammered this, for it was her own father, in his function as chairman of the War Committee, who had insisted upon this discrimination. Worse still, but this Kate did not mention, it was Boone's own work that kept Jack from his expected epaulettes. There had long been a feud between Boone and the late Senator Sprague, and Olympia conjectured most of what the daughter reserved. Your brother has done wonders, everybody says. He has the finest fellows in the township, and he ought to be colonel, at least Miss Boone said, rising to go. Oh, I have no fear that he will not win his way, Olympia replied, cheerfully. The brave in battle are captains, no matter what rank they hold. The odious partisanship and ready calumny of her own compatriots gave a strange bent to her mind in dealing with another problem. Vincent, too, had suffered from the wretched battle of his family's enemies. After all, might he not be right? Might the war not be a mere game of havoc played by the base and unscrupulous? Country, right or wrong, had been her family watchword since her ancestor flew to fight the British invaders. It was Jack's watchword, too, and his conduct in battle should put these wretches to shame. She thought more kindly of the rebel in this vengeful mood, and straightway ran upstairs, where, sitting by the open window and lulled by the piping of the robins, she took the letter from its pretty covert, read it again with heightened color, and, smiling rosily at the face she saw in the mirror, raised it to her lips and sighed softly. When a whole people have but one thought in mind, that thought becomes mania. Acredale had but this one thought: beat rebellion and punish rebels. On to Richmond, was the cry, and forming ranks to go there, the business that everybody took in hand. These had been great days to Jack. He began to feel something of the burden that a feudal chief must have borne at the summoning of the clans. So soon as it spread in the countryside that young Sprague had listed, all the ageable sons of the soil were fired with a burning zeal to take up arms and bear him company. Boys from 16 to 20 these were for the most part, and there was bitter grumbling when Jack firmly refused to take the names of any under 20. Some he solaced with a gun, a pistol, or such object as he knew was dear to the country boy's heart. They returned to the relieved hearthstone loud in Jack's praise, having his promise to enlist them when they were 20, if the war lasted so long, and if the wise smiled at this, wasn't it well known that the great army now gathering was to set out at latest by the 4th of July? And didn't everybody know that it was going to march direct to Richmond? There were trying scenes too, in the role Jack had assumed so gaily. He began to see that war had ministers of pain and sorrow hardly less cruel than those dealing death and wounds. Tearful parents came to him day by day to beg his help in restoring sons who had fled to the wars. Others came to warn him that if their boys applied to him he must refuse them, as they were under age. In this list the Paley sisters, Dick's 3 maiden aunts, came on a respectful embassy to implore Jack to discourage their nephew, who had quite deserted school and gave all his time to drilling with the college squad. Jack pledged himself that he would hand Dick over to the justice of the peace, to be detained at the House of Refuge, if he didn't give up his evil designs. But, when that young aspirant appeared, so soon as his aunts had gone, and reminded Jack of years of intimate companionship in daredeviltry, the elder saw that his own safety would be in flight, and that night, his company was removed to Worcester. There in the great camp, surrounded by sentinels, his Acredale cronies were shut out, and Jack began in earnest his soldier life. Chapter 4. Gulf and Ghibelline. The shifting of Jack's company to the regimental camp in Worcester left a broad gap in the lines of the social life of Acredale. Jack's going alone, to say nothing of the others, would have eclipsed the gaiety of many home groups besides his own, in which the Sprague primacy in a social sense was acknowledged. Since the influx of the new-made rich, under the stimulus of the war and Acredale's advantages as a resort, there were a good many who disputed the Sprague leadership, tacitly conceded rather than asserted. Chief of the dissidents was Elisha Boone, who, by virtue of longer tenure, vast wealth, and political precedence, divided not unequally the homage paid the patrician family. Boone was fond of speaking of himself as a self-made man, and the satirical were not slow to add that he had no other worship than his Creator. This was a jibe made rather for the antithesis than its accuracy, for even Boone's enemies owned that he was a good neighbor, and, where his prejudices were not in question, a man with few distinctly repellent traits. He delighted in showing his affluence, not always in good taste. He filled his fine house with bizarre crowds, and made no stint to his friends who needed his purse or his influence. He had in the early days when he came to Acredale aspired to political leadership in the Democratic Party. But Senator Sprague was too firmly enshrined in the loyalty of the district to be overcome by the parvenu's maneuvers or his money. His ambition in time turned to rancour as he marked the patricians' disdainful disregard of his, Boone's, efforts to supplant him. Hatred of the Spragues became something like a passion in Boone. Sarcasms and disparagement leveled at his social and political pretensions he attributed to the senator and his family. All sorts of slurs and gossip were reported to him by busybodies, until it became a settled purpose with Boone to make the Sprague family feel heavy heartburnings for the sum of the affronts he had endured. It was to them he attributed the whispered jibes about his illiteracy, his shady business methods, the awful story of his handiwork in the ruin of Richard Paley, the spendthrift brother of the Misses Paley. Once, too, when he had so well manipulated the district delegates that he was sure of nomination in the convention, Senator Sprague had hurried home from Washington and defeated him just as the prize was in his grasp. The senator made a speech to the delegates, in which he pointedly declared that it was men of honor and brains, not men of money, that should be chosen to make the laws. "The time will come, Senator, that you'll be sorry for this hour's work," Boone said, joining Sprague at the door as he was leaving the hall. "How's that?" the other asked, with just the shade of superciliousness in the tone admired in the Senate for suavity. "I hope I am always sorry when I do wrong, in speech or act. I teach my children to be. Well, if you think it right to run the party for a few lordly idlers too proud to mix with the people, men who think they are better born and better bred than the rest of us, I don't want to have anything more to do with it. I will go elsewhere." "That's your privilege, sir. The Whigs have plenty of room for self-made men. Though I do think you are taking too personal a view of today's contest. Your defeat was purely a matter of duty. Moore, whom we have chosen, was a poor Irish settler here before you came. He was promised the nomination 2 years ago." With a lofty bow the senator turned and stalked in another direction as if he did not care for the other's further company. Even this small and wholly unintended affront worked in the poor, misjudging victim of morbid self-esteem, as a cinder in the eye will torture and blind the sufferer to all the landscape. Boone mingled no more with the Democrats. He threw himself with the fervor of the convert into the radical wing of the Whigs, and was brought into close relation with some of the most admired of the band of great men who created the young Republican Party. If Douglas, Dickinson, Cass, Van Buren, Seymour, or any eminent Democrat passing through Worcester stopped to break bread with their colleague Sprague in his Acredale retreat, straightway the splendid Sumner, the Ciceronian Phillips, or the Walpoleswood, or some other of the shining galaxy of agitators, whose light so shone before men that the whole land was presently brought out of darkness, met at Boone's table to maintain the balance in distinction. It was Boone's liberal purse that paid the expenses of the memorable campaign in the Worcester district, wherein the Democrats were first shaken in their hold. It was his money that finally secured the seat in Congress for Oswald, who was his tenant and debtor. It was therefore no surprise when Oswald, who had been greatly aided in business affairs by Senator Sprague, passed over the prior claims of his old patron's son, and gave the cadetship to Wesley Boone, the son of his new liege. It was looked upon as another step in the ladder of gratitude when Wesley carried off the captaincy in the Acredale Company, though everybody knew that young Boone was not in any way so well fitted for the straps as Jack. When one day an item appeared in the local paper to the effect that President Lincoln had shown the sagacity for which he was so well known, in honoring our distinguished townsman, Elisha Boone, Esquire, with the appointment of ambassador to Russia, everybody thought the statement only natural. There were many congratulations. But when, having declined this splendid proffer, the authorities pressed the place of Assistant Secretary of the Treasury upon their townsman. The whole village awoke to the fact that all its greatness had not gone when Senator Sprague was gathered to his fathers. The event was potent as the cross Constantine saw, or dreamed he saw, in the sky, in the conversion of party workers to the new administration. Everybody looked forward to an eminent future for the potent partisan and millionaire, the first of that, now not uncommon, hierarchy that replaced the feudal barons in modern social forces. Had he listened to the eager urging of Kate, his daughter and Prime Minister, Boone would have accepted the foreign mission, but he stubbornly refused to listen to her in this. Kate Boone was like her father only in strong will, vehement purpose, and a certain humorous independence that made her a great delight among even the anti-Boone partisans in both Acredale and Worcester. Since the death of her mother, Kate had been head of her father's household, an imperious, capricious, kind-hearted tyrant, who ruled mostly by jokes and persuasions of the gentler sort. It was her father's one lament that Kate was not the boy of the family, for she had more of the stuff that makes the man in her little finger than Wes had in his whole body. She kept him in a perpetual unrest of delight and dismay. She espoused none of his piques or prejudices. She was as apt to bring people he disliked to his dinner table as those he liked. She was forever making him forgive wrongs, or what he fancied to be wrongs, and causing him seem at fault in all his squabbles, so that he was often heard to say, when things went as he didn't want them, "I don't know whether I am to blame or the other fellow until Kate hears the story." His illiteracy and lack of polish were the secret grief of the rich man's life. Kate was quick in detecting this. Much of it she saw was due to the shyness that unschooled men feel in the presence of college men, or those who have been trained. On returning from her seminary life, the young girl set about remedying the single break in her father's perfections. She was far too clever to let him know her ambitious purpose. With a patience almost maternal and an exquisite adroitness, she interested him in her own reading, which was comprehensive, if not very well ordered. But she won the main point. During the long winter evenings her father found no pleasure like that Kate had always ready for him in the cheery library. He was soon amazed at his keen interest in the world of mind unrolled to his understanding. More than all, he retained with the receptivity of a boy all that was read to him. Kate made believe that she needed his help in reviewing her own studies, and so carried him through all she had gone over in the seminary classes. Boone began presently to see that education is not the result of mere attendance in schools and the parroting of the classics in a few semesters in college. Without suspecting it, his varied business enterprises and his wide experience of men had grounded him as well in the ordinary forms of knowledge as 9 in 10 college men attain. Education, after all, Papa, is like a trade. A man may be able to handle all the tools and not know their names. Now, you are a well-informed man, but, because you didn't know logic, grammar, scientific terms, and the like, you thought yourself ignorant. In the new confidence in himself he was surprised at his own ability in launching a subject in the presence of his eminent friends when especially Kate was on hand to support the conversation. She got him not only to buy fine pictures, as most rich men do, but she made him see wherein their value lay, so that when artists and amateurs came to admire his treasures, he could talk to them without gross solecisms. "I'm not a liberal education to you, Papa," as Steele said of the Duchess of Devonshire. "That implies too much, but I am an index. You can find out what you need to know by keeping track of my ignorance." Alicia Boone's domestic circle was a termagancy, as Kate often told his guests, tempered by wit and good humor. He was prouder of his daughter than of his self-made rank or his revered million. In moments of expansive good nature he invited business or political associates to Acre Villa, as his place was called, to enjoy the surprise Kate's graces wrought in the guests. But these were not always times of delight to the doting parent. Kate was a shrewd judge of the amenities, and if the personages who came, at the father's bidding, gave the least sign of a not unnatural surprise to find a girl so well bred and self-contained in the daughter of such a man as Boone, she became very frigid and left the father to do the honors of the evening visit. No entreaty could move her to reappear on the scene. In time, the prodigal Papa was careful to submit a list of the names of his proposed guests, as chamberlains give royalty a descriptive list of those to be bidden to court. Kate was on terms that, if not cordial, were not constrained, with the Spraggs. She had gone to the same seminary with Olympia, had danced with Jack, and, in the cadetship affair, had plainly given her opinion that her brother Wesley, having no taste or fitness for military life, Jack, who had, should have the prize. But two motives entered into the father's determination. One was to annoy and humiliate the Spraggs, the other, the sleepless craving of the parvenu to get for his son what had not been his, in spite of all the adulation paid him, the conceded equality of social condition. The army was then, as I believe it is considered now, the surest sign of higher caste in a democracy. Wesley, by the mere right to epaulettes, would be of the acknowledged gentility. Nobody could sneer at him, no doors could be opened grudgingly when he called. He would, in virtue of his West Point insignia, be a knighted member of the blood royal of the Republic. Some of this mysterious unction would distill itself into the unconsecrated ichor of the rest of the family, and Kate, as well as himself, would be part of the patrician caste. The daughter looked upon all this good-humoredly. She shared none of her father's morbid delusions on the subject. She rallied the cadet a good deal on his mission. When Wesley, after the June examinations, which he passed by the narrowest squeeze, 'twas said by outside influence, came home to display his cadet buttons and his neat grey uniform in Acredale, Kate bantered the complacent young warrior jocosely. "We shall all have to live up to your shoulder straps and brass buttons after this, Wesley," she cried, as the proud young dandy strutted over the arabesques of the library, where the delighted Papa marched him, the better to survey the boy's splendor. "And think of the fate that awaits you if, in the esteem of a Credale, you should turn out less than a Napoleon. Be serious, Kate, and don't tease the boy. Wesley knows what's expected of him. He has an opportunity to show what is in his stock. Thank God, men in the North can now come to their own without going down on their knees to the South. Wesley grinned. He was no match for his sister in the humorous bouts waged over his head against his father's prejudices and cherished social schemes. During the vacation she put a heavy penalty of raillery upon his swelling pride and vanity, sarcasm that tried the paternal patience as well as his own. Wesley, however, had a large fund of the philosophy that comes from a high estimate of one's self. He was well favored in looks and build, though somewhat effeminate, with his small hands and carefully shod feet. He would have been called a dude had the word been known in its present significance. As it was, he was regarded as a coxcomb by the derisive group hostile to the father's social pretensions. He was the first of the golden youth of his set to adopt the then reviving mode of parting the hair on the middle of the head. In the teeth of the village derision, he persisted in this with a tenacity that Kate declared gave promise of a Wellington. For many who had at first adopted the foreign freak had been ridiculed out of it, discouraged by the obstinate refusal of the generality to follow the lead. In those sturdily primitive days the rich youth of the land had not so universally gone abroad as they do now, and the proper thing among the well-born was not so distinctly laid down in the code of the elite. The accent and manners that now mark good form seemed queer, not to say bouffe, to even the first circles of home society, and the first disciples of Anglomania had a very hard time polishing the raw material. The home life of the Boones was something better and sincerer than the impression made upon their neighbors by the father's invincible push and high-handed ways. His daughter and son had been born to him in middle age. They had the reverence for the parent marked in the conduct of children who associate grey hairs with the venerable. With all her strong sense and self-assertion, Kate was proud of the fact that she was her father's daughter. It was a distinction to bear his name. His solidity, his masterful will, his well-defined, if narrow, convictions, were to her the sanctities one is apt to associate with lineage or magistracy. Wesley, though less impressionable than his sister, shared these secret devotions to the parents' parts, and bowed before his father's behests, in the filial reverence of the sons of the patriarchs. When Alicia Boone denounced the outbreak of John Brown at Harper's Ferry as more criminal than Aaron Burr's treason, his children made his prepossessions their own. When, 3 years later, the father proudly eulogized the uprising he had so luridly condemned, his children saw no tergiversation in the swift conversion. When to this full measure of lay perfection the complexion of Levite godliness was superadded by election to the deaconate in the Baptist Church, it will readily be seen that 2 young people, in whom the hard worldliness of wealth and easy conditions had not bred home agnosticism, were material for all the credulities of parent worship. Kate, a year older than Wesley, soon encountered the influences which gave the first shock to her faith and gradually tinctured her sentiments with a clearer insight into her father's character. Oddly enough, it was through the rival house this came. Olympia, a sort of able git in the social hierarchy of the village, had been thrown much with Kate, and was greatly amused with her point of view in many of the snarls arising in a provincial society. The intimacy had been begun in the New York school, where both had been in the same classes, and, though the families saw nothing of each other, the girls did. Kate was soon led to see that the Spraggs had none of the patrician pretension her father attributed to them. Jack, too, had made much of her, and seemed to delight in her sharp retorts to the inanities of would-be wits. The episode in Elisha Boone's life, that all his success, wealth, and after exemplary conduct had not condoned in the village mind, was his handiwork in the ruin of Richard Paley. I set this down with something of the delight Carlyle expresses when in the rubbish of history he found, among the shams called kings and nobles, anything like a man. It is worth the noting, this trait of Acredale, at a time when riches and success are looked upon as condoning every breach of the Decalogue. Just how the intimacy between the two men came about was not known. It, however, was known that when Boone first came to Acredale he had been helped in his affairs by Dick Paley's lavish means. In a few years Boone was the patron and Paley the client. As Boone grew rich Paley grew poor, until finally all was gone. Then the fairest lands of the Paley inheritance passed to Boone. It was the fireside history of the whole Caribbee Valley that the rich contractor had encouraged the ruined gentleman in the excesses that ended the profligate's career, that the two men had staked large sums at play in Bucephalon, and that inability to meet his losses to Boone had caused Dick Paley's flight. He had been seen by one of the village people a year or two before the war in Richmond, and had been heard of in California later, but no word had ever reached his family, not even when his wife died, 2 years after his exile. There were those who said that Boone was in correspondence with his victim, and it was known that drafts, made by Dick Paley, had been paid by Boone at the bank in Worcester. Between Boone and the Paley ladies, whose house was separated from Acre Villa by a wide lawn and hedge, there had always been the tacit enmity that wrong on one side and meek unreproach on the other breeds. The rancour that manifested itself in Boone's treatment of the Misses Paley was not imitated by them. They never alluded to their affluent neighbor, never suffered gossip concerning the Boones in what Olympia humorously called the Orphic ad item, the tabby shop, as Wesley named the Paley parlors. Young Dick, however, had none of the scruples that kept his aunts silent. One dreadful day, when he had been nagged to fisticuffs with Wesley, whose dudish dignity exacted a certain restraint with the hot-headed youngster, Elisha Boone, behind the thick hedge, heard on the highway outside his grounds this outrageous anathema: "You're no more than a thief, where's Boone? Your father stole all he's got. Some day I'll make him give it back, or send him to jail, where he ought to be now." Schoolboy though the railer was, Boone staggered against the hedge. The words brought a dreadful flush and then a livid pallor to the miserable parent's cheek. He dared not trust himself to speak then. Nor was the antipathy the outbreak caused mitigated by the savage thrashing that Wesley, throwing aside his dignity, proceeded to administer to the unbridled accuser. After that, by the father's sternest command, neither of his children was to return the courteous salutation the Paley ladies had never ceased to bestow in meeting the Boones walking or in company. Now, Dick was the kind of boy that those who know boy nature would call adorable. To the Philistine, without humor or sympathy, I'm afraid he was a very bad boy. He was until late in his teens painfully shy with grown people and strangers, even under the eyes of his aunts and with youths of his own age, diffident to awkwardness. He had the face of a well-fed cherub and the gentle, dreamy, and wistful eye of a girl in love. With his elders he had the halting, confused speech of a new boy in a big school. But in the woods or on the playground he was the merriest, most daring, and winningly obstreperous lad that ever filled 3 maiden aunts with terror and delight. Chapter V. A Napoleonic Epigram. For weeks the regiment expected every day the order to march. The guns had been distributed and all their fascinating secrets mastered. In evolution and manual the men regarded themselves as quite equal to the regulars. The strict orders forbidding absence overnight were hardly needed, as no one ventured far, fearing that the regiment would be whirled away to Washington during the night. Had the men been older or more experienced in war, the weeks of waiting would have been delightful rather than dreary. The regiment was the object of universal interest in the town. Baseball and the alluring outdoor pastimes that now divert the dawdlers of cities were unknown. Hence the campground of the Caribs was the matinee, ball match, tennis, boating, all in one of the idle afternoon world of Worcester. At parade and battalion drill the scene was like the race ground on gala days. All the fine equipages of the town drew up in the roads and lanes flanking the camp, where with leveled glasses the mothers, sisters, and sweethearts watched the columns as they skirmished, formed squares, or passed the defile quite sure that the rebels would fly in confusion before such surprising maneuvers. This daily audience stimulated such a fierce rivalry among the companies that the men turned out at all hours of the day to drill and practice in squads, rather than loiter about the camp. One day great news aroused the camp. The governor was to review the regiment and send it to the front. All Worcester poured out to the Holly Hills, and when at 5 o'clock the companies filed out on the shining green there was such a cheer that the men felt repaid for the tiresome wait of months. The civic commander-in-chief watched the movements with affable scrutiny, surrounded by a profusely uniformed staff, to whom he expressed the most politic approval. He was heard to remark that no such soldiers had been seen on this continent since Scott had marched to Lundy's Lane. There was a throb of passionate joy in the ranks when this eulogium reached the men, for the words were hardly spoken when they were known in every company by that mysterious telegraphy which makes the human body a conductor swift as an electric wire among large masses of men. Nor were the words less relished that the eulogist was as ignorant of military excellence as a Malay of the uses of a patent mower. The men, it was easy to see, were much more efficient in movement than the officers in handling them. Colonel Oswald had wasted weeks in the study of the occult evolutions of the battalion. They were still a maddening mystery to him that fatal day. For 6 weeks his dreams had been haunted by airy battalions filing over impossible defiles. The commands he gave that day would have thrown the companies into hopeless confusion had the junior officers not boldly substituted the right ones for the colonel's blunders. This, however, passed unnoted, for the crowds, and even the men, were not the sharp critics they afterward became when mistakes by an incompetent officer were saluted by shouts of ridicule, and the men contemptuously disregarded them. When Colonel Oswald ordered them to present arms from a place rest, there was more perplexity than merriment, and the admiring crowd saw nothing peculiar in one company snatching up bayonets to present while others remained perfectly still. Jack, to whom the manual was a very sacred thing, broke into fierce ridicule of the commander, declaring that he was better fitted for sutler than colonel. When the savage speech was reported to headquarters, that young fellows' prospects for the straps, never the best, were by no means improved. The review brought bitter disappointment to the regiment. The Inspector General, who was present, informed the colonel that no more than 1,000 men could be accepted in one body, that 500 of the Caribs would have to be divided among other troops in the state. The order aroused wild excitement. Half the men looked upon the edict as a scheme to give the politicians more places for their feudatories. Indeed, though that was not the origin of the order, that was the use made of it. Some of the junior officers, who disliked Oswald and distrusted his capacity to command, drew out very willingly, and of course carried many of their men with them. But in the end the matter had to be decided by lot. Now this chance threw Wesley Boone out, and there was great rejoicing in the Acredale group, who hoped that this stroke of luck would make place for their favorite, Jack Sprague. But, to everybody's astonishment, a day or two after the event, Wesley resumed his place in Company K, and gave out that it was by order of the governor. Jack was urged by the major of the regiment, who had gone with the 500, to cast his fortunes with the new body, promising a speedy lieutenancy. But Jack would not desert the Caribs. All of Company K, and many in the others, had enlisted on his word, and he could not in honor leave them. The opposition journals had from the first denounced the division of the Caribs as a trick of the partisans, and, sure enough, the men were given to understand that there would be no move to Washington until after the election, then pending. This was a municipal contest, and the administration party made good use of the incipient soldiery to obtain a majority in the town. Promotion was quite openly held out as a reward for those who could influence most votes for the administration candidates. At night the various companies were sent into the city to take part in the political propaganda, to march in processions or occupy conspicuous places at the party meetings. The private soldiers were almost to a man Democrats, but the chance to escape the long and irksome evenings of the camp and join the frolic and adventure of the street made most of them willing enough to play the part of claque or figurants. Jack, of course, refused to take part in these scenic rallies, making known his sentiments in vehement disdain. He detested Oswald, who had quit his party, not on a question of principle, but merely for place, and Jack did not spare him in his satirical allusions to the new uses invented for the military. A still more trying injustice befell the luckless Jack. For a long time he had, as senior, acted as orderly sergeant of Company K. This officer is virtually the executive functionary in the company. It is his place to form the men in rank, make out details, and prepare everything for the captain. The orderly sergeant is to the company what the adjutant is to the regiment. He carries a musket and marches with the ranks, but in responsibility is not inferior to an officer. One evening when it was known that orders had come for the regiment to march, Jack, having formed the company for parade, received a paper from the captain's orderly to read. He opened it without suspicion, and, among other changes in the corps, read, Thomas Trask to be first sergeant of Company K, and he will be obeyed and respected accordingly. Jack read the monstrous wrong without a tremor. The men flung down their arms and broke into a fierce clamor of rage and grief. Many of them were Jack's classmates. These swarmed about him. One, assuming the part of spokesman, cried out, "It's an infamous outrage. They cheated you out of your captaincy, they have put every slight they could upon you. But we have some rights. We won't stand this. There are 30 of your classmates who will do whatever you say to show these people that they can't act like this." There were mutiny and desperation in the air. It needed but a spark to destroy the usefulness of the company. But, as is often the case with impetuous, hot-headed spirits, Jack cooled as his friends grew hot. He was the more patient that the injustice was his injury alone. He remained in his place at the right of the company, and confronted the rebellious group with amazing self-control. Then loud above the murmuring his voice rang out, "Company, attention! Fall in, fall in! Any man out of the ranks will be sent to the guardhouse. 8 dress, steady on the left." Many a time afterward these angry mutineers heard that sonorous, clear, boyish treble in stern and determined command, but they never heard it signalize a more heroic temper than at that moment, when, himself deeply wronged, he forced them to go back in the ranks to receive the interloper. They dressed up sullenly as Jack called the roll for the last time, and received Trask, the new orderly, at a present which, though not in the tactics, Jack exacted as a penitence for the momentary revolt. Poor Trask looked very unhappy indeed as his displaced rival stepped back to the rear and left the new orderly to march the company out from the narrow way to take its place in the parade. It was easy to see that he would have been very glad to postpone or evade his new honors, on any pretext, for the time. He was so confused that Jack, from the flank, was obliged to repeat the few commands needed to get the company to the field. Fortunately for the efficiency of the raw army, as this public discontent reached its most acute stage, orders came to march the troops to Washington. The Caribs were the first body of soldiers sent from Worcester, and there was a memorable scene when the jaunty ranks filed through the streets to the station. By the time the men reached the train, they discovered that they could never make war laden down as they were by knapsacks filled with the preposterous impediment of feminine foresight had provided. The men's backs bulged out with such a pack of supplies that when the regiment halted, each man was forced to kneel and let a comrade take off or put on his knapsack. And then the march through the streets, every man known to scores in the throng. The brisk, high-stepping drum corps rat-a-tatting at intervals, then tempests of cheers, flashing banners and patriotic symbols at every window, tears, laughter, humorous cries, jokes, sobbing outbreaks. The whole city was in march as the Caribs reached the thronged main thoroughfare. Ready hands relieved the soldiers of their burden as the line filed in sight of the governor, who had come to speed the parting braves. Lads and lasses made merry with the elated warriors. The muskets were turned into bouquet holders, and the first move toward real war took on the air of a floral feat. There were popping corks and sounds of convivial revelry that made the scene anything but warlike. Jack, in a cluster of his town cronies, caught sight of his mother at one of the windows of the Parthenon Hotel. He wafted her a joyous kiss, pretending not to see the tears falling down her cheeks. Olympia was not apparently very deeply affected. She made her way through the crowd to her brother's side, and with an air of the liveliest interest demanded, "Jack, what have you in your knapsack? Let me see. Oh Polly, it's such a job to close it. What do you want? It is harder to manage than a Saratoga trunk. I can't really stuff another pin or needle in, so pray keep what you have for my furlough." "No, I am not going to put anything in." She bent over while Barney Moore, one of Jack's Acredale comrades, gallantly loosed the straps. She searched carefully through the divers' articles, taking everything out, Jack looking on ruefully while his companions gathered about in vague curiosity. When she had removed and restored everything, she arose, saying, "I feel easier now. I merely looked to see if that Marshall's baton I have heard so much about was there. I shall feel easy in my mind now, because a baton in your baggage would have made you too adventurous." There was a great shout of laughter as the fun of the incident flashed upon the listeners, many of whom had heard the ingenuous Jack often in other days sighing for war, and the chance that Napoleon said every man had of finding a marshal's baton in his knapsack. Jack bore the banter very equably, knowing that Olympia was rather striving to keep his spirits up and divert him from the tears in his mother's eyes than indulge her own humor. Indeed, most of the gaiety at this moment was contributed by those whose hearts were heaviest. The consecrated priesthood of patriotism must see no weakness in those left behind. The only son, now brought face to face with the meaning and consequence of his rashly seized chance for glory, must not be reminded that perhaps a grave lay beyond the thin veil of the near future, must not be reminded that heavy hearts and dim eyes were left behind, feeding day by day, hour by hour, on terror and dread, unsupported by the changing scenes, the wild excitement, and the joyous vicissitudes of the soldier's life, It was a cruel comedy acted every day between 1861 and 1865. They laughed who were not gay, and they seemed indifferent who were fainting with despair. The courage of battle is mere brutish insensibility compared with the abnegation of the million mothers who gave their boys to the bestial maw of war. The harrowing ceremonial of parting is ended. The train moves slowly out of the station, and a murmur of sobs and cheers echoes until it is far beyond the easternmost limits of the city. After a journey of 2 days and a night, the train reached Philadelphia. Jack was all eyes and ears for the spectacle the country presented. In every station through which the regiment passed, crowds welcomed the bluecoats. Women fed them, or those who seemed in need, thinking, perhaps, of their own distant darlings receiving like tenderness from the stranger. In Philadelphia, the regiment marched across the city to resume its journey. It was a cold spring night, and the regimental quartermaster and commissary had made no provision for the men. Indeed, as the observant Jack afterward learned, it was part of the plan of the groups that first began to create great fortunes during the war to make the soldiers pay for their rations en route to the seat of war, or depend upon the charity of citizens along the railway lines. The government paid for the supplies just the same, while the money went into the pockets of contractors and quartermasters. After a weary tramp through what seemed to the soldiers the biggest city in the world, the regiment, with blistered feet, hungry and cross, were halted before a long, low wooden building, through whose rough glass windows cheerful lights could be seen. A rumor spread that they were to have a hot supper, and, sure enough, they were marched in, dividing on each side of 4 long tables that stretched into spectral distance, in the feeble glimmer of the oil lamps hanging from the ceiling. Most of the men in Jack's company, at least, were gently nurtured, but the steaming oysters, cold beef, and generous chunks of bread, filled their eyes with a magnificence and their stomachs with a gentle repletion no banquet before or after ever equaled. The feast was set in the same place during 4 years, by the Sanitary Society, I think, but the memory of that homely board, plenteously spread, is in the mind of many a veteran who faced warward during the conflict. Chapter 6. On the Potomac. The next morning, when the men debarked to march through Baltimore, everyone was on the qui-vive to fasten in his memory the scene of the shameful attack upon the soldiers of Massachusetts on the 19th of April. But, as the line marched proudly down Pratt Street, there were no signs of the hostile spirit that made Baltimore a center of doubt and suspicion in the North for many a day afterward. It was, however, when the train dashed out from among the hills to the northwest of the sheet of water behind the Capitol that the Caribs glued their eyes to the panes in awe not unmingled with delight. No American will ever look upon that imperial dome again with the sensations that filled the breasts of those who first saw its rounded outlines in the war epoch. What the Ark of the Covenant was to the armies that marched in the wilderness, or the cross of St. Peter to the pilgrims approaching Rome, that the great dome, towering cloud-ward in the perpetual blue, was to the wondering eye of the soldier as his glance first fell upon it, that it was for months, yes, ever after, on the plains of Arlington and in the deadly exhalations of the Chickahominy. Everyone looked anxiously to see signs of war. Indeed, since leaving Baltimore, there was a delicious feeling of suspense, as the train shot over embankments or skirted the deep pine woods. Perhaps an adventurous rebel vanguard might attack them. Perhaps they might have the glory of fighting their way to the beleaguered capital. Perhaps Father Abraham might come out and smile benignantly at them for a brave deed well done. Faces flushed and eyes sparkled in the delightful anticipation, and some of the ardent spirits, more eager than the others, loaded their muskets to be ready. But, beyond the federal picket post at the stations, no sign of war was soon, nor much sign of hostilities, such as the vivid fancies of the raw young warriors conjured. But now the train was at rest, and the officers, who had not been seen during the journey, turned out in resplendent plumery. The station, in those days a tumble-down barrack, was already crowded with soldiery. The Caribs were lined along the track, the officers so bewildered by the confusion that it was by a miracle some of the groups of moving men were not run over by the backing engines. After an interminable delay, the band set up "We're Coming Down to Washington to Fight for Abraham's Daughter," and with exuberant joy 1,000 pairs of legs kept brisk step and elastic movement to the inspiriting strain. Now the longing eyes see the circumstance and even some of the pomp of war. The regiment debouches into Pennsylvania Avenue, under the very shadow of the Capitol, which looks sadly shabby and disproportioned to the eyes that had an hour or two before opened in such admiration at the first view. But there is no time for architectural criticism. They are moving down the avenue toward the White House, toward the home of that patient, kindly, sorely-tried ruler, the Democritus of his grisly epoch. The Caribs excite none of the sensation here they have been accustomed to. The streets are not crowded, and the few civilians passing hardly turn their heads. Mounted orderlies dash hurriedly, with hideous clatter of saber and equipments, across the line of march, through the very regiment's ranks, answering with a disdainful oath or mocking jibe when an outraged shoulder-strap raised a remonstrating voice. At 14th Street the Caribs were halted until the colonel could take his bearings from headquarters, just around the corner. The wide sidewalks were dense with bestarred and epauletted personages in various keys of discussion. Jack and his crony, Barney Moore, studied the scene in wonder. Their company was halted exactly at the corner of 14th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, and the two were standing at Willard's corner. "I wonder if the president just stands and throws the stars down from that balcony," Jack said, as the crowd of brigadiers thickened before the hotel door. "What on earth are they all doing here?" "Oh, they come to make requisition on General Bacchus. He's the Commissary General of the Brigadiers, don't you know?" Barney said, innocently. "General Bacchus? Barney, you're crazy. There's no such officer in the army. I know all the names. You mean General Banks, don't you?" "Oh, no, I'm not mistaken. General Bacchus has been selected to deal out the esprit de corps." "L'esprit de corps? Barney, you're certainly tipsy. I'm ashamed of you. Yes, the spirit of that corps, as you can tell from the whiffs that come this way, is the whiskey bottle. Bacchus presides over that spirit. One would think you'd never read an eclogue of Virgil, you're duller than a doctor of divinity's after-dinner speech. A tutor's joke is the utmost wit you ought to bear. And so you call that a joke? Well, it isn't a cough, a song, an oath, or anything old Oswald would say, so it must be a joke. Well, in that sense it may pass, like a tipsy soldier without the countersign. Oh, come now, Jack, these stars are really dazzling you. Not but I'll make you see some that will dazzle you, if you don't treat your superior more respectfully. Oh, the punch you think of giving me wouldn't solve this star problem, it requires to be made in the the Milky Way. But Barney's astral jokes were brought to a period by the sharp note of the bugle, as Colonel Oswald, very important under the eye of so many bigwigs, magnificently ordered the march. The regiment passed up the steep hill, out 14th Street, then a red clay thoroughfare of sticky mire with only here and there a Negro's shanty where the palaces of the rich rise today. The men learned something of their future enemy, Virginia Mud, as they climbed the Red Gorge and debouched on Meridian Hill, where, presently, an aide-de-camp marked the ground assigned the regiment, and the real life of the soldier began. How tame to tell, but how imperial the hour when these 1,000 lads first went on guard. Yes, the fact was now before them. They were no longer segregated atoms, inert, ineffective, eccentric. They were part of that mighty bulwark of blood and iron that stood between law and rebellion, between the nation's heart and the assassin dagger of disunion. How proud and glad and manly they felt, these bright-eyed boys, for boys they mostly were. Not 100 in the regiment had seen their 25th year. One razor would have been ample for the beards of the whole battalion. And oh, the nameless, the intoxicating sense of solidarity as they swept the vast reach of hillsides, and saw the white tents in brooding immensity on either hand. Yes, yonder, far across the wondrous belt of water, touching loyalty and rebellion in its mighty rush seaward, they could distinguish the cities of canvas on the distant Virginia shore. It makes a fellow feel as Godfrey's hosts felt when they came in sight of the Bosporus, and the hordes of the Saracens on the plains of the Hellespont. Jack said, exultingly, as Barney stood on a pile of camp equipages above him, surveying the quickening spectacle. I don't know how Godfrey's fellows felt, Jack, but it do make a man feel kinder able to do something with so many nearby to lend a hand. But, stars and garters! What a head it must take to manage all these. Fair and square, now, Jack, you feel the fires of military genius in your big head. Do you think that you could disentangle this enormous coil, put each corps, division, and regiment, in its proper place, at a day's notice? Oh, I couldn't perhaps do it just today, but give me time. Yes, I'll give you to the age of Methuselah, and then if you can manage it I shall not lose faith in you. Come, men, the tents must be up before dark. Sergeant Sprague, Your squad has 5 tents for its detail. You'll find axes and tools at the quartermaster's wagon on the hill yonder." It was the captain who spoke, and, an instant later, the plot of ground, perhaps an acre and a half in area, was a scene of rollicking labor. Each company had a street, the tents, calculated to hold 4 each, but the number varied, going up often as high as 6, faced each other, leaving room enough for the company to march in column or in line between the white walls. As the regiment would be presumably some time on the ground, the canvas tents rested on the top of a palisade of logs cut in the neighboring woods. These were 5 feet or more in length, and when driven into the ground afoot, and banked by the sticky clay, served excellently as walls upon which to rest the A-tents. 2 berths, sometimes 4, were fastened laterally on these walls. Frames running up to the center of the A held the guns, while lines stretched across from above served as wardrobes for such garments as could be hung up. All this maneuvering for space in such close quarters was great fun for lads accustomed to roomy houses, and careless, almost to slovenliness, in the matter of keeping things in place. Absurd as these details may seem, they were all parts, and very important parts, in the life and training of that mighty host that carried the destiny of the country in its discipline during 4 years. There was rigid inspection of quarters every Sunday morning, and during the week the non-commissioned officers were expected to see that cleanliness was not intermitted. The company street was policed every morning after breakfast, swept and garnished, that is, with the care of a Dutch housewife. Order is the first law of the soldier as well as of heaven, and many a careless lad brought from his 4 years' drill method and painstaking that made him of more value to himself and his neighbors. Personal traits, too, could be divined in these toy-like interiors. The regulations prescribed the arrangement of the bunks, blankets folded, knapsacks laid at the head of the bed, accoutrements burnished until, at first sight, the 4 guns in the rack seemed to be a mirror for the orderly spirit of this thrifty grot. The shining plates, cups, and spoons would have done no discredit to the most energetic housewife, as they hung from pegs either above the bunks or along the wall. If running water were not accessible, every tent had a tin basin for the morning ablution, each soldier taking turn good-humoredly. The household duties were scrupulously observed, each man assuming his role in the complicated menage. It was fully a week before the Caribs were installed ready for Sunday inspection, as no exigency was permitted to interfere with morning and afternoon drill, guard mount, and parade. Battalion and brigade drill, too, were new diversions for the Caribs, as now, camped near other troops, these more complicated movements were part of the regiment's allotted duty. After they were sufficiently trained in this, they were to take part in a grand review by the General-in-Chief, when the President, the Secretary of War, and all the great folks in Washington rode out to witness the spectacle. There was no time for dullness. Every hour had its duty, and these soon became second nature to the zealous young warriors. Such rivalry to best master the manual, to hold the most soldierly stature in the ranks, to detect the drill sergeant when, to test their attention, he gave a false command. And then the coronal joy of a reward of merit for efficiency and alertness on guard. The rapture the bit of paper brought, and the exultation with which the hero thus signalized went off to town for the day, wandered through the waste of streets, stood before Willard's and admired in awe and wonder the indolent groups from whose shoulders gleamed one and sometimes two stars. One day Jack and Barney, walking in 15th Street, saw a stout man, with no insignia to indicate rank or station, coming out of the headquarters hurriedly. He walked to the edge of the pavement, and, looking up and down, seemed disconcerted. Noticing the two lads, he came to where Jack was standing in a preoccupied way, and the two saluted decorously. He returned the salute and asked, "Sergeant, are you on duty?" "No, sir, I'm on leave for the day." "Ah, good, my orderly was here a moment ago, but I don't see him anywhere. Would you mind taking this telegram to the War Department, through the park yonder?" He gave Jack an envelope and hurried back into the building as the two lads started with alacrity across the street. "I've seen that chap before, somewhere," Barney said, panting with the rapid pace. "He's a staff officer, I suppose, not very high rank, for he only had a blouse on. General officers always wear double-button frocks even if they don't carry the insignia." The War Department was easy of access, an old building not unlike Jack's own home in Acredale. He asked the sentry at the door where his envelope was to be delivered. The man looked at it, pointed to a closed door, and Jack, receiving no response to his knock, entered. 3 men were in the room. One was seated at a vast desk with papers, maps, dispatches, and books piled in disheartening confusion, within reach of his hand. Behind him a young captain in uniform sat writing. But the figure that fixed Jack's reverential attention was half sprawling, half lying over the heaped-up impediments of the big desk. The young soldier caught sight of the serious, sad face, the wistful humorous eyes, and he knew, with a thrill through all his body and an adoring throb in his breast, that it was the President, hapless heritor of generations of disjointed time. All thought of his errand, all thought of place and person, faded as he realized this presence. How long he would have remained in this mute adoration there is no telling. The restless, keen eyes looked up sharply and a dissonant, imperious, repellent voice jerked out, "Well, my man, what is it?" Without a word Jack handed him the envelope, and with a sort of reverence to the tall figure whose face was turned kindly toward him he backed to the door. "Oh Barney, I've seen the President." "Seen the President?" "No." "Oh. Why could not I have gone in with you?" "It's always my luck." "No, it was my luck. But take heart. He will come out pretty soon, and we'll loaf about here. Perhaps we can see him as he goes back to the White House yonder." But though they waited far into the afternoon, forgetting their dinner in the impulse of homage, they did not catch sight of the well-known figure, for the President's way to the Secretary's room was a private one, and when he went away the boys of course could not see him. But Jack's good fortune was the talk of the regiment for many a day, and for months when the fellows of the Caribee got leave they lingered expectantly about the modest headquarters, hoping that a missing orderly might bring them Jack Sprague's proud distinction of seeing the President face to face. On the Grand Review, a few days later, Jack and his crony were reminded of the encounter at headquarters, for the man who had given the envelope to carry to the War Office was riding a splendid horse next to the President. 2 stars glittered on his shoulder now, and as he answered the cheers that saluted the group, the young men saw that it was General McDowell, the commander of the forces. The President rode along the lines, with a kindly wistfulness in the honest eyes that studied with no superficial glance the long line of shouting soldiery. He was not an imposing figure in the sense of cavalier bravery, but no man that watched as he moved in the glittering group, conspicuous by his sombre black and high hat, ever forgot the melancholy, rapt regard he gave the ranks, as at an easy canter he passed the fronts of the squares or sat solemnly at the march past that concluded the review. Chapter 7. The Step That Costs. What between the doings of the camp and the daily visit to Washington, soldiering grew into an enchanting existence for the young warriors of the Caribee. Their quarters were on the high plateaus north and west of the city, which were in those days shaded slopes, that made suburban Washington a vale of temp. In the streets they saw bedizened officers, from commanders of armies down to presidential orderlies. In the Senate and House they heard the voices of men afterward potent in public councils. What an exuberant, vagrant life it was! The blood warms and the nerves tingle after the tensions and heats of a quarter of a century as those days of sublime vagabondage come back. The melodious morning calls that waked the sleepy, lusty young bodies, the echoing bugle and the abrupt drum. And then the roll call, in the misty morning when the sun, blear and very red, rose as if blushing, or apoplectic after the night's caress. It was an army of poets, of Homers, that began the never monotonous routine of these memorable days, for the incense of national sympathy came faint but intoxicating to the soldiers' nostrils in the visits of great statesmen, the picnics of civilians, the copious descriptive letters of correspondents and the daily scrawls from faraway valleys, where fond eyes watched the sun rise, noted the stars, to mark the special duties their darlings were doing in the watches of the night. And then the mad music of cheers when the news came that the young McClellan in West Virginia had scattered the adventurous columns of Lee, capturing guns, men, and arms, and forever saving the great Kanawha country to the Union. And in Kentucky the rebels had been outmaneuvered, while in Missouri the glorious Leon and the crafty Blair had, one in the cabinet, the other in the camp, routed the secret, black, and Janus-like rabble of treason and anarchy. To feel that he was part of all this, that, at rest in the iron ring girdling the Capitol, he was might in leash, that tomorrow he would be vengeance let loose, this was the sustaining, exulting thought that made the volunteer the best of soldiers. His heart was all in the glorious ardor for action. Night and morning he looked proudly at the sacred ensign waving lightly in the summer breeze, and he remembered that the eyes of Washington had rested on the same standard at Valley Forge, that the sullen battalions of Cornwallis had saluted it at Yorktown. It was a beautiful ardor that filled the young hosts that waited in leash on the green hills of the Potomac those months of turmoil, when Scott and McDowell were straining the crude machinery of war to get ready for the vital lunge. Jack and his Acredale squad, as the college fellows were called, lived in a perpetual dream, from which the hard realities of drill, now 6 hours a day, could not waken them. In days of release they scoured the Maryland hills, secretly hoping that an adventurous rebel picket might appear and give them occasion to return to camp decked with preluding laurels. Mile after mile of the charming woodland country they scoured, their hearts beating at the appearance of any animate thing that for a brief, intoxicating moment they could conjure into a rebel advance post. But, beyond wan and reticent yokels, engaged in the primitive husbandry of this slave section, they never encountered anyone that could be counted overt enemies of the cause. Money was plenty among these excursive groups, and they were welcomed in Company K with effusive outbreaks by their less restive comrades. As July wore on, the signs of movement grew. Regiments were moved away mysteriously, and soon the Caribs were almost alone on Meridian Hill. Jack was filled with dire fears that the commanding officer, having discovered the incompetency of Oswald, feared to take the Caribs to the front. Something of the rumor spread through the regiment, and if, as reputed, Old Sauerkraut, this was the name he got behind his back, had spies in all the companies, the adage about listeners was abundantly confirmed. In the secrecy of Jack's tent, however, the subject was freely discussed. Nick Marsh, the poet of the class, as became the mystic tendencies of his tribe, was for poisoning the detested Pomeranian. Oswald was a compatriot of Bismarck, often boasting, as the then slowly emerging statesman became more widely known, that he lived in his near neighborhood. Marsh's suggestion fell upon fruitful perceptions. Bernard Moore, Barney, for short, was to be a physician, and had already passed an apprenticeship in a pharmacy, coincident with his college term in Jack's class. By the powers of mud and blood, Nick, dear, I have it. Have what, Barney, me by? Nick asked, mimicking Barney's quaintly displaced vowels. Why, the way to get rid of old Schnapps and Blitzen, more power to me. All the power you want, if you'll only do that, and your voice will be as sweet as the harp that once in Tara's halls, never want the harp, Sassenach, here's what we can do. Tim Hussey is Oswald's orderly, he and I are good friends. I know a preparation that will turn the sauerkraut and sausages, that Oswald eats so much of, into diluted fire and brimstone, warranted to keep him on the broad of his back for 10 days or a fortnight. Will ye all swear secrecy? We will. We will. On what? On the double crown on your head, Jack answered, solemnly, which you have often told us was considered a sign that an angel had touched you. I'm sure nothing could be more solemn than that. It isn't every fellow that can get an angel to touch the top of his head. No, most fellows can consider themselves lucky if an angel touches their lips, or heart, Barney cried, naively. Well, never mind that sort of angel now, Barney Nick said, pettishly. I notice that you always bring up with something about the girls, no matter what the subject we set off on. It's the jalop, isn't that what it's called, we want to hear about. There isn't enough poetry or sentiment in the two o' ye to fill a wind-blown buttercup. No wonder ye don't care to talk of the girls, they'll have none of ye. We'll be satisfied if they'll have you, Barney. I'm sure that's magnanimous. But if your jalop takes as much time in working old schnapps as you take in explaining it, the war will be over, and we shall have seen none of it. It's too great a conception to be hastily set forth. Give me time. I'll lay a guinea that Oswald goes to the hospital before this day week. Let us see. This is the 14th, before the 20th, and Barney gave the barrel of his gun, near him, a furtive wipe with his coat sleeve. Barney, if you'll do that, I'll gather every four-leaved clover between here and Richmond to give you, and, what's more, if I die I'll leave you my bones to operate. Ah, Nick, dear, I'd rather have your little finger living than all the possessions of your father's bank. If you were dead, and honest Barney seized the poet's hand sentimentally. Come, come, fellows, what sort of soldiering do you call this? You remind me of two schoolgirls, Jack remonstrated, as in duty bound to keep up the warrior spirit. Your acquaintances among females being chiefly of the silly sort, it's no wonder we remind you of the only things you can look back on without blushing, Barney retorted, and a neighbor poking his head in the door to learn the cause of the hilarity, the conspirators sallied out for a jaunt until parade time. Now, what means Barney employed, or whether he had any handiwork in what befell, it does not fall to me to say, but this is what happened. A market hawker came into camp the next morning and went straight to the big marquee tent where Colonel Oswald stood, in all the bravery of a new broadcloth uniform with spreading eagles on the shoulders. The savory fumes of hot sauerkraut aroused the warrior from his reveries, and he asked, in vociferous delight, was haben Sie Kolen, nicht wahr, sauerkraut, das ist aber schon. Yes, mein Colonel, I have cabbage und sauerkraut und, looking about circumspectly, it was Schnaps aus Antwerpen gebracht. The colonel's eyes glistened and he made a motion for the vendor to go to the rear of the marquee. Passing through from the front, he met him at the rear, and the bargain was hastily concluded, Marsh secreting 3 portly bottles in his chest, and turning the edibles over to Hussey to store in the larder. There had been a good deal of uneasiness in camp over rumors of cholera, yellow fever, and other dismal epidemics. When, therefore, the evening after the colonel's purchase the regimental surgeon was summoned in alarm, it was instantly believed in the regiment that old sauerkraut was stricken with cholera. He at first suffered hideous pains in the stomachic regions. This was followed by a raging thirst, and, unknown to the physician, the 3 bottles of schnapps were quite emptied. On the 4th day the poor man, very woebegone, but now suffering no pain, was carried to the hospital, and the next day, as the campaign was about to begin, he was sent north, to leave room near the field for those who should be wounded in the coming engagement. Company K was drilling on the wide plateau between the camp and the highway when the ambulance bearing the afflicted officer came slowly over the road worn through the green sward. Hussey sat solemnly on the seat with the driver, and as the vehicle reached the company, standing at rest, Barney Moore in the rear rank spoke up, "Tim, is the poor colonel no better?" "Devil a better, it's worse he's entirely. God be good till him." Neither Jack nor Nick Marsh dared trust himself to meet the other's eyes as the helpless chief disappeared down the hillside, while Barney entered into an exhaustive treatise on the symptoms of cholera and the liability of the most robust to meet sudden disaster in this malarious upland, circumvallated by ages of decaying matter in the damp swamps on every hand. But when, an hour later, Company K's whole street was aroused by peal on peal of Abderian laughter, Jack and Nick were found helpless in their bunks, and Barney was engaged in presenting a potion to settle their collapsed nerves. "Well, haven't I won the guinea, now? It cost me just twice that. If ye's have a spark of honor ye'll pay your just dues, so ye will," Barney said, in the evening, returning from parade, where Lieutenant Colonel Grandison officiated as commander, to the unconcealed delight of all but the Oswald parasites among the officers. "Don't say a word, Barney, to whom the medicos of mythology and all the wizards of antique story are clowns and mountebanks. You shall have the guinea or its equivalent. 21 shillings gold, bear in mind. Your father's a banker, ye ought to know that." "I do." "You shall have the 21 shillings in the shin plasters of the Republic." The colonel had been routed none too soon. The very next morning, when the Caribs fell in for roll call, the orderly received a paper from the commander's orderly which read, "Tents to be struck at 12 o'clock and the men ready to march, with 10 days' rations." At last, all the future, glowing with heroism, exciting with the march, the attack, the battle, what after? With something of joy and regret the comely tents, that had given them home and harbor, were taken down, folded in precise line, and carried away for storage, for in the field the ranks were to bivouac in the open air. Such gaiety, such jokes, such bravado, and augury of the to-be. And the rumors. Telephones, had they been invented, stenographers, had they been present in legion, could not have kept track of the momentous tales that were instantly bruited about. General Scott was going to lead the army in person. His charger had been seen before the headquarters. The rebels were going to be swooped up by another such famous dash as the flank march from Vera Cruz to the Plateau of Mexico. Then came a numbing fear that Beauregard's bragging host had fled, and that the movement would turn out a tedious stern chase to Richmond. In the agony of all this Jack, returning from a detail to the quartermaster's tent, heard his name shouted where his tent had been. He hurried to the spot and Nick saluted him with the cry, "Here, Jack, are 2 recruits who declare they must enter Company K." His gun was on his arm and his knapsack on his back, but only the realization that a score of eyes were upon him saved Jack from dropping limply on the ground, as, looking in the group, he saw Dick Paley and Tom Twig grinning ingratiatingly at him. How in the name of all that's sacred did you get here?" he gasped. "Why, we enlisted for drummers in the Caribs, but the recruiting officer told us as we were 18 we could carry muskets if we wanted to. We do want to, and we're going to come into Company K." They looked him confidently in the face as Dick repeated this evidently long-practiced explanation. It would not do to take them to task before the company. Jack waited until the rest were scattered, and then, leading the boys aside, said, sternly, "Don't you know you can be put in prison for this? You have run away from your parents and guardians. No one had a lawful right to enlist you. I shall send for the provost marshal and have you put in prison until your parents can come and get your enlistment annulled." Appalled by Jack's stern manner as much as by his words, the two lads began to whimper and expostulate tearfully. They had trusted to his ancient friendship. They could have gone into any other regiment, but they had enlisted to be with him. Whatever happened, they were soldiers, and, if Tom Twig wasn't 18 until September, it was perfectly lawful for him to enlist as a drummer. Paley was 18 in April last, and he was a soldier in spite of all that Jack could do. Jack was deeply perplexed. What could be done? If he attempted to put the machinery of reclamation in order, the boys would be subjected to all sorts of vicissitudes, prisons, everything distressing and demoralizing to tender youth. "Do they know at home what you have done?" Jack asked, doubtingly. "Yes," Dick said, noting with boyish quickness the indecision in Jack's troubled face. "I sent a letter to Aunt Pliny, from New York, telling her we were soldiers, and that we were happy and well." "You impudent young scamp, to write that to your best friend. Don't you know it will kill her?" Dick had no answer for this, and looked perplexedly at Tom, who was lost in admiration of a neighboring group engaged in athletic exercises. He felt rather than heard the question put by the mentor, and observing Dick's discomfiture, stammered, "It didn't kill your mother when you went for a soldier, I guess." The astute young rascal had hit upon the weak place, and Jack stood in anxious doubt wondering what to do. An aide that he recognized from division headquarters rode past at the moment and Jack turned to watch him. He leaped from his horse at the colonel's tent. Jack again looked at the boys. They were lost in delight at the scene and oblivious of the debate going on in their guardian's mind. "Stay here till I come back," he said, authoritatively, and strode off to Grandison's tent. As he reached it, the Major, McGoyle, was entering, and Jack waited until that officer should come out. He came presently, and Colonel Grandison with him. Jack saluted, and stated his dilemma to the commander, who listened with amused interest. "I don't see that anything can be done now, Jack. I'm just about leaving the regiment. I have been assigned to General Tyler's staff during the campaign. McGoyle takes command of the regiment. He will need orderlies, and the boys can serve with him until we can get time to look into the business. I will settle the matter with him, and if you will write a telegram to the lad's family I will have it sent as I go to headquarters." Jack's relief and gratitude were best seen in the brightening eye and the more buoyant movement that succeeded the heaviness and agitation of his first impression. The boy's coming would weigh upon him every minute until he was in some sort relieved of even passive complicity. He would feel that the kind-hearted Pearls, as the aunts were often called, would look upon him as having led the truants into the army. But Grandison's interposition had shifted from him a weighty anxiety. The boys would not be left friendless and irresponsible in the turbulent streets of Washington. Nor would they, as orderlies, be in continuous or inextricable danger in battle. For whereas the soldier in the line must keep in ranks even when not in actual battle, with the enemy's missiles as destructive as in the charge or combat, the orderlies may take advantage of the inequalities of ground and natural objects. Jack explained something of this to the young Marlboroughs, and was fairly irritated at the crestfallen look that came into their eager, shining faces when they comprehended that they were not to be with their hero. "But you couldn't be in the company in any event. You look more like rebels than soldiers, with your grey jackets and trousers," for the boys still wore their Acredale uniform, an imitation of the West Point cadets' costume. "We shall be on the march in a few minutes, and there is only one of two things to be done. Remain here in the unassigned camp, where you may be transferred into any regiment in the service that needs recruits, or go, as Colonel Grandison has very kindly consented to have you, as orderlies or clerks." The very possibility of being sent into some unknown regiment was a terror so great that the other alternative became less odious to the boys, and they trotted after Jack, as he stalked moody and distracted to Major Mike McGoyle's tent, now the only habitable spot left where a few hours before a symmetrical little city had stood. "And so ye want to be soldiers, me foin be yes. Well, well, 'tis litter for your mother's knees ye are, with your rosy cheeks and curling locks. It's a poor place here for your bright eyes and soft hands, me lads, but I'm not the one to throw the dish after milk when it's spilt." He stroked the bared heads of the blushing lads, and, turning to their unhappy sponsor, he added with official brevity, "I will put Twiggs's son at me papers in the adjutant's office. Young Pearlie can remain with your company until I make out a detail for him." It was impossible for Jack to sustain the role of frowning displeasure as Dick skipped back with him to the company. He remembered his own delight 3 months before, even with the haunting thoughts of his mother's reproaches to dampen his ardor, and he was soon dazzling the neophyte with the wonders that were just about to begin. It was the afternoon of the 16th of July, and the hillsides, which the day before were covered with tents as far as the eye could see on every hand, were now blue with masses of men, while other masses had been passing on the red highways since early morning, taking the direction of the Potomac bridges. Chapter 8. An Army with Banners. It has always seemed to me that the life, the routine, the many small haps in the daily function of a soldier, which in sum made up to him all that there was in the devoir of death, ought to be read with interest by the millions whose kin were part of the Civil War, as well as by those who knew of it only as we know Napoleon's wars or Washington's. For my part, I would find a livelier pleasure in the diary of a common soldier, in any of the great wars, than I do in the confusing pamphlets, bound in volumes called history. I like to read of war as our Uncle Toby related it. I like to know what two observing eyes saw and the feelings that sometimes made the timidest heroes, sometimes cravens. For a month, yes, months, the burden of the press, the prayers of the North, had been on to Richmond. Jack, through Colonel Grandison, knew that General McDowell and the Commander-in-Chief, the venerable soldier Scott, had pleaded and protested against a move until the new levies under the 3 months' call could be drilled and disciplined. But on the 4th of July Congress had assembled, and the raw statesmen, with an eye to future elections, took up the public clamor. They gave the cabinet, the president, no peace until General Scott and McDowell had given way and promised the pending movement. "Our soldiers are so green that I shall move with fear," McDowell said to the president. "Well, they, meaning the rebels, are green too, and one greenness will offset the other," Lincoln responded with kindly malice. It was useless to argue further, useless to point out that the rebels were not so green, for the young men of the semi-aristocratic society of the South were trained to arms, whereas it was a mark of lawlessness and vulgarity to carry arms in the Puritan ranks of the North. Something of the unreadiness of the army, every reflecting soldier in the ranks comprehended, when he saw within the precincts of his own brigades the haphazard conduct of the quartermasters and staff departments. Some regiments had raw flour dealt them for rations and no bake ovens to turn it into bread. Some regiments had abundance of bread, but no coffee or meat rations. As to vegetables, beans, or anything of the sort, if the pockets of the soldiers had not been well supplied from home, the army that set out for Manassas would have been eaten with scurvy and the skin diseases that come from unseasoned food. Now, at the very moment the legions were stripped for the march, many of them were without proper ammunition. Various arms were in use, and the same cartridge did not lit them all. Eager groups could be seen all through the brigades filing down the leaden end of the cartridge to make their weapons effective, until a proper supply could be obtained. This was promised at Fairfax Station, or Centerville, where the Army's supplies were to be sent. So, in spite of the high hopes and feverish unrest for the forward movement, there was a good deal of sober foreboding among the men, who held to the American right to criticize as the Briton maintains his right to grumble. For the soldier in camp or on the march is as garrulous as a tea gossip, and no problem in war or statecraft is too complex or sacred for him to attempt the solution. Of the 30,000 men leaving the banks of the Potomac that 16th of July there were, at a low estimate, 10,000 who believed themselves as fitted to command as the chieftains who led them. By 2 o'clock the Caribs were in the line that had been passing cityward since daylight. The sun had baked the sticky clay into brick-like hardness, and the hours of trampling, the tread of heavy teams, and the still heavier artillery, had filled the air with an opaque atmosphere of reddish powder, through which the masses passed in almost spectral vagueness. The city crowds, usually alert, when great masses of men moved, were discouraged by heat and dust, and the streets were quite given over to the military. Eager as Jack and his friends were to note the impression the march made upon the civilians, most of whom were thought to be secretly in sympathy with the rebellion, it was impossible to even catch sight of any but soldiers. Pennsylvania Avenue, when they reached it, was a billowy channel of impalpable powder. But at the Long Bridge the breeze from the wide channel of the river cleared the clouds of dust, and the men, catching glimpses of each other, broke into jocose banter. On the bridge they looked eagerly down the river, where the low roofs of Alexandria were visible, and upward on the Virginia shore where the gleaming walls of Arlington recalled to Jack far different times and scenes. "Now we're in Jeff Davis's land," Barney called out from one of the rear files, as the company reached midway in the bridge. "Not by a long shot," Nick Marsh cried. "Davis's land begins and ends within cannon shot of himself. He is like the Duke of Saxe-Meiningen, he has to beg his neighbors' permission to hold battalion drill. He isn't so polite as the Duke, he takes it without asking," Barney retorts. "But now we are on the sacred soil," Jack cries, as the company debouched from the bridge up the steep, narrow road that seemed to be taking them to Arlington. In spite of the burning heat and the exhaustion of the 3 hours' march, the scene was, or rather the imagination of the men, invested each step with a sort of awe. They were at last in the enemy's territory. It had been held by the Union forces, only by dint of large numbers and strong fortifications. There wasn't a man in the company that didn't resent the fact, constantly obtruding itself on the ranks as they marched eagerly onward by every knoll, every bush in the landscape, that Union soldiers had been there before them. That their devouring eyes were not the first to mark these historic spots. Tired as they were and burdensome as the heavy knapsacks and still heavier ammunition had become, they heard an aide give the order to bivouac with chagrin. They so longed to put undebatable ground behind them and really be where the distant coppice might be a curtain to the enemy. The Caribs marked with indignant surprise that, when they had turned into a field about 7 o'clock, the long line following them pushed onward until far into the night, and they envied the contiguity this would give the lucky laggards to first see and engage the enemy. But they turned to very merrily, in this first night of real soldiering. They were in the field. All the parade part of military life was now relaxed. The hot little dress coats were left behind, there was no display. Even guard mount was reduced to the simplest possible form. With one impulse all the men, that is, all who had been alert enough to provide pen and paper, bestowed themselves about the candles allotted each group, and began letters home dated magniloquently headquarters in the field. Tyler's division, Sherman's brigade, the 16th of July, 1861. The imperial impulse manifested itself in these curt epistles. "I can't resist giving Jack's, dear mother, how I wish you and Polly could see us now. We are really on the march at last. The battle can't be far off. We are not many miles from the enemy, and, if he stands, what glorious news you will hear very soon. I wish you could have seen us today. Colonel Sherman, who is the sternest-looking man I ever saw, a regular army officer, once a professor, told the major, "You know McDowell is commanding us now, he is a brick." Sherman told him that the Caribs did as good marching as the regulars, who came behind us. Dear old Mick, with his brogue and his blarney, has won every heart in the regiment, and you may be sure we shall see the whites of the enemy's eyes under him, which we never should have done under that odious Hessian, Oswald, in hospital now, thank heaven, though some time, when I tell you the story, you will see that in this, as in most other things, heaven helps those who help themselves. Taps will sound in 5 minutes, and I can only add that I am in good health, glorious spirits, and unshaken confidence that we shall return to Acredale before your longing to see your son overcomes your love of glory. We shall return victors, if not heroes. At least I know that you and Polly will believe this of your affectionate and dutiful son Jack. Barney read 1 or 2 phrases of his composition to the indulgent ear of Jack and the poet, over which they laughed a good deal. "We are," he said, "before the enemy. I feel as our great ancestor, Baron Moore, felt at Fontenoy when the Sassenachs were over against the French lines, as if all the blood in Munster was in my veins and I wanted to spill it on the villains against us." The poet declined to quote from his epistle, and the 3 friends sat in the dim light until midnight, wondering over what the morrow had in store. Dick Paley listened in awe to Jack's wonderful raticinations on what was to come, secretly believing him much more learned in war than this General McDowell who was commanding the army. The first bugle sounded at 3 in the morning in the Caribs' camp, and when the coffee had been hastily dispatched, the men began to understand the cause of their being shunted into the field so early the evening before while the rear of the column marched ahead of them. The Caribs passed a mile or more of encampments, the men not yet aroused, and when at daylight the whole body was in motion they were in advance, with nothing before them but a few hundred cavalry. A delirious expectation, a rapturous sense of holding the post of danger, kept every sense in such a thrill of anticipation that the hours passed like minutes. The dusty roads, the intolerable thirst, and the nauseous, tepid water, the blistered feet, the abridged hips, where the cartridge box began to wear the flesh, all these woes of the march were ignored in the one impulse to see the ground ahead, to note the first sight of the enemy. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the column was halted, and 2 companies, K and H, were marched out of the column and formed in platoons across the line of march, that the regiment learned with mortification that hitherto the route had been inside the Union lines. They soon saw the difference in the tactics of the march. The company was spread out in groups of 4, these again were separated by a few yards, and in this order, sweeping like a dragnet, they advanced over the dry fields, through the clustering pines or into cultivated acres, and through great farmyards. Back of them the long column came, slowly winding over the sandy highway which curved through the undulating land. Here and there the skirmishers, for that was the office the two companies were now filling, came upon signs of picket posts, and once, as Jack hurried beyond his group to the thicket, near a wretched cabin, a horse and rider were visible tearing through the foliage of a winding lane. He drew up his musket in prompt recognition of his duty, but he saw with mortification that the horse and rider continued unharmed. Other shots from the skirmish line followed, but Jack's rebel was the only enemy seen, when, in the early dusk, an orderly from the main column brought the command to set pickets and bivouac for the night. Jack would have written with better grounds for his solemnity if he had waited until this evening, but now there was no chance. The companies were the extreme advance of the army, nothing between them and the enemy but detached pickets of cavalry, at long distances apart, to fly back with the report of the least signs made by the rebels. These meager groups were forbidden fires, or any evidence of their presence that might guide hostile movement, and the infantry outposts felt that they were really the guardians of the sleeping thousands a mile or so behind them. No one minded the cold water and hard bread which for the first time formed the company's fare that night. Like the cavalry, fire was forbidden them. They formed little groups in the rear of the outer line of pickets, discussing with animation, even levity, the likelihood of an engagement the next day. It was the general opinion that if Beauregard meant to fight he would have made a stand at some of the excellent points of vantage that had been encountered in the day's march. Jack smiled wisely over these amateur guesses, and quite abashed the rest when he said, "Beauregard is no fool. His army is massed near the point that he is guarding, Manassas Junction. You seem to think that war is a game of chance, armies fighting just where they happen to meet each other. Not at all. Our business is to march to Richmond, Beauregard's business is to prevent us. To do this he must, first of all, keep his lines of supply safe. An army without that is like a ship at sea without food, the more of a crew, the worse the situation. Of course, Beauregard had his skirmishers spread out in front of us, but, as there is no use in killing until some end is to be gained, they have got out of our way. If the spies that are in our ranks should send information that promised to give the rebels a chance to get at a big body of our men, before the whole army came up, you'd see a change of things very quick. We've got 50,000 men, or thereabout. Jack was wrong. There were but 30,000. Now, these men are stretched back of us to Washington, 15 miles or more, because the artillery must be guarded, and infantry only can do that. Now, suppose Beauregard finds that there is a gap somewhere between the forces stretching back, and he happens to have 10 or 15,000 men handy. Why, he just swoops down upon us, and, if we can't defend ourselves until the rest of the army comes up, he has won what is called a tactical victory, and endangered our strategy. Goodness, Jack, you ought to have been commander-in-chief. You talk war like a book," Barney cried, in mock admiration. The war talk went on late into the night, for the company, detached from camp, was not obliged to follow the signals of the bugles that came in melodious echoes over the fragrant fields. It was a thrilling sight as the lone watchers peered backward. The June fields for miles were dotted with blazing spires, as if the earth had opened to pour out columns of flame, guiding the wanderers on their trying way. The sleep of the night was desultory and fitful, excitement stimulating everybody to wakefulness. Chapter 9. The Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold. The next morning the march was resumed by daylight, the two companies remaining on the skirmish line. The country gradually became more rugged as the route brought them near Centerville. There were no hills, a bare but not bleak champaign, mostly without houses or farms, as the North knows them. Sluggish brooks became more frequent, but none that were not easily fordable. There were no landmarks to hold the mind to the scene, nor, in case of battle, give the strategists points of vantage for the iron game. About noon, the detached groups stalking a little negligently now over the tedious plains, were startled by the unexpected. On the green slope of a hill, a mile or more ahead, a score of little puffs of white smoke were seen, then a sharp report, and, in some places nearby, the ground was broken as if by a thrust of a spear, and little scraps of clay scattered over the green sward. Then the bugle sounded a halt. A few minutes later the horsemen spread in a chain across the line of march, rode swiftly to a common center, formed in a solid group, turned to the rear and rode back of the skirmishers to the main body. Company K watched them as they galloped back, and as they reached the group at the head of the long line, a half-mile or so distant, a body of men hastened forward laden with stretchers and hospital appliances. Ah! At last! It is now real war. The bugle sounds forward. And with an elastic spring the groups of four push dauntlessly ahead. Their eyes are fixed on the brow of the hill, separated from them by a narrow depression. The whole line, perhaps 3 miles wide, but, of course, not at all regular, conforming largely to the difficulties encountered, moves down the sloping bank on a run. Before they reach the bottom they are an excellent target, and for the first time that most blood-curdling of sounds, the half-singing, half-hissing zzzip of the minneball, numbs the ardor of the bravest. It is such a malignant, direct, devilish admonition of murder, it comes so unexpectedly, no matter how well you are prepared, that Achilles himself would feel a spasm of fear. And when it strikes it does its work with such a venomous, exultant splutter, that there seems something animate, demoniac in it. The volley, as I said, came as the men were hurried down the hill by their own momentum and by the sharp fall in the ground. The balls passed too high or too low, but they impressed the fact on enthusiasts, who had longed for battle, that one might die for one's country and not die gloriously. It seemed such an ignoble, such a dastardly, outrageous thing, that death could come to them from unseen hands, for as yet they had not seen a soul. But now they are at the foot of the hill, though it is not correct to so call it, for it was a long, winding valley, through which ran a dancing streamlet, very welcome to the thirsty warriors when they had succeeded in breaking through the vicious natural chevaux de frise of blackberry briars and nettles. but now there wasn't much time to slake thirst. The bullets had begun to come regularly, and suddenly, as Jack conducted his squad across the stream, he was startled by the exclamation, uttered rather in reverence, it seemed to him, than surprise or pain, "My God, I'm hit." Yes, a fair-haired lad, one of his class, tottered a second in a limp, helpless way, and fell headlong, pitching into the little stream. Jack ran and lifted him out, but even before the hospital call came the boy was dead. The bullet had gone quite through his heart. However, now the first numbing terror of the bullet was changed to a sort of revengeful delight. Relinquishing any return fire for a moment, the company, with a great shout, that sounded all along its front, dashed up the hill, through the scrub oak at the brow, and then they could see the enemy slowly retiring, a chain of them a mile or more wide. While one of the rebel ranks fired, the other knelt, or lay flat upon the ground loading, where there were no natural obstacles to take shelter behind. A vengeful shout ran along the Union lines. "Capture them! Don't fire!" And with one impulse the group slid forward so swiftly that the enemy, believing the rush only momentary, delayed too long, and in 2 minutes the Union line was pell-mell among them. "Surrender!" Jack shouted to the squad just ahead of him, "Surrender, or we'll blow your heads off," and along the line for some distance to his left and right he could hear his own exultant demand echoed. There was nothing to do for the rebels, who had neglected to keep their enemies at the proper distance, but throw up their hands. Jack's squad sent back 23 prisoners to Major Mike, who took them in proud triumph to General Tyler, riding with the head of the column, now that the tenacity of the rebel skirmishers made it seem probable that there would be serious work. But though the firing kept up as the Union forces advanced, no obstacle more serious than the thin lines of the skirmishers revealed itself. At dusk the bugles, moving with the captains in the rear, sounded the rally, and then the scattered groups came together in company. They were to bivouac on the spot to await their regiment when it arrived. Meanwhile, to the bitter discontent of the Caribbean companies, their post of honor was taken by new troops, and they knew that next day they would march in line. They had so enjoyed the glory of the first volleys, the first deaths, and the first prisoners, that, not remembering military procedure, they resented the change as an aspersion upon their valor. When the regiment came up, however, they forgot their mortification in the eager questioning and envious jocularities of the rest. Companies K and H were so beset that they forgot to boil their coffee, and would have gone thirsty to their dewy beds, if the other companies' cooks had not shared their rations with the gossiping heroes. As darkness fell, the sky was reddened for miles with pillars of fire, and for a time the Caribs thought it was the enemy. But Tom Twig, who had been with the major at headquarters, explained to Jack that the army was divided into 3 bodies of about 10,000 men each, and that Tyler's column, of which the Caribs were the advance, were the extreme northern body, that they were now at Vienna, far north of Manassas, where Schenck had been beset a month before in his never-enough ridiculed reconnaissance by train, that in the morning they were to push on to Fairfax Courthouse and thence to Centerville, where the army was to come together for the blow at the rebels. Jack and his friends were a good deal chagrined to learn that they were not as near the enemy as the column to the south of them, whose fires had been mistaken for Beauregard's. Though the levee came to an end at taps, no one felt sleepy, and the excitement banished the pains of fatigue. Major Mike, sauntering through the dark lines near midnight, heard the tale still going on in drowsy monotone, but, good-naturedly, made no sign. Though not given the skirmish line next day, the 17th, Jack was delighted to find that the Caribs led all the rest. With them rode the commander of the brigade, Colonel Sherman, whom the soldiers thought a very crabbed and grumpy sort of a fellow. His red hair bristled straight up and out when he took his slouch hat off, as he did very often, for the heat was intolerable. His eyes had a merry twinkle, however, that won the hearts of the lads as he rode by, scrupulously striking into the fields to save the panting and heavily laden line every extra step he could. Often, in after days, when Sherman had become the Turon of the armies, Jack, who was often heard to brag of his gift of detecting greatness, used to turn very red in the face when he was reminded of a saying of his on that hot July day: "That chap is too lean and hungry to have much stomach for a fight, he looks better fitted for wielding the ferule than the sword." Schoolmaster is written in every line of his face and stamped in his pedagogue manner. The march that day was south by a little west, and about 9 o'clock a cool morning breeze lifted the clouds of dust far enough above the horizon to reveal the distant blue of the mountains. The whole line seemed to come to a pause in the enchanting, mirage-like spectacle. "The Shenandoah," Jack said, mopping the dust, or rather the thin coating of mud, from his face and brow, for the perspiration, oozing at every pore, naturally covered the exposed skin with an unpremeditated cosmetic. The march to Fairfax Courthouse, for which judicial temple the curious soldier looked in vain, was but 8 miles from the point of departure in the morning, but it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the Caribs passed the hamlet, turning sharply to the right. They marched up the deep cut of projected railway, where, for a time, they were shaded from the sun by the high banks. But, emerging presently on the Warrenton Pike, they saw evidences that other columns, whether friends or foes they couldn't tell, had recently preceded them. Scores of the raw and overworked were breaking down now every hour. The dust and heat were insupportable. Whenever the march came near water, all thought of discipline was forgotten, and the panting, miner-like hosts broke for the inviting stream. The officers were powerless to enforce discipline. When these breaks happened, the column was forced to come to a halt until every man had filled his canteen, and here is one, among the many trivial causes, that brought about the reverses of McDowell's masterly campaign. A march that ought to have been made in 24 hours, or 30 at the utmost, took more than 3 days. One of those days saved to the army would have enabled McDowell to finish Beauregard before the 10,000 reinforcements from the Shenandoah came upon his flank at Bull Run. But we shall see that in proper time, for there is nothing more dramatically timely, or untimely, than this incident in the history of battles, unless it be Blücher's miraculous appearance at Waterloo, when Napoleon supposed that Grouchy was pummeling him 20 miles away. There was no provost guard to spur on the stragglers, and when, late in the afternoon, the way-worn columns spread themselves on the western slope of the hamlet of Centreville, at least a third of each regiment was far in the rear. Nearly every man had, in the heat and burden of the march, thrown away the provisions in his haversack, and that night 10,000 men lay down supperless on the grateful greensward, happy to rest and sleep. Mother Earth must have ministered to the weary flesh, for at sunrise, when the music of the bugles aroused them, they started up with the alert vivacity of old campaigners. Provisions, that should have been with the column the night before, arrived in the morning. While the reinvigorated ranks were at coffee, there was a great clatter in the rear, and presently a cortege of mounted officers appeared, General McDowell among them. Dick Paley, who was at the brigade headquarters, with Grandison, came to the Caribs presently with great news. The battle was to begin that very day. General Tyler was to go forward to a river called Bull Run, where Beauregard was waiting. The whole army was to spread out like a fan and fight him. He had seen the map on the table, and the place couldn't be more than 4 miles away. Yes, they all looked eagerly to the westward now. The mountains in the distance rolled themselves down into lower and lower ridges, and just about 4 miles ahead could be seen a range that seemed to melt into a wide plateau fringed deeply with scrub oak and clusters of pine. Jack had provided himself with a field glass. Standing in the middle of the Warrington Pike, a fine highway, that ran downward as solid as a Roman causeway, for 4 or 5 miles, he could see the break made by the Bull Run River, and, yes, by the glaive of battle, he could see the glistening of bayonets now and then, where the screen of woods grew thinner. The general, too, was examining the distant lines, and Jack took it as a good omen that Sherman grew jocose and appeared to be making merry with Tyler, whose face looked troubled, now that the decisive moment seemed at hand. But the day passed, and there was no advance. It was not until late in the evening that the cause became known. The army had been waiting for supplies, ammunition, and what not, that should have been on the field the day before. The Caribs were made frantic, too, by what seemed a battle going on to the south of them, a few miles to the left. The camp that night was a grand debating society, every man propounding a theory of strategy that would have edified General McDowell, no doubt, if he could have been given a précis of the whole. How such things become known it is difficult to guess, but every man in the columns knew that the general had planned to put forward his 30,000 men in the form of a half-moon, covering about 10 miles from tip to tip. The right or northward horn was to be considerably thicker and of more body than the left or southern. When the time came, this right was to curve in like a hook and cut the ground out from the left wing of the rebel army. This is the homely way these unscientific strategists made the movement known to each other, and it very aptly describes the formulated plan of battle. Save that, of course, there were gaps between the forces here and there along this human crescent. Long before daylight, Sherman's brigade, with a battery of guns and a squadron of cavalry, set out due south, leaving the broad Warrenton Pike far to their right hand. Such a country as the march led into, no one had ever seen in the north outside of mountain regions. Deep gullies, wastes of gnarled and aggressive oaks, that tore clothes and flesh in the passage, sudden hillocks rising conical and inconsequent every few rods, deep chasms conducting driblets of water, morasses covered with dark and stagnant pools, where the pioneers fairly picked their steps among squirming reptiles. A stream, sometimes large as a river, crawling languidly through deep fissures in the red shale, protected the left flank of the column. The cavalry was forced to hold the narrow wood road, as the bush was hardly passable for men. "Hi, Jack!" Barney cries, catching his breath at the edge of a muddy stream. "What sort of a place must the rebels be in if they let us promenade through such a jungle as this unopposed?" "I have been thinking of that," Jack replies. And so had every man in the expedition, for to think was one of the drawbacks as well as one of the excellencies of the soldier in the Civil War. But presently, after 5 hours of laborious work, a halt is called. The men dive into their haversacks, and even the brackish water in the nearest sedge pond has a flavor of nectar and the invigoration of a tonic. On they tear again, the whole body pushing on in skirmish-like dispersion. Suddenly the land changes. They are climbing a rolling tableland, cleared in some places as though the axe of the settler had been at work. The march is now easier and the picket lines are strengthened. Then a sharp volley comes, as if from the tree-tops. The march is instantly halted. The mass, moving in a column, is deployed, that is, stretched out to cover a mile or more as it moves forward. The cavalry divides and rides far to right and left, to see that no ambush is set to enable the rebels to sneak in behind the vast human broom, as it sweeps through the solemn aisles of the pines, now rising in vernal columns thicker and thicker. The firing is going on now in scattering volleys, and soon the wounded, a dozen or more, are carried back through the silent ranks. Joking has now ceased. Lips are compressed, eyes glitter, and the men avoid meeting each other's gaze. It is the moment of all moments, the most trying to the soldier, when he is expecting every instant a hurricane of bullets, and yet sees no one to avenge his anguish on or forestall in the deadly work. But they have been moving forward all the time, the hurtling bullets sweeping through the leafy covering, now and then thumping into the soft pine with a vicious joyousness, as if to say to each man, "The next is for you, see how well our work is done." For these hideous missiles have a language of their own, as every man that stood fire can tell. The skirmishers are now all drawn in. The solid line must do the work at hand. No one but the commander and his confidants knew the work intended, save that to kill and be killed was the business to be done. The panting lines are on high cleared ground now, and they can see absolutely nothing but the irregular depressions that mark the channel of the Bull Run, as it rushes down to the Rappahannock. The line is moving along steadily. Looking to left and right, Jack can see the colors of 3 regiments, and his eye rests with pleasure on the bright, shining folds of the Carib's dark blue state flag spread to the breeze beside the stars of the Union. Are they to cross the river? Evidently, for the command is still forward, bear center, bear right. Then, square in front, where the thick, broad leaves of the oak glitter in the sun, there is seen a cylinder of steam like smoke, with fiery gleams at the end, a crackling explosion of a hogshead of firecrackers, then a rushing, screaming sound in their very faces, then a few rods behind a ringing, vicious explosion. They are in the very teeth of a masked battery. The Union skirmishers have been withdrawn too soon. The main line will be torn to pieces, for retreat is as fatal as advance. Lie down, men. The command rings out and is echoed along the column. The guns have the range, and the enemy knows the ground. The Caribs are directly in the sweep of the artillery, and the command comes to them by company to crawl backward, exposing themselves as little as may be. Presently 2 brass guns are brought up behind the Caribs. The gunners have noted the point of the enemy's fire. The men point the big muzzles with intrepid equanimity, firing over the prostrate blue coats. For 20 minutes, perhaps half an hour, this is kept up, then there is silence on the hill beyond. The column rises to its feet, and at the command, forward, they start with a rush and a cheer. 500 yards onward, and a solid mass of grey coats confront them. A volley is fired and returned. The exulting Caribs, with 2 lines behind them, give a loud cheer and, in an instant, the grey mass has disappeared, as if the earth had opened. The skirmish line, advancing now, picks up a half-dozen or more wounded rebels, besides 2 or 3 who had become confused in the hasty retreat and run toward the Yankees instead of their own line. Jack's comrade held this conversation with one of the prisoners. "I say, Reb, what place is this?" "Mitchell's Ford." "Much of your army here?" "'Nough to lick you uns out of your boots, I reckon." "What did they run across the ford for, then?" "Oh, you'll see soon enough, when our folks get ready." "Who's in command here?" "General Bonham, of South Carolina." "How many men, about?" "Well, there's right smart on to 1,000,000, I reckon. They had to cut the trees down, yonder, to get room for 'em." The man's eyes twinkled as he gave this precise approximation, but Barney, who had brought the humorist in, whispered to the captain to let him have a moment's speech with the man before he was sent away. The captain nodded, and Barney said innocently, "Had anything to eat today?" "Not a mouthful. The trains were all taken up with soldiers coming from Richmond." "Have a bit of beef, and here's a cracker or 2. You can have some coffee if the guards will let you make it." "Old Longstreet himself would envy me now," the rebel cried, his mouth stuffed with the cold meat and hard tack, almost as fresh and crisp as soda crackers, for the contractors had not yet learned the trick of making them out of sawdust, white sand, and other inexpensive substitutes for flour. "Longstreet," Barney said, carelessly. "Yes, that's the commander of the right wing, just below, at Blackburn's Ford." "Blackburn's Ford?" "Yes, that's a mile down, and really behind you uns, for the run makes a big elbow to the east. I tell you what it is, Yank, you'll see snakes right soon, for our folks are behind you." Sure enough, a crackling to the left confirmed this, and the captain, who had listened to Barney's adroit cross-questioning, sent the man with a note to Colonel Sherman, a few rods in the rear. 10 minutes later the column fell into ranks again and moved off swiftly southeastward. A march of a mile or so brought them to a bold ridge cutting down almost aslant to the clear water of the Run. The skirmishers, for some reason, had not pushed ahead to explore the ground, and the regiments, marching in close masses, came out in a rather disorderly multitude on the ridged crest. 100 yards nearly below the watercourse was fringed with thick copses of oak, and the gently ascending slopes on the western bank were completely hidden from the Union lines. A few gaunt, almost limbless trees rose up spectrally on the ridge, offering the compact masses neither shelter from the sun nor security from the enemy, if there were an enemy near. Dick came up to Jack out of breath with great news, just as the Caribs were aligning themselves to move forward. General Tyler just told Richardson, a brigade commander, that the rebels had retreated from Manassas, and he, Tyler, is going to have the glory of occupying the works, that McDowell thought the army would have to fight a big battle to get glory. The group shouted, near enough to hear, and the delightful story ran up and down the lines by a telephone process that was much swifter than Edison's electric invention. A roar of gratulatory triumph broke, a roar so loud and inspiring that for a moment the densely packed masses did not distinguish an ear-splitting outburst just in front of them. But on the instant piercing shrieks among the huddled cheerers, cries of death and agony, changed the paeans of triumph into wails of anguish and mortal pain. A panic, instant, unreasoning, irresistible, fell upon the mass, a breath before so confident. A third of the regiment seemed to wither away. The colors fell in the struggling group in the center. Hoarse shouts, indistinguishable and ominous, could be vaguely heard from the staff and line. Direr still, hideous clamor of masked cannon, right in their very faces, added the horror of surprise to the disorder of attack, and the thick blue lines broke in irrestrainable confusion. The terror of the unknown seized officers and men alike. In 5 minutes the crest was cleared, and the ignoble vanity, ignorance, and self-sufficiency of one man had undone in an hour the splendid work of the commander-in-chief. A melee of miserable, disgraceful disorder ensued. The rebel sharpshooters, hurrying to the flank, poured in hurtling, murderous volleys, filling the minds of the panic-stricken mob with the idea, the most awful that can enter a soldier's mind, that his line is surrounded. Hundreds threw away guns and everything that could impede flight. Other hundreds fired wildly wherever they saw moving men, and thus aided the rebels in killing their own comrades, for it was into the supporting Union forces they directed their random shots. The fire grew every instant more bewildering. Shots came in volleys from every direction, and the helpless hordes darted wildly together, sometimes toward, instead of from the enemy. Had the rebels been as numerous as they were crafty, the brigade could have been seized en masse. But now Sherman is at hand with fresh regiments, others are at his heels, and the contest takes on some of the order of intelligent action. The rebels, too, are reinforced, but the dispositions made by the Union chiefs bring the combat to equal terms. The clamor of cannon and musketry continues an hour, though the lines are now among the friendly undergrowth, and the losses are not serious. But the Caribs, with the regiment supporting them, have been blotted from the scene as a factor. For hours the scattering groups fled in ever-increasing panic, and it was long after dark before the remnants of the regiment came into camp at Centerville. Poor Jack! He gave no heed to supper that dreadful night. He threw himself on the ground, too exhausted to think and too disheartened to talk. He couldn't understand the shameful panic. The Caribs were not cowards, every man in the regiment had longed for the battle. When under fire at Mitchell's Ford, an hour earlier than the disaster at Blackburn, all had stood firmly in place, fought with coolness, and gave no sign of fear. The volume of fire when they broke was not much greater than the Mitchell's Ford volleys. During the night Grandison came to camp and assembled the officers. He expressed his sorrow at the sudden shadow that had fallen on the fair fame of the regiment, but since the panic had not been followed, as such outbreaks often are, by the total destruction of the men, there would be abundant chance to redeem the disgrace of the day. He had himself begged the division commander to give the men another trial, and he had staked his commission on their doing such duty as would remove the tarnish of the afternoon from their banners. The officers had been dispirited. Major Mike had raged over the field, through the woods, a very angry man indeed, blabbering the fleeing men with his sword and imploring those he couldn't reach to come to me here. Dress on me. There's no call to be afeard. We've more men than they have, and we'll soon wallop them. But the resounding blows on the backs of those near the officer did not give the encouraging emphasis to his appeal that captivates men whose reasoning faculties are almost gone for the moment. Before daylight on the next morning, Saturday, the 20th, the companies were called together and little addresses were made to the men by the officers. The substance of Colonel Grandison's words was imparted, and the hope expressed that when, in the course of that or the next day the regiment was again under fire, they would show that the panic of yesterday had not been cowardice. The men said nothing, and every one was glad that the light was so dim that the officers could not look in their faces, though, as a matter of fact, the shoulder straps had shown as little fortitude as the muskets in the dispersion. All that day the forces rested, the Caribs providing themselves with new arms and equipments, or the 200 or 300 who had flung their own away. During the afternoon an incident happened in the division that lessened the mortification of the Caribs. A splendid regiment and a battery of bronze guns came into the highway from the extreme of the line that was expected to take part in the battle which all knew would be opened the next morning. Everyone was surprised to see the men moving without muskets and the colors wrapped in their cases. "Where you bound for?" someone at the roadside yelled curiously. "Our time is out, we're going home." Then a derisive howl followed the line as it passed through the masses of the army, and remarks of an acrid nature were made that were not gratifying to the departing patriots. "Don't you want a guard to protect you? Does your mamma know you're out alone? Wait till tomorrow and we'll send Beauregard's forces to see you safe home." The men and officers looked very conscious and uncomfortable under the gamut of jeers, for word went along the line, and all along the route to the rear they passed through this clamor of contemptuous outcry. "Well, I thought we had reached the eminent deadly pinnacle of disgrace," Barney said, with a sigh, as a group of Company K watched the considerable number taken out of McDowell's small army, "but this sight makes me feel like the man on trial for murder who escapes with a verdict of manslaughter." Chapter X Blood and Iron. Late at night Dick came down to Jack's bivouac with a strange tale. McDowell had come to Tyler's quarters storming with rage. He had accused that officer of disobeying orders in forcing a fight on the fords of Bull Run where he had been told to merely reconnoiter. The staff believed that Tyler would be cashiered, for he had not only wrecked the general's plan of battle, but he had given the rebels the secret of the movement and demoralized one wing of the army by putting raw soldiers in front of masked batteries that could have been detected by proper outpost work. Then one of the staff reported a speech Tyler had made when his troops rushed over the empty rebel breastworks and forts around Centerville. His officers were discussing the probable forces Beauregard had behind the crooked stream beyond. "I believe we've got them on the run," Tyler said, exultingly, "from what we see here. I tell you the great man of this war is the man that plants the flag at Manassas, and I'm going through to Richmond tonight." "Not much comfort in knowing we've got such a fool for a commander," Jack cried, thinking of the disgrace of the day before and of the small chance the regiment had under such a chief to redeem its prestige on the morrow. All personal griefs, everything but the pending battle, were driven from the men's minds as the signs of the momentous work of the morrow accumulated. The hospital corps was up in force. The yellow flag floated from an immense tent near the roadway. A great cortege of general officers rode away from McDowell's quarters about 10 in the evening. The haversacks were filled with 3 days' cooked rations. 100 rounds of ammunition to a man were dealt out to each company. Everything not absolutely necessary was ordered to the company wagons. The talk in the camp that night was of home, of anything and everything but the dreadful tomorrow, so long looked forward to with eager hope, now regarded with uncertainty that was not so much fear as the memory of the panic at Blackburn's Ford. Jack was provided with a large atlas map of Virginia, and with the bits of information given by Dick he was able to conjecture the probable plan of the next day. The cronies of Company K listened in delight to his exposition of the action. "Here," he said, "is the Bull Run. It makes 2 big elbows eastward toward us, one about 4 miles to the northwest of us, the other about 8 miles to the southeast of that, and about 4 miles from our right hand here. The rebel we quizzed yesterday says that there are 5 fords between the Warrington Pike Bridge. That's just ahead of us yonder at the end of the road we are on. The last one is McLean's Ford, at the very knuckle of the elbow that is crooked toward us a mile west of where we were yesterday. That is near the railway, which it is Beauregard's business to fight for and our business to get, for then he will have to fall back near Richmond to feed his army. Now from the railway where it crosses Bull Run near Mitchell's Ford to the Warrington Road, which Beauregard must also hold, is about 9 miles. He must guard all these fords, and we must fight for any 1 or 2 of them that we need to cross by. The only problem is, whether our general is going to strike with his right arm at Mitchell's Ford, his left arm at this very Warrington Road we are on, or whether he means to butt the middle of the line of Beauregard's battle to break him into 2 pieces. What would Frederick the Great or Napoleon do? Nick asked, absorbed in Jack's confident predications. If Frederick had equal forces he would have a reserve just where we shall be in the morning, there at that point marked Stone Ridge, and move a heavy mass to the southwest below McLean's Ford there, where you see the railway runs along the run for a half-mile or more. Or he would send this body to the northeast, over there where you see Sudley Springs marked in rather large letters, and he would by either one of these movements turn the enemy's flank, that is, get in behind him and force him to change front to fight, something that is rarely done successfully in battle. Napoleon would, on the contrary, mass all his best troops at the Stone Bridge, open the fight with every piece of artillery he could bring to bear, and in the panic send divisions 10 deep across the bridge. Which would be the better plan? That no one can say. The first is sure enough and less dangerous, if the commander is not certain of his men, because you notice that we felt excellent and confident all day, so long as we were marching forward and pushing the enemy from our path. The trial in battle is to be kept standing under fire, not sure where your enemy is, and then you noticed that our own guns behind us, sending shot and shells over us, were just as trying as the rebels. Only soldiers of the very first class can be depended on in the Napoleon tactics. We are not soldiers of the first class, and you may be sure McDowell, who was many years in Europe, and who is a trained officer, will make use of the maneuvers best calculated to bring out whatever there is in his men. As a matter of opinion, I should say that, in view of the miserable affair on the right yesterday, he will strike out for Sudley Springs, where we shall have the rebels just as you would have me if you were at my side, held my left arm behind me, ready to break my back with your knee planted in it. Jack was sergeant of the guard that night, and it was in the group of sentries awaiting their relief every 2 hours, reinforced by his tent mates of Company K, that these learned dissertations on war were carried on. It was a never-to-be-forgotten Saturday night to millions yet living. In Washington the President and his cabinet sat far into the morning hours receiving the dispatches from the weary and disappointed chief, for, if Tyler had not made his miserable attempt to reach Manassas, the battle would have been fought that vital Saturday, and the result would have been another story in history. As the morning broke, red and murky, the army was up and in line, but without the usual noisy signals. The artillery horses began to move first wherever it was possible. The heavy guns were pushed forward on the sward, to prevent the loud metallic clangor that penetrated the still air like clashing anvils. By 6:30, the advance brigade, the Caribs in their old place, were within gunshot of the stone bridge. "Aha, Jack! It is the Napoleonic plan!" Barney cried, as the artillery took places in front of the masses lying on the ground. "Wait!" Jack cried, owlishly. "The battle isn't fought always where the guns are loudest." But the guns were now loud and quick. The rebels, behind a thick screen of trees, took up the challenge, and every sound was drowned in the roar of the artillery. A few far in the rear were wounded. Those nearest the rebels were in the least danger, whether because the guns could not be sufficiently depressed, or because the gunners were poor hands, couldn't be determined. A breathless suspense, an insatiate craving to see, to move, to fly forward, or do anything, devoured the prostrate ranks. The firing had gone on 2 hours or more, which seemed only so many minutes, when to the group near General Tyler a courier, panting and dusty, rode in great excitement. "General Tyler, the Major General has just learned that the enemy have crossed in force at Blackburn's Ford, below you. You are at once to take measures to protect your left flank." "Aha, Jack, Frederick's on the other side, eh?" Barney said, as, standing near the group, these words reached their ears. "Perhaps there are 2 Fredericks at work. Look yonder," handing him his glass as he spoke. "Thunder! Our whole army is marching over there to the right, and we shan't even see the battle. They are 4 miles off. Why, what an immense army we must have! I thought this was the bulk of it, but we're not a brigade compared to that. Now, Barney, I feel confident that is the grand movement. Look how they fly along. The fields are as good as roads out there, and if it were not for the artillery they could make 5 miles an hour. Now, keep your ears open, my lad, you'll hear music off there to the northwest, music that will make Beauregard sick, if that courier's information is exact. For, don't you see, as we are placed here, with that gully to our left and the thick woods in front, we could hold this ground against 6 times our number." Company K were now sent forward to the right to relieve a body of skirmishers that had been hidden on the margin of Bull Run, some distance to the westward of the stone bridge. Jack, going forward with his glass, noticed an officer among the men, but not catching sight of his face did not recognize him. "Is that a rebel or one of our fellows?" one of the men said, pointing to a horseman disappearing in the woods 400 yards to the right and in front of the company, marching in a straggling line 2 abreast, by the flank as it is called. Jack took his glass to discover, but the rider had disappeared. An instant after from a knoll, Jack, glass at eye, was examining eagerly the field on the other side of the river, when a horseman suddenly shot into view, riding desperately. "By George, it is the same man. I wonder how he crossed the stream. There must be a bridge down there among those thick trees and bushes," Jack said, excitedly. "Are you sure, Sergeant? That is the same man that was in the woods to the right there, 5 minutes ago." Jack turned. The officer was at his shoulder. He saluted respectfully, recognizing, with a thrill of joy, Old Red Top, as the company called Sherman. "Yes, Colonel, it's the same man." He was in his shirt sleeves and had a blue scarf tied about his arm. "There can be no mistake, several of us saw him quite plainly. If that be true, we've gained a half-day's work in 2 minutes." He was looking diligently through the glass as he spoke, and his eye brightened as he marked the man until he disappeared. He turned to an orderly that was following at a distance leading a horse. Mounting this lightly, the colonel rode to the head of the company and said in a short, decisive tone, "Come ahead, men, at a double quick, until you strike the stream." He kept beside the men as they moved. In 15 minutes they were at the water's edge. Then the company was deployed as skirmishers, 2/3 halting where they struck the water and the rest keeping on up the bank of the river for a few hundred yards. Sherman was eyeing every inch of the bank until, suddenly reaching a break where fresh tracks of a horse were visible, he directed his orderly to follow, and plunged into the water. It was not up to the horse's knees from bank to bank. Riding back, his face aglow, the colonel ordered the captain to cross half his men and station them up and down on the bank where they would not be seen by the rebels on the high ground above. Then, addressing Jack, he said, "Sergeant, select 2 or 3 trusty men. Follow the bank of the stream until you come to General Hunter's division, which may be a mile, perhaps more, to the right yonder. You can tell by the firing soon. Tell General Hunter that we have discovered a ford and shall not have to fight for the stone bridge. We shall be across in no time and take the enemy in the rear. If you can't find Hunter, give this intelligence to any officer in command. Stay." He scribbled a line on a sheet of his order book, saying, "This will be your authority. It's better not to write the rest for fear you should be captured. In case you are in danger, tell each man with you what to say, so that there will be more chances of getting the information where it will do good, and remember, Sergeant, that this news in Hunter's hands will be almost equivalent to victory." "Ah!" He paused again. Reverberating crashes came from the high grounds up the river. "You will have no trouble in finding him now. Those are Hunter's guns. Hurry." Glowing, grateful, big with the fate of the battle, Jack had Barney, Nick, and another, whom he charged with the duty of historian, detailed for this duty of glory. The group set off with a fervent Godspeed from the company sheltered among the thick pines and oaks. "Now, boys," Jack said, "every inch the captain, we must spread out like skirmishers. Our chief danger will be from the left, as no one will be likely to be in the water but our own men, and we must look as sharply for them as for the enemy. I will take the center, you, Barney, the left, next to me, and you, Nick, 4 paces farther to the left." Jack looked at his watch. It was just 9:30 Sunday morning, the 21st of July 1861. The crash of musketry ahead now became one unbroken roar, with a crescendo of artillery that fairly shook the ground the messengers were darting over, for all were on a dead run. The bushes grew thick on the hillside and their branches were stubborn as crab thorns. Hell, as Barney afterward remarked, would have been cool in comparison to the heat as the adventurers tugged and wrestled forward. Now guns were roaring on every side save the river. Behind, before, to the left, the thunders played upon the parched land. At the end of a half-hour the bullets and shells passed over the group as Jack and his squad pushed along the hilly way. Twice, commands, and even the clicking of what Jack knew must be rebel guns sounded not 20 paces away, but, thanks to the thick bushes, the scouts passed unseen, and, thanks to the noise of battle, unheard. But now the danger is from friends, not enemies. Balls come hurtling through the trees across the stream, and in a low voice Jack bids Barney summon Nick. Then all slip down to the water's edge, and make their way painfully through the marshy swamps, the cane-like rushes that fill the narrow valley. The run has been a fearful strain upon Nick, and at length he falls, gasping, in a clump of cattails. "What is it, old fellow?" Jack cries in alarm. "Oh Jack! I can't go a step farther. You go on and leave me. I shall follow when I get breath." He was white and gasping. Barney filled his canteen from the running water, and, wetting his handkerchief, laid it on Nick's parboiled head and temples. "Best a few minutes," Jack said, soothingly. "I will reconnoiter a bit." Stripping off his accoutrements, he clasped a tall sycamore growing at the crest of the ravine, and when far up brought his glass to bear. A third of a mile to the left and southward, he could see a regiment with a flag bearing a single star, surrounding a small stone farmhouse on the brow of a gentle hill. They were firing to the west and toward the north, where the black clouds obscured his view. But the red gleam in the smoke told of at least a dozen guns, and he knew that the main battle was there, though the fury of it reached far to the east, near the stone bridge which he had quit an hour before. Then through the veil of smoke long, deep masses of blue emerge and make for the rebel front on the brow of the hill, fairly at Jack's feet. The enemy redoubles the fire, 2 guns at their left pour canister into the advancing wall of blue. It never wavers, but, as a group falls to the earth, the rest close together and the mass whirls on. Jack feels like flying. Oh, the grandeur of it, the fearlessness, the intoxication. He almost falls from the tree in his excitement. But he takes a last sweep of the belching hill. Hark! Loud cheers in the trees back of the rebels, far to the southeast, perhaps a mile and a half, then the flaunting palmetto flag flying forward in the center of deep masses of gray. Which will reach the hill first? He cannot quit the deadly sight. Ah! The blue lines are pressing on now. The cannon shots pass over their heads into the devoted line of grey, desperately thinned, but clinging to the key of the battlefield. But, great God! Perhaps his delay is aiding the enemy. He sees the route now clear, straight to the west, and no rebels near enough to intervene. He descends so fast that his hands and legs are blistered, but he is down. Look sharp, boys, you must follow me as best you can. I know the route. There is a forest path directly to our lines, and we shall be there in 20 minutes, I shall, at least. He doesn't stop to see whether he is followed or not, but dashes on, and the rest after him. He is far out of sight in an instant. It is only by the crackling of the branches that the others keep his course. The way is between steep, precipitous hills, which explains how they could be so near the battle and yet not in it, nor harmed by the missiles flying sometimes very near them. At a deep branch of the stream the three rearmest came in sight of Jack, up to his armpits in water and pushing for the shore. While they are hailing him exultantly he sinks out of sight. An awful anguish almost stops the others, but Barney, flinging his musket and impediments off as he runs, leaps far into the stream, and when the rest reach the spot he has Jack by the hair, dragging him to the bank. He is fairly worn out by the stress, and the others loosen his coat, stretch him on the brown sward and rub his hands, his body. It is 10 minutes, it seemed an hour, before he is able to get up, and the rest insist on carrying his accoutrements. Then the wild race is begun again, every instant bringing them nearer the pandemonium of battle. Suddenly the sharp commands of officers are heard in front and to the left. Is it the enemy, or is it friends? The group halts in an agony of doubt. How can they find out? Barney takes out his handkerchief and puts it on his gun, which he was careful to go back and recover when Jack was on the bank. A ray of bright red suddenly flits above the thick tops of the scrub oaks. Yes, God be praised, there is the flag of stars, and there are blue uniforms. With a wild hurrah, drowned in the musketry to the left, they rush forward, are halted by a picket guard, exhibit Sherman's order, and are directed to the commanding officer. That personage has no knowledge of General Hunter's whereabouts, but Colonel Andrew Porter is just beyond, commanding the brigade. To him Jack makes known Sherman's message, and is directed farther to the southwest, the Union right now facing nearly to the east in the execution of McDowell's admirable flank maneuver. Now among their own, Sherman's couriers run more peril than when skirting the edge of the battle, for the shells are directed at the line they are pursuing. They push to the rear and continue southeastward, where Hunter's headquarters are supposed to be. But Jack is easy on the score of his mission, since the general, who is nearest the stone bridge, has been apprised, and well knows that the fire which has been coming near his left flank is Sherman's. Until, however, he has executed his orders literally, Jack won't be satisfied, and plunges on, the others following, nothing loath. But it is a way of pain for the lads now. Every step they come upon the dead and dying. The air is filled with moaning men, whinnying horses, the hurried movement of stretchers, the solemn solicitude of the hospital corps. The line of foremost battle is less terrifying, less trying than this in a way of Golgotha, and the four are well nigh unnerved when they reach a group where the commanding officer has been pointed out. General Hunter, Jack says, addressing an officer with a star. My name is Franklin. General Hunter was wounded an hour ago. What's the matter? Jack gave his message, and Franklin said, cheerfully, that's good news. You're a very brave fellow. Go a few yards in the rear yonder and you'll find General McDowell. He'll enjoy your message. On the hill they halt electrified. Thick copses of scrub pine dot the gently sloping sward. Here and there clumps of tall pines stand in the bare, brown sod as if to guard the young outshoots clustering about them in wanton dispersion. Cow paths, marked only by the worn edges of the bushes, run in zigzags across the hillside and up to the plateau. The remnants of rail fences strew the ground here and there. The low roof of the farmhouse can be seen far back even from the depression, where the lines of blue are now resting a brief, deadly half-hour. The sun is now behind the halted line of blue. The bayonets, catching the light, make a sea of liquid, mirror-like rivulets hovering in the air, with the bushy branches of pine rising like green isles in the shimmering tide. The men are filling their cartridge boxes, new regiments are gliding into the gaps where death has cut the widest swath. From the woods, cries, groans, commands, clashing steel as the men hustle against each other in the rush into line, prelude the Vulcan clamor soon to begin. Men, bent, sometimes crawling, with stretchers on their shoulders, glide through the maimed and shrieking fragments of bodies, picking out here and there those seeming capable of carriage. Other men, prone on their faces, hold canteens of tepid, muddy water, but are a draught to the feverish lips which seems godlike nectar. Against the stout bodies of the trees, armless men, legless trunks, the maimed in every condition of death's fantastic sport, hold themselves limply erect, to gain succor or save some of the vital stream pouring from their gaping wounds. Couriers dash up to the impassive chief, calm-eyed, keen, alert, surveying the line, dispatching brief commands, receiving reports. It is Franklin. With the air of a marshal on a civic pageant, perplexed only by some geometrical problem denying the possibility of two right lines on the same plane, he glances upward toward the brow of the plateau. The 4 flags had been increased by half a dozen. Ah, they have received aid. A tremendous crash comes from the left. That must be Sherman. He is on the rebel rear. One strong pull, and the 2 bodies will be united, his left arm reaching Sherman's right. The shining mirage of steel above the green isle sinks. The clash of hurtling accoutrements comes up musically, tranquilly from the low ground. The blue mass, first deliberately, then in a quiet, regular run, passes like a moving barricade up the sloping hillside. Then from one end of the long wall to the other white puffs as of some monster breathing spasmodically. The air is a blur of sulphurous blackness. The bullets are as thick as if a swarm of leaden locusts had been routed from the foliage, and taken wing hillward. Then behind, through the gaps in the trees, big, whining, screeching swarms of another caliber shells fly over the wall of blue. In a moment the ground of the plateau is torn, the red clay flying far into the air. But now the blue wall is girdling the very crest of the hill, it stops, shrivels. Long gaps are cut in its broken surface. The hillside is dotted with sprawling figures. The crest is a ragged edge of writhing bodies and struggling limbs. Forward. The wall is advancing, but shorter. It is within reach of the shining guns, spouting flame and iron in the very face of the dauntless wall. Then there is a pause. The smoke hides everything but the maimed and quivering heaps that strive to crawl backward, back to the crest, back to the deeps that are not rest nor security. The hillside is like a field, covered with sheaved grain, with 1,000 mangled bodies that had been men. Then to these wrestling spectres, for in the dim smoke and Tartarian atmosphere the actions of loading and aiming take the shape of huge writhing, convulsing, monstrous, grappling, come quick-moving lines of help. They rush through them, over them. The 13 cannon behind the struggling hydra of grey seem one vortex, sulphurous, flaming, spitting, as from one vast mouth, scorching fire, huge mouthfuls of granite venom. Back, back, the grey masses break in sinuous, definite, slow-yielding disruption. Then a sudden inrush from the left of the broken grey, where smoke and space play fantastic tricks with the sunshine. Miraculously a dark mass is projected on the shimmering spectrum, and a ringing voice is heard, "We are saved, we are reinforced. We will die here." Then high above the din, in the exultant tumult of the deadly won ground, the nearest in blue hear a stentorian voice, grim, deliberate, exultant, "Look where Jackson stands like a stone wall. At them, men. Let us determine to die here, and we will conquer." Die he did, when the yelling horde in the sudden outrush grazed the edge of the Union besom sweeping over the plain in a rush of death. Then behind these spectral shapes came others, thousands, with wild, fierce shouts. The blue masses thinned to a single line. Men in command look anxiously to the rear. Where is Burnside? Where are the 12,000 men whom Hunter and Heinz Selman deployed in these woods 2 hours since? Back, slowly, fiercely, but backward, the slender wall of blue is forced, not defeated, but not victorious. All this Jack sees, and he turns heartsick from the sight. When the straggling couriers reached the point designated as McDowell's headquarters, he had gone to the eastward of the line, and, faithful to the command given him, Jack set out with Barney, leaving the others to deliver the message in case he missed the general. They emerged presently on the edge of a plateau, whence nearly the whole battle could be seen. Jack climbed a tall oak to reconnoiter the ground for McDowell, but, as his glass revealed the battling lines, he shouted to Barney to climb for a moment, to impress the frightful yet grandiose spectacle upon his mind. Far off toward the stone bridge, now a mile or more northeast of them, they could see the Union flags waving, and mark the white puffs of smoke that preceded the booming of the cannon. Every instant the clouds of smoke came southward, where the rebel lines were concealed by the thick copses. But they were breaking, always breaking back anew. In 20 minutes more, at the same rate, the hill upon which the rebel lines nearest the tree held the Union right at bay would be surrounded on two sides. This, for the moment, was a sulphurous crater, the fire-belching demons, invisible in the smoke. Through the glass Jack could see the lines clearly, or the smoke arising above them. The enemy had been pushed back nearly 2 miles since he had left Colonel Sherman a few rods above the stone bridge. The Union force, as marked by the veil of smoke, curved about the foeman, a vast crescent, 7 miles or more from tip to tip. The bodies opposing were scattered like a gigantic staircase, with the angles of the steps confronting each other step by step. But now the Union ranks at Jack's feet rush forward, a group of riders are coming to the tree, and Jack descends hastily to meet the general. He is again disappointed. It is not McDowell. At a loss what to do, he salutes one of the officers and states his case, recognizing, as he turns, General Franklin. I don't see that you can do better than remain where you are, or, still better, push to the brow of that hill yonder and act as a picket. In case you see any force approaching from this side, which is not likely, give warning. Our cavalry ought to be here, but it isn't. If you are called to account when the battle is done, give me as your authority. I take it your brigade will be around here pretty soon, if they make as rapid work all the way as they have made since 11 o'clock. If the cavalry come, you can report to the nearest officer for assignment. Chapter 11. The Legions of Varus. The two free lances set out now, relieved of all responsibility, and determined to watch the open fields and woods to see that this part of the field was not surprised. The hill to which the general had directed them was farther from the battle than they had yet been, but the work going on to the northeast showed that this would soon be the western edge of the combat if Sherman continued advancing. They are soon on the hill, and Jack posts himself in a tree with his glass. There is a lull in the quarter they have just quit. The smoke rolls away, and now he can see streams of greycoats hurrying to the edge of the plateau, where, 2 hours before, he had encountered Porter's brigade. Can it be possible that Porter's troops do not see these onrushing hordes? They are moving on the right point of the crescent, and unless the Union commander is alert they will break in on the back of the point, for Jack, without knowing it, was virtually in the rebel lines, that is, he was nearer the rebel left flank, the foot of the long, bow-shaped staircase, than he was to the tip of the Union crescent. But no. The stars and stripes fly forward, they are on the very crest whence the defiant guns spat upon them. But now the smoke covers everything. Then there is a calm. The ground is clear again. The grey masses are pouring up to the crest in still greater numbers. A large body of them march down the hill in the rear of the Union line concealed by the woods. They march right up to the ranks where the red-barred flag is flying. What can it mean? neither side fires. There must surely be some mistake. Hark! Now the blue line discovers, too late, that the mass is the enemy, and half the line withers in the point-blank discharge. They are swept from the ground. Jack is trembling, demoniac. The grey mass springs forward. They have seized the guns, 4 of them, and turn them upon the disappearing blue. Then a hoarse shout of delirious triumph. The guns are lost, the day is lost, for now there are no blue coats in sight. But no. A still wilder shout, electrifying, stentorian, comes across the plateau. The blue mass reappears. They come with a wild rush in well-ordered array. They are the regulars, Jack can tell by their movements. It must be the famous Roquette's battery he saw at Centerville in the morning. In 5 minutes the tale was retold, and the guns, snatched from the worsted grey coats, are safe in the hands of their masters. Again the smoke obscures the picture, again it clears away, and now the grey are in greater force than before, and the horseless batteries are again the prize of this rapacious grapple. Swarming in from 3 sides, the grey again hold the contested pieces. The blue vanish into the thick bushes. Another eruption, another pall of smoke, and Jack's heart bounds in exultant joy, for he sees the New York flag in the van. Sherman has reached the point of dispute. But alas! The guns are run back, and as the grey lines sway rearward in billowy, regular measure, they retain the titanically contested trophies. The sun is now far beyond the meridian. The Union lines are closing up compactly. One more such grapple as the last, and the broad plateau where the rebel artillery is massed, pointing westward, northward, eastward, will be won. But a palsy seems to have settled on the lines of blue. They are motionless, while their adversaries are hurrying men from some secret place, where they seem to be inexhaustible. The whole battle is now within the compass of a mile. But where can these hordes come from? Surely, General McDowell has never been mad enough to leave them disengaged along the fords. No, they do not come from that direction. They come at the very center of the rebel rear. Can it be that troops are arriving from Richmond? The southern lines are longer than the northern, but they have been since the first moment Jack got a glimpse of them. He could see, too, that they were thinner, that on the spur of the plateau in front of the massed rebel artillery a single brigade was holding the Union mass at bay. He can almost hear the rebel commands as the reinforcements pour in. But now the thunder breaks out anew, rolls in vengeful fury around the western and northern base of the plateau. The grey lines stagger, the falling men block the steps of the living. Surely now McDowell is going to do or die. Yes. The iron game goes on, the blue lines jostle and crush forward. They are at the last wall of resistance. But what is the sound at his very feet? As Jack looks down in the narrow way between the hill he is on and the plateau on the very edge of the Union line, in fact, behind it now, for it has moved forward since he took post, a rushing mass of grey-clad soldiery is moving forward on the dead run. In one instant the head of the column is where General Franklin rode but an hour or two before. He looks for Barney. He can see him nowhere. He climbs down in haste and discovers his comrade soundly sleeping against the base of the tree. Barney, the army is ruined. Is the battle over? Oh, no, no, but it will be in a moment. Hark, hear that! A roar of musketry, it seemed at their very feet. Then an outbreak of yells, so sharp, so piercing, so devilish the sound, that the marrow froze in their veins, arose, as if from the whole thicket about them. Is it too late to warn General Franklin? Barney asked, trembling. Ah, Barney, we are as bad as traitors. We ought to have seen these rebels before they got near. If we had done our duty this would never have happened. Perhaps it is not too late to get back. Let me go up and see where we can find a way without running into the enemy. Reaching his perch again, Jack cast his despairing eyes toward the fatal hill. It was now clear of smoke, and there wasn't a regiment left on it. His heart leaped for an instant, the next it was lead, for the ranks that had disappeared were down on the brow of the hill, in the valley, rushing forward, unresisted, the red and blue of the Union, mixed with the stars and bars of the rebellion, but, worse than all, the ranks of grey were sweeping in overwhelming masses quite behind the lines of blue, cutting them down as a scythe when near the end of the furrow. To the eastward Sherman still clung desperately to the crests he had won, but Jack saw with agony that, slipping between him and the river, a great wedge of grey was hurrying forward. His last despairing glance caught a body of jet-black horses galloping wildly into the dispersing ranks of blue. He came down from the tree limp, nerveless, unmanned. "Well?" Barney asked. "It's all over, we are ruined." "The army, you mean?" "Ah, yes. The army and we too. But what's going to become of us?" "I don't much care what becomes of us, at least I don't care what becomes of me. But if we don't get back to our regiment, they'll think we're deserters." "Good God, yes. I forgot that. I think I can find the way back. But we'll have to be careful, the enemy are all around us. I can hear them plainly, very near. Follow me, and don't speak above a whisper." Then, with swift movement, always as near the thick bushes as they could push, they fled faster and faster, as fear fell more and more heavily upon their quickened fancies. The thought of the repute of deserters lent them endurance, or they must have broken down before the weary shiftings of that dreadful flight. They are now near the spot where they had met Porter's pickets in the morning. The sounds of battle had died out at intervals, renewed now and again by an outcry of cheers, a quick fusillade, then more cheers, and then an ominous silence. But now there is a continuous roll of musketry near the knoll, back of the Warrenton road. The two wanderers, breathless, with torn uniforms, swollen faces, halt, gasping, to take their bearings. They can see the turnpike far beyond the stone bridge halfway to Centerville. They see crowds fleeing in zigzag lines over the open fields, see horses plunging wildly, laden down by 2 and even 3 men on their backs. They see vehicles overturned at the roadside, whence the horses have been cut or killed by the rebel shells. They see an army, in every sense a mob, swarming behind the deserted rebel forts. They see orderly ranks of shining black horses this side the stone bridge charging the fleeing lines of blue. They see shells whirling like huge black birds in the sky, suddenly falling among the scurrying thousands. They see a shell finally burst on the bridge, shiver a caisson to fragments, and then all sign of organized flight comes to an end. But near them, meanwhile, a sullen fire replies with desperate promptitude to the rebel shots. If we can get over to the men fighting at the edge of the woods, we may be killed or captured, but we won't be disgraced. Jack cries. Again they make a wide circuit through the woods, and now the firing is near at hand, coming slowly toward them. They have only to wait and they will be among the forlorn hope. Ah, with what fervent joy Jack marks the Union banner, flapping its twin streamers among the hurtling pines. They are near it, they are under it. Their own guns are no longer available, hundreds are lying at hand, they seize them. The line is firing in retreat. It is a sadly depleted battalion of Keyes's regulars, steadfast, imperturbable, devoted. A handful of them has been forgotten or misdirected. The rebels, uncertain whether it was not a trap to snare them, move with caution, while far to the left a turning column is hurrying to hem the Union group in on every side. There are hardly 300 bluecoats in the mass, but their volleys are so swift, so regular, so steady, that they make the impression of 1,000. The enemy felt sure, as was afterward learned, that there was at least a regiment. A young captain, soiled, ragged, his sleeves hanging in ribbons, the whole skirt of his coat gone, moves alertly, composedly in the center, seizing a gun when one comes handy on the ground, where there are plenty scattered. Steady, men, steady. We shall be at the water's edge, soon, and then we can give them hell. Never music sounded sweeter in Jack's car than that jaunty epithet hell. How inspiring! How little of the ordinary association the word brought up. Now they were traversing slowly the very ground Jack and his comrades had flown over in the morning. Still firing, still working with all his heart in the deadly play, Jack sidles to the officer and cries out, "Captain, I know a ford that will take us across above the stone bridge. We discovered it this morning. Shall I guide that way?" "Guide if you can, but fire like 7 devils, above all," the captain cried, seizing 2 or 3 pouches lying in a mass and emptying the cartridges into his pockets. "There, keep to the left sharp, and we shall come to a deep gully where the water is only knee-deep," Jack cries, also replenishing his cartridge box, which had shrunk under the rapid work of the last half-hour. "What regiment are you, Sergeant?" the captain cries, looking for a moment at the tattered recruit. "Caribs of New York, Sherman's brigade." "And how came you off here?" "Your brigade was near the right of the line at the stone barge." The captain asked this with a shade of suspicion in his voice. Jack explained his mission, and the officer, who had been dealing out the timely windfall of ammunition, nodded. Poor Hunter was shot early in the advance. It would have been victory to our flag if the poor old fellow had been wounded before the action began. He lost 3 hours in the attack, and gave the rebels a chance to come up from Winchester. Now Jack understood the mysterious legions that seemed to spring from the earth. They were Johnston's army from the Shenandoah. "Keep up heart, men. Burnside and Schenck are near us somewhere. They are in reserve, and they'll give these devils a warm welcome, if they push far enough after us." Then the steady volleys grew swifter, if that were possible, the enemy moving steadily after the slowly retiring group. But now there is a clear field to cross, so wide that the smallness of the force must be detected. The captain halts the line, takes his bearings, divides the little army into 2 bodies, orders one to move at a double quick directly across the open, the rest are stretched out as skirmishers. He retires with the first squad across the field, directing the skirmishers to hold the ground until they hear 3 musket shots from the wood behind. The rebels can now be seen closing in very near. But the skirmish line, spreading over a wider front, evidently perplexes them, and they halt. The 3 shots are presently heard, then the skirmish line flees in groups across the bare downs, the vociferating yells of the greycoats fairly drowning the hideous clamor of the muskets. "Ah! We're saved!" a lieutenant cries, waving his cap like a madman. "Look! There are men in the wood yonder, to our right, they are coming this way." Jack turned, he was near the captain, and he marked, with deadly panic, a look of despair settle down on the heroic, handsome face. What could it mean? Didn't he believe that there were men there? Jack handed him his own glass, the captain had none. "By heaven, our flag! But what troops can they be in that quarter? They must be surrounded, like ourselves. Sergeant, can you undertake a dangerous duty?" "With all my heart," Jack cried, heartily. "What's your name and company?" "John Sprague, Caribs, Company K." "Slip around the edge of the skirt of bushes. You'll be within an arm's length of the enemy all the way. Reach the place where we saw those men a moment since. When you get there, if they are friendly, fire a shot. Here, take this pistol. Fire that, I shall recognize it from the musketry. If they are the enemy, fire all the barrels as fast as you can and retreat. You run great danger. You can only by a miracle escape capture, but it is our only resource for the next charge. We must surrender or die," he added, looking woefully at the meager remnant of his company. Before the words had fairly ended, Jack is off like a shot, forgetting Barney, forgetting everything but the extrication of this grand young Roman. As he scurried along, sometimes on hands and knees, he blames himself for not learning the captain's name. He feels sure that a day will come when the world will know and admire it. He has gained the other corner, and in a moment he will be in the thick copse where the Union flag had been seen, but as he makes a dash through a clump of laurel he is confronted by two men, muskets in hand. A yank, by the Lord! Surrender, you damned mudsel! For answer Jack raised the pistol in his hand and fired. The man fell, with a frightful yell. The other leveled his musket fairly in Jack's face, but before he could pull the trigger a report at his ear deafened Jack, and the second man staggered against the tree. "Ah, ha! Me boy, the rear rank did the best work there," Barney cried, as Jack turned to see whence the timely aid had come. "A day after the fair's better than the fair itself, if the rain has kept the girls away," and Barney laughed good-humoredly. "Well, 'pon my soul, Barney, it's a shameful thing to say, but all thought of you had gone from my mind. I should not have let you come if you had proposed it, but now we're in for it. Ah!" As he spoke the Union flag he had seen came forward, but it was in the hands of a rebel bearer, and was upside down in mockery. The sight was enough. He fired the shots as agreed upon, firing two at the group marching heedlessly forward, as the skirmish line was far ahead, or they supposed it was, for the two men disabled by Jack and Barney were the advance, as it was not supposed that any but stragglers were near at hand, and the company were returning to their regiment. In an instant a fierce volley is returned, and Barney, who is fairly in the bush behind a huge tree, hears a low groan. He looks where Jack had been and sees him lying on the ground, stifling an agonized cry by holding his left arm over his mouth. Barney might have escaped, at least he might have delayed capture, but coming from behind the tree, he holds up his hands, and flinging himself on the ground beside his comrade takes his head upon his knee and awaits the worst. Book 2. The Hostages. Chapter 12. The Aftermath. There were not so many millions of Americans in 1861 as there are today. But they were more American then than they are now. That is, the old world had not sent the millions to our shores that now people the waste places of the West. It was not until after the Civil War that those prodigious hosts came, enough to make the populace of such empires as fill the largest space in history. That part of the land that loved the flag cherished it with a fervor deeper than the half-alien race that first flung it to the breeze under Washington. They loved the Republic with something of that passionate idolatry that made the Greeks' ideal joy, death for the fatherland, some of that burning zeal and godlike pride that made the earlier Roman esteem his citizenship more precious than a foreign crown. But until the battle on that awful 21st of July proved the war real, with the added horror of civil hate, Secretary Seward's epigram of 90 days clung fast in the public mind. Up to Bull Run there was a vague feeling that our army, in proper time, would march down upon the rebels like the hosts of Joshua, and scatter them and the rebellion to uttermost destruction in one action. It was upon this assumption that the journals of the North satirized, abused, vilified Scott, and clamored day by day for an advance upon Richmond. The damnation of public clamor, and not the incompetency of the general, set the inchoate armies of Scott upon that fatal adventure. But that humiliating, incredible, and for years misunderstood Sunday, on the plateaus of Manassas, where, after all, blundering and imbecility brought disaster, but not shame, upon the devoted soldiery, aroused the sense of the North to the reality of war, as the overthrow at Jemappes in 1793 convinced the Prussian oligarchy that the Republic in France was a fact. It was a dreadful Monday in the North when the first hideous bulletins were sent broadcast through the cities and carried by couriers into every hamlet. For hours, sickening hours, it was not believed. We have awakened many a morning since 1861 to hear of thrones overturned, armies vanquished, dynasties obliterated, to hear of great men gone by sudden and cruel death, but the anger and despair when Booth's cruel work was known, the shuddering horror over Garfield's taking off, the amazement when the hand of nihilism laid an emperor dead, the overthrow of Austria in a single day, the extinction of the Bonapartes, these things were heard and digested with something like repose compared to the bewildering outbreak that met the destruction of our army at Manassas. It was not the dazed, panic-stricken, panic anguish that followed Fredericksburg or the Second Bull Run. It was not the indignant, fretful wrath that rebuked official culpability for the destruction of the grand campaign on the peninsula. It was a startled, incredulous, angry amazement, in which blame afterward visited upon generals or cabinet, was humbly taken on the people's shoulders and echoed in a moaning mea culpa. 4 days all the people were close kin. In the streets strangers talked to strangers, the pulpit echoed the inextinguishable wrath of the streets, the journals, for a moment restrained into solemnity, echoed for once the real voice of an elevated humanity and not the drivel of partisanship nor the ulterior purposes of wealth and sham. Even schoolboys, arrested in the merrymaking of youth, looked in wonder at the sudden reversal of conditions. Boys well remember in the school that Monday, when the northern heavens were hung in black and grief wrung its crystal tresses in the air, the master began the work of the day with a brief, pathetic review of the public agony, and dismissed the classes that he was too agitated to instruct. There were no games on the greensward, no swimming in the river, no excursion to the Malvern cherry groves. The streets were filled with blank faces and whispering crowds unable to endure the restraint of routine or the ordinary callings of life. Parties were obliterated, or rather from the flux of this white heat, came out in solidified unity that compact of parties which for 4 years breathed the breath of the nation's life, spoke the purposes of the Republic, and amid stupendous reverses and triumphs held the public conscience clear in its sublime duty. The woes of bereavement were not widespread. The killed at Manassas were hardly more than we read of now in a disaster at sea or a catastrophe in the mines. The whole army engaged hardly outnumbered the slaughtered at Antietam, Gettysburg, or Burnside's butchery at St. Mary's Hill. Hence the marvel of the instant fusion, the swift resolve of the Northern mind. The battle was the sudden grapple of aggressive weakness, catching the half-contemptuous strong man unaware and rolling him in the dust. Brought to earth by this unlooked-for blow, the North arose with renewed force and the deathless determination that could have but one issue. The people, when the benumbing force of the surprise was mastered, flew together with one mind, one voice, one impulse. The churches, the public halls, the street corners, moving trains, and rushing steamers, were such hustings as the Athenian improvised in the porticos, when her orators inflamed the heart of Greece to repel the barbarians, to die with Leonidas in the gorges of the Thermopylae. Ah, what an imposing spectacle it was! The blood of wrath leaped fiercely in the chilled veins of age, the ardor of youth became the delirium of the Crusaders, the lofty zeal of the Puritans, the chivalrous daring of Rupert's troopers, and the Dutch devotees of Orange. 500,000 men had been called out, 1,000,000 were waiting in passionate eagerness within a month, 250 millions of money had been voted, 10 times that amount was offered in a day. Every interest in life became suddenly centered in one duty, war. It touched the heart of the whole people, and for the time they arose, purified, contrite, as the armies of Moses under the chastening of the rod. In Acredale there were sore hearts as the dreadful news became more and more definite. For days the death lists were mere guesswork, but when the routed forces returned to their camps in Washington the awful gaps in the ranks were ascertained with certainty. The Caribs were nearly obliterated. Of the 1,000 men and over who had marched from Meridian Hill only 400 were found 10 days after the battle. Elisha Boone had hurried at once to Washington, charged by all the fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters of the regiment to make swift report of the absent darlings. Kate was besieged in the grand house with tearful watchers, waiting in agonizing impatience for the fatal finality. Olympia, to spare her mother the distress of the vague responses her telegrams brought from Washington, spent most of the time at the Boones, where, thanks to the father's high standing with the administration, the earliest, most accurate information came. Finally he wrote. He had seen Nick Marsh, who gave the first coherent narrative of Jack, Barney, and Dick Paley. They had been seen, the first two in the last desperate conflict. An officer, the hero whom Jack had so much admired, and who turned out to be Gouverneur K. Warren, had escaped from the forlorn hope left to dispute the rebel charge upon the flying columns. He gave particulars that pointed with heart-breaking certainty to the death of the two boys. Young Paley had been lost sight of since noon of the battle. He had followed the path taken by Jack and his comrades across the flank of the enemy. He had been seen at Hind Selman's headquarters, but after that no one could trace him. Wesley, too, had been left near the stone bridge with a ball in either his arm or thigh. The informant was not quite sure which, as he fell in a charge of the line. Boone telegraphed to Kate that he was going through the lines with a flag of truce so soon as the affair could be regulated, and proffered his best offices for the Acredale victims. Everything had been prepared by Olympia and her mother for an instant departure so soon as positive information came. With them Marshal Paley went, trembling and tearful, and Telemach Ustwig, to extricate his son from danger, for it was uncertain what his status was in the forces. Kate, too, joined the melancholy pilgrimage that set out one morning, followed to the station by weeping kinsmen imploring the good offices of these ambassadors of woe. The sleeping car gave the miserable company seclusion, if not rest. They were not the only ones in quest of the missing, for as yet there was no certainty as to the fate of those left on the field of battle. Later reports had been more encouraging, for hundreds who were set down as prisoners or missing began to be heard from as far northward as the Maryland line. In the station at Washington, Boone met his daughter. Twig hurried to him and asked, "Any further news, Mr. Boone?" "We're all here, about half Acredale." "Yes, I see, but there is no more news of the Caribs." "We learn that the wounded have been sent to Richmond, and I shall set out for there tomorrow." Mrs. Sprague, with Olympia and Mary, drove to the house of a friend she had known years before, whose husband was a senator. The Boones, or rather Kate, bade them a cordial adieu as they drove off to the National Hotel. Then the most trying part of the quest began. The War Department was besieged with applicants, mostly women. Orders had been issued to forbid all crossing the lines, and the despairing kinsfolk of the lost were in a panic of impatient terror. In vain Olympia called upon eminent senators who had been friends of her father, in vain she invoked the aid of the Secretary of State, who had been the family's guest at Acredale. Once she penetrated, by the aid of strong letters, to the Secretary of War. He was surrounded by a hurried throng of orderlies, officers, and clerks, and even after she had been admitted to his office, Olympia was left unnoticed on a settee, waiting some sign to approach the dreaded presence. His imperious and abrupt manner, his alternation of deferential concern for some and disdainful impatience for others, gave her small hope that he would heed her prayer. She waited hours, sitting in the crowded room, ill from the oppressive air, the fixed stare of the officers, and the sobbing of others like herself waiting a word with the autocrat. At length, late in the afternoon, when the crowd had quite gone, she heard the secretary say in an undertone, "Send an orderly to those women and see what they want." Each of the waiting women handed credentials to the young man, and each in turn arose trembling and stood before the decisive official at the great, paper-strewn desk. There was no attempt to soften the refusal, as he turned curtly from the pleaders, and Olympia, shrinking from the ordeal, was about to step out of the room, when a tall, careworn man shambled in, glancing pityingly at her as she arose, half trembling, recognizing the president. She stepped in front of him in a desperate impulse, and, throwing up her veil, cried piteously, "Oh, Mr. Lincoln, you are a father, you have a tender heart, you will listen to the bereaved." He stopped, looking at her kindly, and put his left arm wearily on the desk by his side. "Yes, my poor girl, I am a father and have a heart, the more's the pity, for just now something else is needed in its place. I suppose your father is over yonder," and he nodded toward the Virginia shore. "Oh, Mr. Lincoln, my father is farther away than that. My father was Senator Sprague, you served with him in Congress. I thought that perhaps you might take pity on his widow, his daughter, his son, if the poor boy is still living, and send you across the lines. Oh, if God would put it in your heart. It's in my heart fast enough, my poor child, but impossible, Mr. President. The enemy, as it is, can open a Sabine campaign on us, and tie our hands by stretching northern women out in a line of battle between the ranks. It was the weary, discouraging voice of the secretary, imperiously implying that the executive must not interpose weakness and mercy where draconian rigor sat enthroned. The president smiled sadly. Ah, Mr. Secretary, a sister, a mother, give a great deal for the country. We cannot err much in granting their prayer. Make out an order, for whom? Olympia, speechless with gratitude, reverence, could hardly articulate, my mother, myself, and Miss Marcia Paley. Another mother. Her boy is not of age, and ran away to join my brother's company. She had a woman's presence of mind to answer with this diplomatic evasion. I'm afraid you will only add to your distress, my poor child, but you shall go. He inclined his head benignantly and passed into the inner sanctuary behind the rail, when Olympia heard the secretary say, grimly, I shall take measures to stop this sort of thing, Mr. President. Hereafter you shall only come to this department at certain hours. At all other times the doors shall be guarded. A grey-haired man in undress uniform presently appeared, and as he handed Olympia the large official envelope he said, respectfully, you never heard of me, Miss Sprague. Many years ago the senator, your father, did a kind turn for my brother, an employee in the Treasury. If I can be of any aid to you in this painful business, pray give me a chance to show a kindness to the family of a great and good man. My name is Charles Bevan, and it is signed to one of the papers in this letter. Within an hour all was ready, but they could not set out until the next morning, when, by 8 o'clock, the three ladies were en route. There was a large company with them, all under a flag of truce. They passed through the long lines of soldiery that lay entrenched on the Virginia side of the Potomac, and pushed on to Annandale, where the rebel outpost received them. Olympia's eyes dwelt on the wide-stretching lands of pine and oak, remembering the pictures Jack had given in his letters of this very same route. But there were few signs of war. The cleared places lay red and baking under the hot August sun, the trees seemed crisp and sapless. At Fairfax Courthouse, where the first signs of real warlike tenure were seen, the visitors were taken into a low frame house, and each in turn asked to explain the objects of her mission. Then the hospital reports were searched. In half a dozen or more instances the sad-eyed mothers were thrown into tremulous hope by the tidings of their darlings' whereabouts. But for Olympia and Aunt Mary there was no clue. No such names as Sprague or Paley were recorded in the fateful pages of the hospital corps. But there were several badly wounded in the hospital at Manassas, where fuller particulars were accessible. They were conducted very politely by a young lieutenant in a shabby grey uniform to an ambulance and driven 4 miles southward to Fairfax Station on the railway, when, after despairing hours of waiting, they were taken by train to Manassas. An orderly accompanied them, and as the train passed beyond Union Mills, where the Bull Run River runs along the railway a mile or more before crossing under it, the young soldier pointed out the distant plateau, near the famous stone bridge, and, when the train crossed the river, the high bluffs, a half-mile to the northward, where the action had begun at Blackburn's Ford. He was very respectful and gentle in alluding to the battle, and said, ingenuously, pointing to the plateau jutting out from the Bull Run Mountains, at 2 o'clock on Sunday we would have cried quits to McDowell to hold his ground and let us alone. But just as we were on our heel to turn, Joe Johnston came piling in here, right where you see that gully yonder, with 10,000 fresh men, and in 20 minutes we were 3-1, and then your folks had the worst of it. President Davis got off the train at the junction yonder, and as he rode across this field, where we are now, the woods yonder were full of our men, flying from the Henry House Hill, where Sherman had cut General B's brigade to pieces and was routing Jackson, Stonewall we call him now, because General Bonham, when he brought up the reserves, shouted, "See, there, where Jackson stands like a stone wall." He's a college professor and very pious. He makes his men pray before fighting, and has meetings in the commissary tent twice a week. Did Mr. Davis join in the battle? Olympia asked, more to seem interested in the garrulous warrior's narrative than because she really had her mind on the story. Oh, dear, no. Old Johnston had finished the job before the president. Olympia noticed that all Southerners dwelt upon this title with complacent insistence, could reach the field. He was barely in time to see the cavalry of Jeb Stuart charge the regulars on the Warrenton Road. The train came to a halt, and the young man said, cheerfully, "Here we are. The hospital's still right smart over yonder in the trees. But you will go with us, will you not?" Olympia asked in alarm, for it was wearing toward night. "Oh, yes, I'm detailed to remain with you until you have found out about your kinsfolk." In the mellow sunset the three women followed the orderly across the fields strewed with armaments, supplies, and the rough depot paraphernalia of an army at rest. The hospital consisted of a large tent for the slightly hurt, and a few old buildings and a barn for the more serious cases. The search was futile. There were 2 or 3 of the Caribs in the place, but they knew nothing of their missing comrades. Indeed, Jack's detail by Colonel Sherman had effectually cut off all trace of his movements after the battle began. Mrs. Sprague's tears were falling softly as the orderly led them to the surgeon's office. They were there shown the records of all who had been buried on the field. Many, he informed them, sympathetically, had been buried where they fell, in great ditches dug by the sappers. In every case the garments had been stripped from the bodies before burial, so that there was absolutely no means of identification. Most of the wounded had, however, been sent to Richmond with the prisoners. It would not do, he added, kindly, to give up all hope of the lost ones, until they had seen the roster of the prisoners and the wounded in the Richmond prisons and hospitals. Quarters were given to them in a tent put at their disposal by the surgeons, and in the long, wakeful hours of the night Olympia heard the guard pacing monotonously before the door. The music of the bugles aroused them at sunrise, a wan, haggard group, sad-eyed and silent. The girl made desperate efforts to cheer the wretched mother, and even privily took Mary to task for giving way before what was as yet but a shadow. 'Twould be time enough for tears when they found evidence that the stout, vigorous boys had been killed. As they finished the very plain breakfast of half-baked bread, pea coffee, and eggs, bought by the orderly at an exorbitant rate, he said, good-naturedly, "The train don't come till about 10 o'clock. If you'd like to see the battlefield, I can get the ambulance and take you over." Olympia eagerly assented. Anything was preferable to this mute misery of her mother and Mary's sepulchral struggles to be conversational and tearless. They drove through bewildering numbers of tents, most of them, Olympia's sharp eyes noted, marked U.S. and she reflected, almost angrily, that the chief part of war, after all, was pillage. The men looked shabby, and the uniforms were as varied as a carnival, though by no means so gay. Whenever they crossed a stream, which was not seldom, groups of men were standing in the water to their middle, washing their clothing, very much as Olympia had seen the washerwomen on the continent, in Europe. They were very merry, even boisterous in this unaccustomed work, responding to rough jests by resounding slashes of the tightly wrung garments upon the heads or backs of the unwary wags. "Why, there must be 1,000,000 men here," Mary cried, as the tents stretched for miles, as far as she could see. "No, not quite 1,000,000, I reckon," the orderly said, proudly. "But we shall have 1,000,000 when we march on Washington." "March on Washington?" Mary gasped, as though it was an official order she had just heard promulgated. But we aren't ready yet." Then she halted in dismay. Was she giving information to the enemy? Would they instantly make use of it? She must, at any cost, undo this fatal treason, big with disaster to the Republic. "I mean, we are not ready yet to put our many million men on the march." The orderly laughed. "I reckon your many million will be ready as soon as our 1,000,000. You know we have a big country to cover with them. You folks have only Washington to guard and Richmond to take. We have the Mississippi and 1,500 miles of coast to guard. Now, this corner is New Market, where Johnston waited for his troops on Sunday and led them right along the road we are on, to the pine wood yonder, just north of us. We won't go through there, because we ain't making a flank movement," and he laughed pleasantly. They drove on at a rapid rate as they came upon the southern shelf of the Manassas Plateau. "This," the orderly said, pointing to a small stone building in a bare and ragged waste of trees, shrubs, and ruined implements of war, "is the Henry House, what is left of it, the key of our position when Jackson formed his stone wall facing toward the northwest, over there where your folks very cleverly flanked us and waited an hour or two, heaven only knows what for, unless it was to give us time to bring up our reinforcements. Your officers lay the blame on Burnside and Hunter, who, they declare, just sat still half the day, while Sherman got in behind us and would have captured every man jack of our fellows, if Johnston hadn't come up, where I showed you, in the very nick of time. The women were looking eagerly at the field of death. It was still as on the day of the battle, save that instead of the thousands of beating hearts, the flaunting flags, and roaring guns, there were countless ridges torn in the sod, as if a plough had run through at random, limbs and trees torn down and whirled across each other, broken wheels, musket stocks and barrels, twisted and sticking, gaunt and eloquent, in the tough, grassy fibre of the earth. In this circle of 1.5 miles 50,000 men pelted each other from 2 o'clock that Sunday morning until 4 in the afternoon. Up to 2 o'clock we were on the defensive. We were driven from the broad, smooth road yonder that you see cutting through the trees, northward 1 mile from here. Jackson alone made a stand. If it hadn't been for him we should have been prisoners in Washington now, I reckon. You see those men at work. They are picking up lead. We reckon that it takes a ton of lead to kill a man. A ton of lead. Olympia repeated. Yes. You wouldn't believe that thousands of men can stand in front of each other a whole day and pour lead into each other's faces, and not 1 in 50 is hit. Ah! Olympia commented, thinking that, after all, Jack might not have been hit. These are the trenches of the dead. Our dead are not here. They were all taken and sent to friends. There are 500 of your dead here and near the stone bridge yonder. We lost 300 killed in the fight. And are there no other marks than this plain board? Olympia pointed to a rough pine plank, sticking loosely in the ground, with the words painted in lamp black, 85 Yanks. By the hospital corps, B's brigade. That's all. They were all stripped, no means of identifying them. The sun was very hot, the rain next day made the bodies rot, and the men had to just shovel them in. Oh, oh. Don't, pray don't. Olympia cried, as her mother tottered against the ambulance. I ask your pardon, ladies, I forgot that these are not things for ladies to hear. He spoke in sincere contrition. To relieve him Olympia smiled sadly, saying, won't you take us back, please? The ambulance drove on into the Warrington Pike, and, if Olympia had known it, within a stone's throw of Jack's last effort, where the cavalry picket came upon him. It was noon when they reached the station. The orderly returned the ambulance to the hospital, brought down the luggage, and the 3 women made a luncheon of fruit and dry bread, declining the orderly's invitation to eat at the hospital. The train came on 3 hours late. It was filled with military men, most of them officers, but so soon as the orderly entered the rear coach, ushering in his charges, 2 or 3 young men with official insignia on their collars arose with alacrity and begged the ladies to take the vacant places. At Bristow Station many of the officers got out and a number of civilians entered from the coach ahead and took their places. Mrs. Sprague, worn out by the fatigue of the journey and the strain upon her mind, quite broke down in the hot, ill-ventilated car. There was no water to be had, and Olympia turned inquiringly to the person opposite her, asking, "Could we possibly get any water? My mother is very much overcome." "Certainly, madam. There must be plenty of canteens on the train. I will bring you some in a moment." An officer who had been sharing the seat with Mary arose on hearing this and said, "Kindly, madam, if you will make use of your seat as a couch, perhaps your mother will feel more comfortable reclining. I will get a seat elsewhere." Olympia was too much distressed to think of acknowledging this courteous action, but Mary spoke up timidly, "We are most grateful to you, sir." "Oh, don't mention it. Are you going far?" "Yes, we're going to Richmond, to find our boys, lost in the battle 2 weeks ago." "Oh, you're from the north." He was a young man, perhaps 30, evidently proud of his unsoiled uniform and the glittering insignia of rank on the sleeve and collar. "Yes, sir, we're from Acredale, near Worcester," Mary said, as though Acredale must be known even in this remote place, and that the knowing of it would bring a certain consideration to the travellers. "Oh, yes, Worcester. I fell in with an officer from there after the battle, a Captain Boone." "Do you know him?" "Oh, dear me, yes. He is from Acredale. He is captain of Company K of the Caribee Regiment, Caribee." "Why, yes. I remember that name. We got their flags and sent them to Richmond, and, oh, sir, did you take the prisoners? I mean the Caribs, were there many?" "Oh, dear sir, it is among them our boys were, they were mere boys." "Yes, there were a good smart lot of them, and as you say all very young. Boone himself can't be 25. "And are they treated well? Do they have care? Of course you did not ask any of their names?" Mary asked eagerly, comforted to be able to talk with someone who knew of the Caribs, for heretofore, of the scores they had questioned, no one had ever heard of the regiment. "Oh, as to that, you know a soldier's life is hard, and a prisoner's is a good deal harder. Most of your men are in Castle Thunder, a large tobacco warehouse." He hesitated, and looked furtively at Olympia administering water to her mother. "Perhaps," he said, heartily, "if you would put a drop of whiskey in the cup it would brace up your mother's nerves. We find it a good friend down here, when it isn't an enemy," he added, smiling as Olympia looked at the proffered flask hesitatingly. "I assure you, madam, Southerners, in the old time at least, imitated the pleasant continental custom of addressing all women by this comprehensive term, 'You will be the better for a sip yourself.' It was upon that we did most of our fighting the other day, and it is a mighty good brace-up, I assure you." But Olympia shook her head, smiling. Her mother had taken a fair dose, and was, as she owned, greatly benefited by it. The young man sat on the arm of the opposite seat, anxious to continue the conversation, but divided in mind. Mary was trying to hide her tears, and kept her head obstinately toward the window. Olympia, with her mother's head pillowed on her lap, strove to fan a current of air into circulation. She gave the young man a reassuring glance, and he resumed his seat in front of her, beside the distracted Mary. "You are from Richmond?" Olympia asked as he sat puzzling for a pretext to renew the talk with her. "Oh, no, I am from Wilmington, but I have kinsfolk in Richmond. I am on General Beauregard's staff. My name is Ballman, Captain Ballman." She vaguely remembered that Vincent Atterbury was on staff duty. Perhaps this young man knew him. "Do you know a Mr. Atterbury in your army?" she asked, blushing foolishly. Atterbury, why, yes. I know there is such a man. He is in General Jackson's forces, whether on the staff or not I can't say. Stay. I saw his name in the Whig this very day. He took out the paper and glanced down the columns. Ah, yes, is this the man? And he read, "Major Vincent Atterbury, whose wounds were at first pronounced serious, is now at his mother's country house on the river. He is doing excellently, and all fears have been removed." "Yes, that is he. We know him quite well." And she turned her head windowward, with a feeling of confidence in the mission, heretofore so blank and wild. Vincent would aid them. He could bring official intervention to bear, without which Jack might, even though alive and well, be hidden from them. She whispered this confidence to her mother as the train jolted along noisily over the rough road, and, a good deal inspired by it, Mrs. Sprague began to take something like interest in the melancholy country that flew past the window, as if seeking a place to hide its bareness in the blue line of uplands that marked the receding mountain spurs. The captain was much more potential in providing a supper at the evening station than the orderly, who was looked upon with some suspicion when he told the story of his protégés. The zeal of the new Confederates did not extend to aiding the enemy, even though weak women and within the Confederate lines. It was nearly morning when the train finally drew up in the Richmond station, and the captain, with many protestations of being at their service, gave them his army address, and, relinquishing them to the orderly, withdrew. It had been decided that the party should not attempt to find quarters in the hotels, which their escort declared were crowded by the government and the thousands of curious flocking to the city since the battle. He could, however, he thought, get them plain accommodations with an aunt, who lived a little from the center of the town. They were forced to walk thither, no conveyance being obtainable. After a long delay they were admitted, the widow explaining that she had been a good deal troubled by marauding volunteers. The orderly explained the situation to his kinswoman, and without parley the three ladies were shown into two plain rooms adjoining. They were very prim and clean. The morning air came through the open windows, bearing an almost stupefying odor. It may have been the narcotic influence of the flowers that brought sleep to the three women, for in 10 minutes they were at rest as tranquilly as if in the security of Acredale. Chapter 13. A Comedy of Terrors. When Jack, the day after the battle, found himself able to take account of what was going on, he closed his eyes again with a deep groan, believing in a vague glimpse of peaceful rest that his last confused sensation was real, that he was dead. But there were no areades of languorous ease to perpetuate or encourage this delusion. Sharp pains racked his head, his right arm burned and twinged as though he had thrust it into pricking flames. Loud voices about, but invisible to him, were swearing and gibing. He was lying on his back, his head on a line with his body. A regular movement, broken by joltings that sent torturing darts through his whole frame, told him without much conjecture that he was in an ambulance. The accent of the voices outside told him that it was a rebel ambulance and not a northern one he was in. He tried to raise his head to see his companions, but he might as well have been nailed to the cross, so far as pain and helplessness went. Then he lost the thread of his thought. He heard, in a vague, far-off voice, men talking. "We'll catch old Abe on our next trip if we go on like this, eh, Ben? I reckon. I'm just going to take a furlough now. Hain't he seen my girl for 4 months? How much did you pick up? I've got 5 gold watches and right smart ocean plasters. I don't reckon they'll pass in our parts, but I'm going to trade 'em off with some of these wounded chaps. They'll give gold for 'em fast enough. I got a heap of gold watches, jackknives, and sec. I don't know what in the land to do with 'em. Suppose we can sell 'em in Richmond?" "Yes, but how are we going to get to Richmond?" "We're ordered to dump these Yanks at Newmarket and go back. If we don't get to Richmond, our watches ain't worth a red cent. Just like's not old Boyle'll issue an order to turn everything in. I'm blamed if I will. Look here, Ben, do you see that road off there to the right?" "Yes, I do, but I don't see that it's different from any other road." "Don't you? Well, honey, it's mighty sight different from all the roads you ever saw. It takes you where you don't want to go." "What do you mean, Bob?" "I just mean that our road goes to Newmarket, where these Yanks are ordered, but we've lost it and we shall come out in about an hour and a half at the junction, where train goes on to Richmond." "See, Bob Purvis, you are a general," and then there followed low, rollicking laughter, mingled with a gurgling as of a liquid swallowed from a flask. "But how'll we manage at the junction? We can't go right on the cars. There is some hocus-pocus about everything you do in the army. Oh, Jess, you keep your eye on your dad, and you'll see things you never saw afore. The minute them cavalry sneaks left us back there, I made up my mind I'd skip Newmarket. They've gone back to pick up more loot. No one at the junction knows what our orders was. Besides, it'll be dark when we get there. The trains'll be full of our wounded. We'll slip these Yanks in as if under orders. No one will know but we're hospital guards on a detail for the wounded. When it is found out we shall be in Richmond, and, if the provost folk get hold of me afore I've been home and planted my haul, then I'm a Yank. By mighty, Ben, you are a general, swat. then suppressed laughter and the gurgling of the flowing enlivener. Jack blissfully fell into dreams, wherein home things and warlike doings mingled in grotesque medley. Relapses into consciousness followed at he knew not what intervals thereafter. He was conscious of cruel torment and a clumsy transfer into another vehicle, confused sounds of groans, curses, waving lights, and the hissing of escaping steam almost in his very ears. Then the anguish of thundering wheels, until his cracked brain reeled and he was mercifully unconscious. How long? His eyes opened on a clean white wall, flowers hung from the windows in plumy festoons, birds sang in the yellow dazzling sunlight. What could it mean? Was he at home? Surely there was nothing of war in these comfortable surroundings. His left arm was free, there was no one lying near to impede its movement. So it wasn't a hospital. He took vague note of all this before he tried to lift his arm. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and to assure himself that it was not a cruel delusion. When he took it away, a kind face, the face of a woman, was bending over him. "You are feeling better, aren't you, Lieutenant?" Lieutenant. Why did she call him Lieutenant? Had he been promoted on the battlefield? Was he in the Union lines? Oh, yes, else he would have been in a hospital, with moaning men all about him. He tried to speak. The woman put her finger to her lips, warningly. "The doctor says you must not speak or be spoken to until you get strong." Days passed. He couldn't tell how many, for he lay, long hours at a time, unconscious, the mental faculties mercifully dead while the wounded ligatures knit themselves anew. His right arm had been cut by a saber stroke, and a pistol ball had entered above the shoulder blade. Prompt attention would have given him recovery in a few days, but the 24 hours in a cart and the cars made his condition, for a time, serious. But now he is visibly stronger, and his nurse brings people into the room to see him. They look at him with wonder and admiration, while the good lady is all in a flutter of delight. He hears himself spoken of always as the lieutenant and hesitates to ask an explanation. The physician comes but seldom, the lady explaining that all the doctors in town are busy in the hospitals. The truth flashed upon him one morning, when his hostess came bursting in to say, "The provost guard has come to take your name." "I don't know it, for when you were brought here my son only heard you called Lieutenant." "My name is John Sprague." Jack lifted himself to his elbow in excitement and disregard of everything, "and my regiment is the He fell back, and the frightened dame hurried to him as she saw his changed look and deadly pallor. "Oh, how careless of me, how unthinking! There, lie perfectly still. I will send the guard away and come back." She was gone before he could recover his speech or enough coherence to say what was in his mind. She informed the orderly that the ailing man was John Sprague, a lieutenant in the 1st Virginia Volunteers, for that was the regiment the hospital guards had named, when, on the night of the arrival, the eager citizens swarmed at the station to take the wounded to their homes. the hospitals being sadly unready. Jack instantly suspected the situation, the conversation in the ambulance coming back to him now distinctly. What should he do? He was in honor bound to undeceive the kind-hearted and unwitting accomplice of the fraud practiced on herself as well as on him. She came in presently with an officer. Jack was not familiar with the rebel insignia, and could not discover his rank or service, but he expected to hear himself denounced as a spy or anything odious. Our surgeon has been sent to Manassas, and Dr. Van Ness is come to take care of you in his place, the matron said, as Jack stared silent and quavering at the newcomer. That gentleman examined the patient, shook his head dubiously and declared high fever at work, and ordered absolute quiet for at least 24 hours, when, if he could, he would return. Continue the prescriptions you have now, Mrs. Raines. All he needs is quiet. The hospital steward will come to dress his wounds as usual. Mrs. Raines came in with tea and toast in the evening, and as she spread the napkin on the bed she prattled cheerily. I'm so happy tonight. I've just received a letter from my son. He's at Manassas. He's been promoted to lieutenant from sergeant. It was read at the head of the regiment, for gallant service at the Henry House, where he captured part of a company of Yankees with a squad of cavalry. He's only 22, and if he lives he may be a general, if those cowardly Yankees will only fight long enough. But I'm afraid they won't. The Whig says this morning that beast Lincoln has to keep himself guarded by a regiment of Negroes, as the Northern people want to kill him. I hope they won't, for if they did then they might put someone in his place that has some sense, and then the war would come to an end and we should be cheated in a settlement, for the Yankees are sharper than our big-hearted, generous men. No, sir, no, you mustn't talk. I've promised to keep you quiet, so lie still. I'll read the Whig to you. She ran over the meager dispatches made up of hearsay and speculation, how the North had fallen into a rage with the Washington authorities, how Lincoln's life wasn't safe, how the cabinet had all resigned, how the Democrats had arisen in Congress and in the state legislatures and demanded negotiations with President Davis, how England was drawing up a treaty with the new Confederacy. Then she turned to the local page. She ran over a dozen paragraphs recounting the deeds of well-known Richmond heroes, but these made no impression upon the listener, until she read, Major Vincent Atterbury, whose gallantry at the Battle of the 21st Richmond is a subject of pride to his friends, was transferred to his country home, on the James, yesterday. He is still very low, but the surgeons declare that home quiet and careful nursing will restore him to his duties in time for the autumn campaign, if the Yankees do not surrender before that time. Jack's eyes were so bright when Mrs. Raines looked at him, as she lowered the sheet, that she arose, exclaiming quickly, "There, I have brought the fever back. Your eyes are glittering and your cheeks are flushed. No, do not speak." She moved precipitately from the room, and Jack sank back with a groan. His danger, if not his difficulties, might be overcome now. He would write to Mrs. Atterbury, and through Vincent arrange for an exchange. But a still deeper trouble had been on his mind. Where were Barney and Nick, and, worse than all, young Dick Paley? If any mishap had befallen that boy, he would shrink from returning to Acredale. And his mother, what must her state of mind be? How many days had passed since the battle? He had no means of knowing. Ah, yes. The paper was there on the stand, where Mrs. Raines had thrown it. He raised himself slowly and seized it. Heavens! Saturday, the 4th of August. 2 weeks since that fatal Sunday. And his mother. Oh, he must find means to write, to telegraph. Mrs. Raines, he called, hoarsely, Mrs. Raines. She came running to his side in alarm. Oh, what has happened? You are worse. I am very comfortable, but, my kind friend, I must let my mother know that I am alive. She will think me dead. That's what I meant to ask you, just as soon as you seemed able to talk. I would have gladly sent her word and invited her to come here, but I didn't know the name nor the address. You didn't have a stitch of clothes when you came except your underwear. The rest had been taken off, the men said, because they were soiled and bloody, and there wasn't a clue of any sort to your identity, except that you were a lieutenant in a Virginia regiment. I thought we should find out when the provost came, but they have sent to Manassas, and no answer has come back yet. The men who brought me here deceived you, Mrs. Raines. I do not belong to a Virginia regiment, I belong to a New York regiment, and I am a Union soldier. Great Father! A Yankee. The poor woman sank on the nearest chair, as someone who has been nursing a patient that suddenly turns out to have smallpox or leprosy. Yes, Mrs. Raines, if you prefer that name, I'm a Yankee, but we call only New Englanders Yankees. He waited for her to speak, but as she sat dumb, helpless, overcome, he continued, I tried to explain the mistake before, but your kindness cut me off. I can only say that, though you have given me a mother's care and a Christian's consideration under a misunderstanding, I trust you will not blame me for willful deception nor regret the goodness you have shown the stranger in your hands. And those men that brought you here, were they Yankees, too? She asked, her mind dwelling, womanlike, on the least essential factor of the problem in order to keep the grievous fact as far away as possible. Oh, no. They were your own people. There was no collusion, I assure you. Jack almost laughed now, as the dialogue in the ambulance recurred to him, and the adroit use the men had made of their unconscious charges to secure a furlough. No, I was more amazed than I can say when I came to myself in this charming chamber, a paradise it seemed to me, a home paradise, when your kind face bent over my pillow. It's a cruel disappointment, she said, rising and holding the back of the chair as she tilted it toward the bed. We were so proud of you, so proud to have anyone that had fought for our dear state in our own house to nurse, to bring back to life. Everyone on the street has someone from the battle, and oh, What will be said of us when people know that we. But here the cruelty of the conclusion came too sharply to her mind, and she walked to the window, sobbing softly. I can understand, believe me, Mrs. Raines, and I am going to propose a means to you whereby I shall be taken from here, and your neighbors shall never know that you entertained an enemy unawares, though God knows I don't see why we should be enemies when the battle is over. If your son were in my condition I should think very hard of my mother if she were not to him what you have been to me. But I can't believe you're a Yankee, you were so gentle, so patient in all the dreadful times when the surgeon was cutting and hacking. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, please say you are joking, that you wanted to give me a fright. And you have a mother. She came over near the bed again and stood looking at him dismally, half in doubt, half in perplexed wonder, for Yankee, in her mind, suggested some such monster as the Greeks conjured when the Goths poured into the peninsula, maiming the men and debauching the women. I said Sprague wasn't a Virginia name, she murmured, plaintively, in a last desperate attempt to fortify herself against the worst, but there's no telling what names are in Virginia now, since Norfolk has grown so big and folks come in that way from all over the world. Jack could scarcely keep a serious face, as this humorous lament displayed the pride of the Dominion and the unconscious Puritanism of the provincial. Now, Mrs. Raines, here is what I propose. Major Atterbury, of whom you read to me, is my nearest friend. We have been college comrades, he has passed weeks at my home, and I have been asked to his, and meant to come this autumn vacation, if the war had not broken out. I will write to his mother, and she will have me removed to her house, and it need never be known that you gave aid and comfort to the enemy. But the Atterburys will never receive you. They were the first to favor secession, when all the rest of us opposed it. To tell you the truth, Mr. Sprague, it is partly because we were abused a good deal for holding back when the secession excitement was first started, that I am so anxious about the story getting out that we entertained a Yankee prisoner. My husband is in the service of the government in Norfolk, and my son is in the army. But you know what neighborhood gossip is. So, after a friendly talk in which the poor lady cried a great deal and besought Jack's goodwill for her darling William, if ever he were luckless enough to be captured, the note was written and dispatched to the Atterburys, whose city house was near the Capitol Square. The messenger returned a half-hour later, reporting the family out of town, that they had taken the major to their country place near Williamsburg, on the banks of the James. The messenger had given the letter to the housekeeper, who said that it would go out an hour later with the mail sent daily to the family. Williamsburg is 2 hours' ride on the train, Mrs. Raines explained, and we shan't hear from them until tomorrow. Jack said nothing. His mind was on his mother and the misery she must be enduring. He turned restlessly on his pillow that night, and woke feverish in the morning. Mrs. Raines now took as much pains to keep people who called from seeing her hero as she had before put herself out to display the invalid. Even the doctor, calling about 9 o'clock, was sent away on some pretext, and the poor lady waited with an anxiety, almost as poignant as Jack's own, for the response to his note. About noon it came. Mrs. Raines went to the door herself, not daring to trust the colored girl, who had lavished untold pains on Jack's linen and the manual part of his care. Jack heard low voices in the hallway, then on the stairs, and he knew someone had come. "Here is Miss Atterbury sent to fetch you," Lieutenant Mrs. Raines said, now very much relieved, and impressed, too, by the powerful friends her dangerous protégé was able to summon so promptly by a line. "You are Rosalind," Jack said, smiling at a pair of the brownest and most bewitching eyes fixed soberly on him. "I should have known you if I had met you in the street, although you were a small girl when I saw you last." "You needn't take much credit for that, sir, since Vincent probably had my portrait in all his coat pockets and his room frescoed with them. It's a trick of his. So you needn't pretend that it was family likeness, I know better. Vincent has all the good looks of the family, and I have all the good qualities. That's why you've come to console the afflicted." "Yes, duty, you know how disagreeable that is. Vincent declared he would come himself, if I didn't, and Mama wouldn't hear of your being moved by servants alone, so I am here. But I give you fair warning that I am a rebel of the most ferocious sort. You shall ride under the bonny blue flag to Rosedale, and you shall salute our flag every morning when it is hoisted. I am the most docile of men and the easiest of invalids. I will ride under Captain Kidd's flag and salute the standard of the Grand Turk, to be near Vincent just now." When Rosalind's colored aides had placed him in the big family carriage, and he had bidden Mrs. Raines farewell, the young lady resumed, "Ah, I know you. Vincent has told me about your Yankee ways." "Not another word, sir. I'll act as guide, and tell you all we see of note as we go on. There where your eyes are resting now is the Confederate Hall of Independence. That modest house on the corner is President Davis's. We are going to build him another by and by, after we capture Washington and get our belongings. No, no, you needn't speak. I know what you want to say. That's Washington's monument, and there is our dear old Jefferson. Doesn't it quicken even your slow Yankee blood to pass the walls that heard Jefferson at his greatest, that held Patrick Henry, that covered Washington? Ah! If you Northern Pharisees were not moneygrubbers and soulless to everything but the almighty dollar, you would join hands with us in creating our new Confederacy. Yes, sir. You're my prisoner. We shall see that one Yankee is kept out of mischief, if the war lasts, which is not likely, as your folks are quite cowed by the victory at Bull Run. Wasn't it a splendid fight? I shall never forgive Vin for not letting me know it was coming off. Vin, you know, is on General Early's staff. He knew 2 days before that there was to be a fight, for he started from Winchester to keep the railway clear and lead the troops to the Henry House when they got off the cars. He was in the thickest of the fight, near Professor Jackson, Stonewall, they call him now. He, Vin, had 3 horses killed, and was made a major on the field by General Joe Johnston. What, Please let the carriage stop a moment. I want to absorb that lovely view." He pointed to the James, debouching from the hills over which the carriage was slowly rolling. The afternoon sun was behind them, but far, far to the eastward the noble river wound through masses of dark, deep green until it was lost in a glow of shimmering mirage in the low horizon. "Isn't it lovely? We shall have a nobler capital city than Washington, with its horrid red streets, its wilderness of bare squares, its interminable distances," Carcassonne Jack murmured. "Carcassonne, what's that?" "An exquisite bit of verse and a touching story." There, stop. You are talking again. You shall read the poem to me, that is, if it isn't a glorification of the North. No, Carcassonne was a city of the South. Really, you must not talk. I'm not going to open my lips again until we get to the boat. She settled back in her place and took out a book, looking over the top at him from time to time. The motion of the vehicle, the warmth of the day, and the odorous breath of flowers and shrubs gradually dulled his mischievous spirits, and he slept tranquilly until the carriage drew up at the wharf at Harrison's Landing, whence, taken on a primitive ferry, they in an hour or more arrived at a long wooden pier extending into the river. It was nearly 6 o'clock when the carriage entered a solemn aisle of pines ending in a labyrinth of oleanders and the tropic-like plants of the south. Then an old-fashioned porticoed mansion came into view, and on signal from the driver a posse of colored servants came trooping out noisily to carry the invalid in. Mrs. Atterbury was on the veranda, and stepped down to the carriage to welcome the guest. She greeted him with the affectionate cordiality of a mother, and asked, "How have you borne the fatigue? I hope Rosa hasn't let you talk." "If I may speak now, it will be to bear testimony that I have been made a mummy since noon. I haven't been permitted to ask the local habitation or name of the scenic delights that have made the journey a panorama of beauty and my guide a tyrant, to whom, by comparison, Caligula was a tender master. Since you slept most of the way you must have dreamed the beauty, as you certainly have invented the tyrant," Rosa retorted, as the brawny servants lifted Jack bodily and carried him up the 3 steps and into the sitting room. "Your quarters are next to my son's, if you think you can endure the constant outbreaks of that locality. We are with him in all but his sleeping hours, so you will do well to reflect before you decide." "Oh, I shall insist on being near Vincent. He's too badly hurt to overcome me in case we are tempted to fight our battles over again." "But he has allies here, sir, and you must remember that you are a prisoner of war," Rosa cried from the landing above, en route to minister to her hero before the Yankee invaded him. Vincent was propped up in the bed with a mass of pillows, and the 2 friends embraced in college boy fashion, too much moved for a moment to begin the flood of questions each was eager to ask and answer. "Before I say a word of anything else, Vint, I want you to do me a great service. It is 2 weeks since the battle. I am sure my mother cannot have any certain information about me. Can you manage any way to get a letter or telegram sent her?" "Of course I can. Nothing easier. Write your telegram. I will send it undercover to General Early. He will forward it by flag of truce to Washington, and it will be sent north from there. But Jack's letter was never sent, for when the post came from Richmond the next day, Vincent read in the morning paper a surprising personal item. Among the distinguished arrivals in the city within the week, we have just learned of the presence of Mrs. Sprague, wife of the famous senator, a contemporary with Clay and Webster. Mrs. Sprague has come to Richmond in search of her son, who was captured or killed on the field near the Henry House. She comes with her daughter under a safeguard from General Johnston, who knew the family when he was at West Point. Mrs. Sprague is stopping with Mrs. Bevan, on Vernon Street, and is under the escort of Private William Bevan of the General Headquarters. Chapter 14. Under Two Flags. That modest paragraph in the morning paper wrought amazing results in the fortunes of many of the people we are interested in. A regiment of cavalry encamped near the outskirts of the city on the line of the Virginia Central had broken camp early in the morning to march northward. One company detailed to bring up the rear was still loitering near the station when the newspapers were thrown off the train and eagerly seized by the men, who bestrewed themselves in groups to hear the news read aloud. "Here, you towhead, your company clerk, you read so that we can all hear." In response to this a stripling, in the most extraordinary costume, came out from the impedimenta of the company with a springy step and consequential air. You wouldn't have recognized the scapegrace, Dick Paley, in the carnival figure that came forward, for his curling blonde hair was closely cropped, his face was smeared with the soilure of pots and pans, and it was evident that the eager warrior had exchanged the weapons of war for the utensils of the company kitchen. He read in a high, clear treble the telegraphic dispatches, the sanguinary editorial raticinations, Orphic in their prophetic sententiousness, and then turned to the local columns. Anyone listening to the lad would never have suspected that he was not a Southron. He prolonged the A's and O's, as the Southern trick is, and imitated to such perfection the pleasant localisms of Virginian pronunciation, that keener critics of speech and accent than these galliard troops would have been deceived. But suddenly his voice breaks. He falls into the clear, distinct enunciation of New York, the only speech in the Union that betrays no sign of locality. He is reading the lines about the distinguished arrivals. Fortunately at the instant there is a blast from the bugles, "Fall in!" and the men rush to their horses. In 20 minutes the company is clattering out on the Mechanicsville Road, and at noon, when the squadron halted for dinner, the company cook had to rely on the clumsy ministrations of his colored aides. Towhead had disappeared. Olympia, after a night of anguish, began the new day with a heavy burden on her mind. Mrs. Sprague was delirious. The physician summoned during the night shook his head gravely. She was suffering from overexertion, heat, and anxiety. He was unable to do more than mitigate her sufferings. He recommended country air and absolute repose. Mary, too, though holding up bravely, gave signs of breaking down. The two women, Olympia and Mary, under the escort of young Bevan, had gone through the prisons, the dreadful castle window, and through the hospitals, with hope dying at every new disappointment. They came across many of the Caribs, and saw a member of Congress, caught on the battlefield, who knew the regiment well. Jack had been traced to Porter's lines, then far to the left, where Nick had been told to wait. Nick was among the sweltering mass at Castle Window, but he could trace the missing no farther. He told of Jack's persistent valor to the last, and the dreadful moment, when he, Jack, had been separated. Dick he had not seen at all. Olympia made intercession for Nick's release, but was informed that nothing could be done until a cartel of exchange had been arranged. The Yankee authorities had in the first 5 months of the war refused to make any arrangement, while the Union forces were capturing the Confederate armies in West Virginia and Missouri. Now that the Confederates held an equal number, they were going to retaliate upon the overconfident North. Olympia placed $500 at Nick's disposal in the hands of the commandant to supply the lad with better food than the commissary furnished, and, promising him strenuous aid so soon as she got back to Washington, she resumed the quest for the lost. She had written out an advertisement, to be inserted in all the city papers, and was to visit the offices herself with young Bevan that evening. She had her bonnet on, and was charging Mary how to minister to the ailing mother, when the hostess knocked at the door. "A lady is in the parlor who says she must see Mrs. Sprague immediately." Olympia followed Mrs. Bevan down tremblingly, far from any anticipation of what was in store for her, rather in the belief that it was some wretched mother from Acredale who had learned of their presence and hoped to get aid for an imprisoned son, husband, or brother. But when she saw the kind, matronly face of Mrs. Raines beaming with the delight of bearing good news, she sank into a chair, saying faintly, "Did you wish to see me, Mrs. You are not Mrs. Sprague?" "No, my mother is very ill." "I am Mrs. Sprague's daughter." "Can I? Well, Miss Sprague, I think I can cure your mother." She arose and walked mysteriously to the door and looked into the hallway. "I know what the disease is your mother is suffering from." She couldn't resist prolonging the consequence of her mission. All women have the dramatic instinct. All love to intensify the unexpected. But Olympia's listless manner and touching desolation spurred her on. She put her fingers to her lips warningly, and coming quite near her whispered, as she had seen people do on the stage, "Don't make any disturbance, don't faint. Your brother is alive and well. There, I told you." Olympia was hugging the astonished woman, who glanced in terror over her shoulder to see that feminine curiosity was not dangerously alert. "You will ruin me," she whispered, "if you don't be calm." Then Olympia suddenly recovered herself, sobbing behind her handkerchief. "He has been at my house 2 weeks. He left yesterday and is now with Major Atterbury's family on the James River, near Williamsburg. Miss Atterbury came herself to take him there yesterday morning. I saw your name in the Examiner only an hour ago, and I came at once to relieve the distress I knew you must be suffering." Then the kind soul told the story, charging the sister never to reveal the facts. She withdrew very happy and contented, for Olympia had said many tender things. She almost felt that she had done the Confederacy a great service, to have laid so many people under an obligation that might in the future result in something remarkable for the cause. Olympia's purpose of breaking the news gradually to the invalid was frustrated by her telltale eyes and buoyant movements. "Oh, Olympia, you have seen John," she screamed, starting up. "Where is he? Oh, where is he? I know you have seen him." And then there were subdued laughter and tears, and Mamma instantly declared her intention of flying to the hero. But there was considerable diplomacy still requisite. Mrs. Raines must not be compromised, and young Bevan must get transportation for them to the Atterbury's. It was past noon when the carriage came for them. Olympia had come downstairs to give Mrs. Bevan final instruction regarding letters and luggage, when a resounding knock came upon the door. Mrs. Bevan opened it herself, and Olympia, standing in the hall, heard a well-known voice, quick, eager, joyous. "Is Mrs. Sprague here?" "Oh, Richard!" Olympia cried, rushing at him. "Ah, you darling boy, Aunt Mary, Aunt Mary! Come, come quick! He is here!" But Aunt Mary at the head of the stairs had heard the voice, and Dick, tearing himself ungallantly from the embrace of beauty, was up the stairs in 4 leaps and in the arms of the fainting spinster. "It is Miss Paley's nephew," Olympia said, joyously, to the amazed lady of the house, who stood speechless. "We had given up all hope of seeing him, as his name was not on our army list. He ran away to be with my brother, and we felt like murderers, as you may imagine, and are almost as much relieved to find him as our own flesh and blood." The subsequent conversation between the matron and the young girl seemed to put the mistress of the house in excellent humor, and when the carriage drove off she kissed all the ladies quite as rapturously as if she had never vowed undying hatred and vengeance upon the Yankee people. In the carriage the prodigal Dick rattled off the story of his adventures. He had come to Company K after Jack had been sent out on the skirmish line. He had followed in wild despair the direction pointed out to him. He had lost his way until he met Colonel Sherman's orderlies. They had told him where the company was halted on the banks of the stream. When he reached the place indicated he learned of Jack's detail to the extreme right of the army. He dared not set out openly to follow. He ran back in the bushes, out of sight, and then by a detour struck the stream far above to the right. The volleys away to the west guided him, and he tore forward, bruising his flesh and tearing his armament to tatters. The stream seemed too deep to cross, for a mile or more, but finally, finding that the firing seemed to go swiftly to the southward, he plunged in. The banks on the other side were rugged and precipitous, and he was obliged to push on in the morass that the stream wound through. But nature gave out, and on a sunny slope he sat down to rest. He soon fell into a sound sleep, and when he woke there was noise of men laughing and shouting about him. He started to his feet. "Hello, Buster," a voice said near him. "What are you doing away from your mammy? Beckon she'll think the Yanks have got you if you ain't home for bedtime." The man who said this was lying peacefully under a laurel bush. Others were sprawled about, feasting on the spoil of Union haversacks. "I knew then that I was in a rebel camp," Dick continued, "but I wasn't afraid, because my clothes were not military, and, even if they had been, they were so torn and muddy, no one would have thought of them as a uniform. But, for that matter, a good many of the rebels had blue trousers, and, as for regimentals, there really were none, as we have them. I made believe that I lived in the neighborhood, imitated the southern twang, and was set to work right away helping the company cook." The firing was still going on very near us, to the south, west, and east. But the men didn't seem to mind it much. In about a half hour there was a sudden move. A volley was poured into us from the east, and in an instant all the greybacks were in commotion. I heard the officers shout, "We are surrounded. Die at your post, men." But the men didn't want to die at their posts, or anywhere else, but made off like frightened rabbits. In a few minutes we were all marching between two lines of Richardson's Union Brigade. I had no trouble in stepping out, and then I pushed on in Jack's direction. But I could not find him when I got to Hunter's headquarters. An orderly remembered seeing him, or rather seeing the men that brought the good news that Sherman was on the rebel side of the stone bridge early in the battle. There I found an orderly of Franklin's, who had seen two men I described, sent off to the right to picket, until the cavalry could be sent there. I came upon Nick Marsh near the general's headquarters, and he told me the direction the others had gone, but urged me to remain with him, as Jack would surely be back there, horsemen having ridden out in that direction to relieve him. I don't know how far I went, but it must have been a mile. There I had to lie in the bushes, for two columns of troops were coming and going, the flying fellows that Sherman had routed near the stone bridge and the reinforcements that were tearing up from the Manassas Railway. The men coming were laughing and singing as they ran. The men flying were silent, and seemed too frightened to notice the forces coming to their support. I broke out of the bushes and ran toward the line of thick trees that seemed to mark the course of the river. As I came out on a deep sandy road I ran right into troops, halting. There were great cheering and hurrah. Then a cavalcade of civilians came through the rushing ranks at a gallop. "Hurrah for President Davis! Hip, hip, hurrah!" I saw him. He was riding a splendid grey horse, and as the men broke into shouts he raised his hat and bowed right and left. He was stopped for a few minutes just in front of where I stood, or, rather, I ran to where he halted. There were long trains of wounded filing down the road, and men without guns, knapsacks, or sidearms, breaking through the bushes on all sides. "They've routed us, Mr. President," a wounded officer cried, as the stretcher upon which he was lying passed near Jeff Davis. "What part of the field are you from?" Davis asked, huskily. Bartow's brigade, Stone Bridge. They've captured all our guns, and are pouring down on the fords. You will be in danger, Mr. President, if you continue northward 100 yards. Sure enough, there was a mighty cheer, hardly a half-mile to the north of us, and clouds of dust arose in the air. Davis watched the movement through his glass, and, turning to a horseman at his side, cried, exultantly, "The breeze is from the northwest, that dust is going toward the Warrenton Pike. Johnston has got up in time, we've won the day." With this he put spurs to his horse, and the squadron halted on the road, set off at a wild gallop. The words of the President were repeated from man to man, and then a mighty shout broke out. It seemed to clip the leaves from the trees, as I saw them cut, an hour or two before, by the swarming volleys of musketry. A horseman suddenly broke from a path just behind where I was. "Is President Davis here?" he asked, riding close to me, but not halting. "He has just ridden off yonder." I pointed toward the cloud of dust east and north of us. "Split your throats, boys. General Beauregard has just sent me to the President to welcome him with the news that the Yankees are licked and flying in all directions. Not a man of them can escape. General Longstreet is on their rear at Centerville." There were deafening, crazy shouts, hats, canteens, even muskets, were flung in the air, and the wounded, lying on the ground, were struck by some of these things as they fell, in a cloud, about them. The shouts grew louder and louder, they rose and fell, far, far away, right and left. Everybody embraced everybody else. Men who had been limping and despondent before broke into wild dances of joy. Everybody wanted to go toward the field of battle now, but a provost guard filed down the road presently, and in a few minutes I saw a sight that made tears of rage and shame blind me. Whole regiments of bluecoats came at a quick step through the dusty roadway, the rebel guards prodding them brutally with their bayonets. The fellows near me, who had been running from the fight, set up insulting cheers and catcalls. "Did UNS leave a lock of your hair with old Mars R. Lincoln? Come down to Dixie to marry niggers, have ye?" and scores of taunts more insulting and obscene. Our men never answered. They were worn and dusty. They had no weapons, of course, for the first thing the rebels did was to search every man, take his money, watch, studs, even his coat and shoes, when they were better than their own. Hundreds of our men were in their stocking feet, or, rather, in their bare feet, as they tramped wearily through the burning sand and twisted roots. I heard one of the rebels near me, an officer, say that the prisoners were all going to the junction to take the cars. President Davis had ordered that they should be marched through the streets of Richmond to show the people of the capital the extent of the victory. Then the thought flashed into my head that if our army had been captured, my best chance of finding Jack would be to follow to Richmond and watch the bluecoats. I easily slipped among the prisoners, came to the city and saw every man that went to Castle Winder. But no one that I knew was among them, and I made up my mind that Jack had escaped. I saw Wesley Boone's father and sister at the Spotswood house yesterday, but I was too late to catch them, and, when I asked the clerk at the desk, he said they had taken quarters in the town, he didn't know where. That's a fact, Olympia exclaimed. They left Washington before us. I wonder if they found Wesley. I don't know, Dick continued. The officers were brought in a gang by themselves, and I didn't see them. Well, I hung about the town, visiting all the places I thought it likely Jack might be, and then I joined a cavalry company that belonged to Early's brigade, at Manassas. I was going there with them this morning to get back to our lines and find Jack, when I saw the paragraph in the Examiner, telling of your coming and whereabouts. Chapter 15. Rosedale. What an intrepid young brave you are, Dick! Olympia cried, as the artless narrative came to an end. What a cruel boy, to leave his family and run into such dreadful danger. Mary expostulated. What a devoted boy, to risk his life and liberty for our poor Jack. Mrs. Sprague said, bending forward to stroke the towhead. The carriage passed down the same road that Jack had gone the day before, whistling sarcasms at his keeper. At Harrison's Landing there was a delay of several hours, and the impatient party wandered on the shores of the majestic James, glittering, like a sylvan lake, in its rich border of woodland. The sun was too hot to permit of the excursion Dick suggested, and late in the afternoon the wheezy ferry carried them down the lake-like stream. On every hand there were signs of peace, not a fort, not a breastwork gave token that this was in a few months to be the shambles of mighty armies, the anchorage of that new wonder, the iron battleship, the scene of McClellan's miraculous victory at Malvern, of Grant's slaughtering grapplings with rebellion at bay, of Butler's comic joustings, and the last desperate onslaughts of Hancock's legions. The air, tempered by the faint flavor of salt in the water, filled the travelers with an intoxicating vigor, lent strength to their jaded forces, which, while tense with expectation, could not wholly resist the delicious aroma, the lovely outlines of primeval forest, the melody of strange birds, startled along the shore by the wheezy puffing of the ferry. There were cries of admiring delight as the carriage ran from the long wooden pier into the dim arcade of sycamore and pine, through which the road wound, all the way to Rosedale. Then they emerged into a gentle, rolling, upland, where cultivated fields spread far into the horizon, and in the distance a dense grove, which proved to be the park about the house. The coming of the carriage was a signal to a swarm of small black urchins to scramble, grinning and delighted, to the wide lawn. There was no need to sound the great knocker, no need to explain, when Rosalind, hurrying to the door, saw Olympia emerging from the vehicle. They had not seen each other in 4 years, but they were in each other's arms, laughing, sobbing, exclaiming, "How did you know? When did you come? Jack, Jack! Where is he? How is he?" "Jack's able to eat," Rosa cried, darting down to embrace Mrs. Sprague, and starting with a little cry of wonder as Aunt Mary exclaimed, timidly, "We're all here. You've captured the best part of Acredale, though you haven't got Washington yet. Why, how delightful! We shall think it is a Credale, Rosa cried, welcoming the blushing lady. And, I should say, if he were not so much like we uns, that this was my old friend, the naughty Richard, she said, welcoming the blushing youth cordially. Dick avowed afterward, in confidence to Jack, that she would have kissed him if he hadn't held back, remembering his unkempt condition. Mama and Olympia were shown up to the door of Jack's room, where Rosalind very discreetly left them, to introduce the other guests to Mrs. Atterbury, attracted to the place by the unwanted sounds. When presently the visitors were shown into Vincent's room, Jack called out to them to come and see Valor conquered by love, and, when they entered, Mama was brushing her eyes furtively, while she still held Jack's unwounded hand under the counterpane. Master Dick excited the maternal alarm by throwing himself rapturously on the wounded hero and giving him the kiss he had denied Rosalind. Indeed, he showered kisses on the abashed hero, whose eyes were suspiciously sparkling at the evidence of the boy's delight. He established himself in Jack's room, and no urging, prayer, or reproof could induce him to quit his hero's sight. I lost him once, he said, doggedly, and I'm not going to lose him again. Where he goes, I'm going, where he stays, I'll stay, shan't Jack? You shall, indeed, my dauntless aurists, you shall share my fortunes, whatever they be. He insisted on a cot in the room, and there, during the convalescence of his idol, he persisted in sleeping, ruling all who had to do with the invalid in his own capricious humor, hardly excepting Mrs. Sprague, whom he tolerated with some impatience. Letters were dispatched northward to relieve the anxiety of Pliny and Fermi, as well as the marshes. But it hung heavily on Jack's heart that no trace of Barney had been found. Advertisements were sent to the Richmond papers, and he waited in restless impatience for some sign of the kind lad's well-being. Well, Jack, this isn't much like the pomp and circumstance of glorious war, Olympia cried, the next morning, coming in from an excursion about the plantation, as she insisted on calling the estate, attended by Mary, Rosa, and Dick. I never saw such foliage. The roses are as large as sunflowers, and there are whole fields of them. Yes, I believe the Atterburys make merchandise of them. But who buys them about here? They seem to grow wild, as fine in form and color as our hothouse varieties. Surely they are not bought by the colored people, and there seems to be no one else, no other inhabitants, I mean. Oh, no, they are shipped north in the season for them, but I don't think the family has paid much attention to that branch of the business of late years. Their revenues come from tobacco and cotton. Their cotton fields are in South Carolina and along the Atlantic coast. And are these colored people all slaves? Her voice sank to a whisper, for Vincent's door was ajar. Yes, every man jack of them. Did you ever see such merry rogues? They laugh and sing half the night, and sing and work half the day. They don't seem unhappy, that's a fact, Olympia said, reflectively, but I should think ownership in flesh and blood would harden people, and yet the Aturbys are very kind and gentle. I saw tears in Mrs. Aturby's eyes, yesterday, when Mama was sitting here with you. Yes, Jack said, unconsciously, women enjoy crying. You insufferable braggart, how dare you talk like that? Pray, what do you know about women's likes and dislikes? Oh, I beg pardon, Polly, I'm sure I didn't mean anything, I was taking the minor for the major. All women like babies. Babies pass most of their time crying, therefore women like crying. Well, if that is the sum of your college training, it is a good thing the war came. What about the war? No treason in Rosedale, remember. Vincent shouted from the next room. You pledged me that when you talked war you would talk in open assembly. The voice neared the open doorway as he spoke. The servant had moved the invalid's cot, where Vincent could look in on Jack. There was really no war talk, Vint, except such war as women always raise. Contention, I object, Jack, to your generalization, Olympia retorted. It is a habit of boyishness and immaturity. He said a moment ago. She turned to Vincent, that women loved crying, and then sneaked out by a very shallow evasion. I'll leave it to Vint, all women love babies. Babies do nothing but cry, therefore, women love crying. There couldn't be a syllogism more irrefutable. Unless it be that all women love liars, Vincent ventured, jocosely. How do you prove that? All men are liars, women love men, therefore, oh, pshaw. You have to assume in that premise. I don't in mine. It is notorious that women love babies, while you have only the spiteful saying of a very uncertain old prophet for your major. Whose major? Rosa asked, appearing suddenly. I'll have you to know, sir, that this major is Mama's, and no one else can have, hold, or make eyes at him. It was the major in logic we were making free with, Jack mumbled, laughing. I hope logic isn't a heresy in your new confederacy, as religion was in the French Constitution of '93. Rosa looked at Olympia, a little perplexed, and, seating herself on the cot with Vincent, where she could caress him furtively, said, with piquant deliberation, I don't know about logic, but we've got everything needed to make us happy in the Montgomery Constitution. Have you read it? Jack asked, innocently. How insulting. Of course I have. I read it the very first thing when it appeared in the newspapers. Catch our northern women doing that. Jack interjected, loftily. There is my learned sister, she doesn't know the Constitution from Plato's Dialogues. Indeed, I do not, nor do I know Plato's Dialogues, Olympia returned, quite at ease in this state of ignorance. Wherein does the Montgomery Constitution differ from the old one? Jack asked, looking at Vincent. I'm blessed if I know. I've read neither. I did read the Declaration of Independence once at a 4th of July barbecue. I always thought that was the Constitution. Indeed, every fellow about here does. You know, in the South the women do all the thinking for the men. Rosa keeps my political conscience. Well, then, Lord High Chancellor, tell us the vital articles in the Montgomery document that have inspired you to arm Mars for the conflict, plunge millions into strife and thousands into Hades, as Socrates would have said, employing his method. Jack continued derisively. Our Constitution assures us the eternal right to own our own property. Slaves. Yes. No one denied you that right. So far as the law went, under the old, it was only the justice, the humanity, that was questioned. The right would have endured 100 years, perhaps forever, if you had kept still. Come, Jack, I won't listen to politics, Olympia cried, with a warning look. No, the time for talk is past, it is battle, and God defend the right. Rosa said, solemnly. And you may be sure he will, Jack added, softly, as though to himself. But we've got far away from the crying and the babies, Vincent began, when Jack interrupted, fervently, thank heaven. You monster, the two girls cried in a breath. No, I can't conceive a sillier paradox than a babe in the house is a wellspring of joy. A woman must have written it first. Now, my idea of perfect happiness for a house is to have two wounded warriors like Vincent and me, tractable, amiable, always ready to join in rational conversation and make love if necessary, providing we're encouraged. Really, Olympia, your northern men are not what I fancied, Rosa cried, with a laugh. What did you fancy them? Oh, ever so different, from this saucy fellow, modest, timid, shy, needing ever so much encouragement to claim their due. Jack added, slyly. Well, there is one that doesn't require much encouragement to claim everything that comes in his way, Rosa retorts, and Olympia adds, and to spare my feelings you won't name him now. Exactly, said Rosa. How touching, exclaimed Vincent. I left all my blood to enrich your soil, or I'd blush, replied Jack. Oh, no, it won't enrich the soil, it will bring out a crop of Johnny jump-ups, a weed that we don't relish in the South, retorted Rosa. Ah, Jack, you're hit there, Rosa, I'm proud of you. This odious Yankee needs combing down. He ran over us so long at college that he is conceited in his own impudence, and Vincent exploded in shouts of laughter. I fear you're not a botanist, Miss Rosa. It's Jack in the pulpit that will spring from northern blood, and they'll preach such truths that the very herbage will bring the lesson of liberty and toleration to you. What is this very serious discussion, my children? Mrs. Atterbury said, beaming sweetly upon the group. I couldn't imagine what had started Vincent in such boisterous laughter, and now that I come, Mr. Jack is as serious as we were at school when Madame Clarice told us of our sins. Jack was telling his mamma, and that is still more serious than to hear one's own, Vincent said, grinning at the moralist. But, to be serious a moment, I have written to my old friend General Robert Lee, of Arlington, about Miss Pearlie. I know that he will grant her permission to take Richard home with her, and the question now is whether it is safe to let them go together alone. Mrs. Atterbury addressed the question to Olympia, making no account of Jack. "Oh, let us leave the decision until you get General Lee's answer. If they get the message in Acredale that Dick is safe and sound, I don't see why they need go back before we do. I shall be able to travel in a few weeks. If the roads were not so rickety I wouldn't be afraid to set out now," Jack answered. "Impossible. You can't leave for a month yet, if then," Vincent proclaimed, authoritatively. "I know what gunshot wounds are. You think they are healed, and begin fooling about, when you find yourself laid up worse than ever. There's no hurry. The campaign can't begin before October. I'm as anxious to be back as you are, but I don't mean to stir before October. Perhaps you think it will be dull here. Just wait until you are strong enough to knock about a bit. We shall have royal rides. We'll go to Williamsburg and see the oldest college in the country. We'll go down the James, and you shall see some of the richest lands in the world. We'll get a lot of fellows out from Richmond and have our regular barbecue in September. We wind up the season here every year with a grand dance, and Olympia shall lead the Queen Anne minuet with Mamma's kinsman, General Lee, who is the President's Chief of Staff." "This doesn't sound much like soldiering," Jack said, dreamily. "No. When in the field, let us fight, when at home, let us be merry. A very proper sentiment, young men. We want you to be very merry, for you must remember the time comes when we can't be anything but sad, when you are away and the night of doubt settles upon our weak women's hearts." It was Mrs. Atterbury who spoke, and the sentence seemed to bring silence upon the group. Meanwhile, all the inquiries set on foot through the agency of the Atterburys failed to bring any tidings of Barney Moore. It suddenly occurred to Jack that the poor fellow was masquerading as a rebel in the bosom of some eager patriot like Mrs. Raines, and he reluctantly consented to let Dick go to Richmond to investigate. Perhaps Mrs. Raines might know where the wounded men were taken that had come with him. Some of the stragglers could at least be found. The advertisement asking information concerning a wounded man arriving in Richmond with himself was kept in all the journals. But Mary wouldn't consent to let Dick go on the dangerous quest without her. She would never dare face her sisters if any mishap came to the lad, and though Vincent put him under the care of an experienced overseer, and ordered the town house to be opened for his entertainment, the timorous aunt was immovable. "You must go and call on the President, Miss Mary. He receives Thursdays at the State House. Then you'll see a really great man in authority, not the backwoods clowns that have brought this country into ridicule, such a man as Virginia used to give the people for president," Rosa said in the tone a lady of Louis XVIII's court might have used to an adherent of the Bonapartes. "Ah, Rosa, we saw a gentle, tender-hearted man in Washington, the very ideal of a people's father. No one else can ever be president to me while he lives," Olympia said, seriously. "Lincoln?" Rosa asked, a little disdainfully. "Yes, Abraham Lincoln. We have all misunderstood him. Oh, if you could have seen him as I saw him, so patient, so considerate, the sorrows of the nation in his heart and its burdens on his shoulders, but confident, calm, serene, with the benignant humility of a man sent by God. Olympia added almost reverently. It was he who came to our aid and ordered the rules to be broken that our mother might seek Jack. Rosa was about to retort, but a warning glance from Vincent checked her, and she said nothing. "I say, Dick, don't try to capture Jeff Davis or blow up the Confederate Congress, or any other of the casual master strokes that may enter your wild head. Remember that we have given double hostages to the enemy. We have accepted their hospitality, and we have made ourselves their guests," Jack said, half seriously, as the young Hotspur wrung his hand in a tearful embrace. "Above all, remember, Mr. Yankee, that you are in a certain sense a civilian now. You must not compromise us by free speech in Richmond," Rosa added. "Ah, I know very well there's none of that in the South. You folks object to free speech. They killed poor old Brown for it. That's what you made war for, to silence free speech," Dick cried hotly, while Mary pinched his arm in terror. Dick began his campaign in the morning with long-headed address. He visited the prison under ample powers from General Lee, procured through Vincent's mediation. There were a score of the Caribs in Castle Winder, and to these the boy came as a good fairy in the tale. For he distributed money, tobacco, and other things, which enabled the unfortunates to beguile the tedious hours of confinement. The prisoners were crowded like cattle in the immense warehouse in squads of 100 or more. They had blankets to stretch on the floor for beds, a general basin to wash in, and for some time amused themselves watching through the barred windows the crowds outside that flocked to the place to see the Yankees, and, when not checked by the guards, to revile and taunt them. Dick was enraged to see how contentedly the men bore the irksome confinement, the meager food, and harsh peremptoriness of the beardless boys set over them as guards. Most of the prisoners passed the time in cards, playing for buttons, trinkets, or what not that formed their scanty possessions. Dick learned that all the commissioned officers of the company with Wesley Boone had been wounded or killed in the charge near the Stone Bridge. Wesley had been with the prisoners at first. He had been struck on the head, and was in a raging fever when his father and sister came to the prison to take him away. No one could tell where he was now, but Dick knew that he must be in the city, since there were no exchanges, the Confederates allowing no one to leave the lines except women with the dead, or those who came from the north on special permits. Then he visited the provost headquarters, and was shown the complete list of names recorded in the books there, but Barney's was not among them. At the Spotswood Hotel, the day after his coming, he met Alicia Boone, haggard, depressed, almost despairing. Dick had no love for the hard-headed plutocrat, but he couldn't resist making himself known. "How do ye do, Mr. Boone? I hope Wesley is coming on well, sir." Boone brought his wandering eyes down to the stripling in dull amazement. "Why, where on earth do you come from? How is it you are free and allowed in the streets?" "Oh, I am a privileged person, sir. I am looking up Company K. You haven't heard anything of young Barney, who lives on the Callao Road south of Acredale? No, my mind has been taken up with my son. His voice grew softer. He is in a very bad way, and the worst is there is no decent doctor to be got here for love or money. All the capable ones are in the army, and those that are here refuse to take any interest in a Yankee. The father's grief and the unhappy situation of his whilom enemy touched the lad. Forgetting Jack's and Vincent's warning, Dick said, impulsively, "Oh, I can get him a good doctor. We have friends here." He knew, the moment he had spoken the words, that he had been imprudent. How imprudent! The sudden, suspicious gleam in Boone's eye at once admonished him. Friends here? Union men have no friends here. There are men here with whom I have done business for years, men that owe prosperity to me, but when I called on them they almost insulted me. If you have friends, you must have sympathies that they appreciate. Dick knew what this meant. To be a Democrat had been, in Acredale, to be charged with secret leanings to rebellion. He restrained his wrath manfully, and said, simply, "An old college friend of Jack's has been very kind to us." Us? I take it you mean the Spraggs. They are stopping with Jeff Davis, I suppose. It's the least he could do for allies so steadfast. You shouldn't talk that way, sir. Every man in the Caribs, except old Oswald's gang, is a Democrat, but they are for the country before party. Yes, it may be so, but the North don't think that way. Well, I'm going to Washington to see if I can't get my boy out of this infernal place, where a man can't even get shaved decently. And Miss Kate, Mr. Boone, where is she? She is nursing Wesley, poor girl. She is having a harder trial than any of us, for these devilish women fairly push into the sick room to abuse the North and berate the soldiers that fought at Manassas. I should like to call on Wesley, if you don't mind, Dick said, hesitatingly. I shall be only too glad, and I'll tell you what it is, Richard, if you'll make use of your friends here, to get Kate and Wesley some comforts, some consideration, I'll make it worth your while. I'll see that you do not have to wait long for a commission, and I'll pay you any reasonable sum so soon as you get back north. Dick restrained his anger under this insulting blow, perceiving, even in the hotness of his wrath, that the other was unconscious of the double ignominy implied in dealing with soldiers' rewards as personal bribes, and proffering money for common brotherly offices. It was only when Jack commended his astuteness, afterward, that Dick realized the adroitness of his own diplomacy. Thank you, Mr. Boone. I shouldn't care for promotion that I didn't win in war, and, as for money, I shall have enough when I need it. But any man in the Caribs shall have my help. Under the flag every man is a friend. True. Yes, you are quite right. Kate will be very glad to see you. They walked along, neither disposed to talk after this narrow shave from a quarrel. Boone led the way to the northern outskirts of the city, until they reached a dull brown frame building, back some distance from the street. A colored woman, with a flaming turban on her head, opened the door as she saw them coming up the trim walk lined with shells and gay with poppies, bergamot, asters, and heliotrope. "This woman is a slave. She belongs to the proprietor of the hotel who refused to receive Wesley. It was a great concession to let him come here, they told me. But the poor boy might as well be in a Michigan logging camp, for all the care he can get. But I'm mighty glad I met you. I know you can help Kate while I am gone. I hated to leave her, but I can do nothing here, and unless Wesley is removed he will never leave this cussed town alive. I shan't be gone more than 10 days. Kate had been called by the turbaned mistress, and came into the room with a little shriek of pleasure. "Oh, Richard, what a delightful surprise! Have you seen your aunt?" "Ah, I am so glad, she must be so relieved. And Mr. Sprague, have they found him?" Dick retailed as much of the story as he thought safe, but he had to say that the Spragues were all with the Atterbys in the country. How providential! Ah, if our poor Wesley could find some such friends! He is very low. He recognizes no one. Unless Papa can get leave to take him north, I am afraid of the worst. Indeed, I doubt whether he could stand so long a journey. You must stay the day with us. I am so lonely, and I dread being more lonely still when Papa leaves this evening. Dick remained until late in the afternoon, sending word to Mary, who came promptly to the aid of the afflicted. The next day Dick left his aunt at the cottage with Kate, and warning them that he should be gone all day, and perhaps not see them until the next morning, he set off for Rosedale, where he told Jack Kate's plight. Vincent heard the story, too, and when it was ended he said, decisively, "Jack, we must send for them. It would never do to have the story told in Acredale that you had found friends in the South, because you are a Democrat, and Boone was thrust into Negro quarters because he is an abolitionist." It was the very thought on Jack's mind, and straightway the carriage was made ready, with ample pillows and what not. Dick set out in great state, filled with the importance of his mission and the glory of Jack's cordial praises. He was to stop on the way through town and carry the Atterbys' family physician to direct the removal. When he appeared before Kate, with Mrs. Atterbury's commands that she and her brother should make Rosedale their home until the invalid could be removed north, the poor girl broke down in the sudden sense of relief, the certainty of salvation to the slowly dying brother. The physician spent many hours redressing the wounds. Gangrene had begun to eat away the flesh of the head above the temple, and poor Wesley was unrecognizable. He was quite unconscious of the burning bromine and the clipping of flesh that the skillful hand of the practitioner carried on. When the little group started on the long journey, the invalid looked more like himself than he had since Kate found him. The drive lasted many hours. Wesley was stretched in an ambulance, Kate sitting on the seat with the driver, the physician and Dick following in the carriage. Mary went back to the city house, where her nephew was to return as soon as Wesley had been delivered at Rosedale. her charge placed in the hands of the kind hostess, Mrs. Atterbury, Kate broke down. She had borne up while her head and heart alone stood between her brother and death, but now, relieved of the strain, she fell into an alarming fever. A Williamsburg veteran, who had practiced in that ancient college town since the early days of the century, took the Richmond surgeon's place, and the gay summer house became, for the time, a hospital. Meanwhile the rebel provost marshal had simplified Dick's task a good deal. An order was issued that all houses where wounded or ailing men were lying should signalize the fact by a yellow flag or ribbon, attached to the front in a conspicuous place. Thus directed, Dick walked street after street, asking to see the wounded, and the fourth day, coming to a residence, rather handsomer than the others on the street, not 2 blocks from Mrs. Raines, Jack's Samaritan, he found a wasted figure, with bandaged head and unmeaning eyes, that he recognized as Barney. "We haven't been able to get any clue as to his name or regiment. The guards at the station said he belonged to the 12th Virginia, but none of the members of that body in the city recognize him." "You know him?" "Yes. He is of my regiment," Dick said, neglecting to mention the regiment. "I will send word to his friends at once and have him removed." "Oh, we are proud and happy to have him here. Our only anxiety was lest he should die and his family remain in ignorance. But, now that you identify him, we hope that we may be permitted to keep him until his recovery." It was a stately matron who spoke with such a manner, as Dick thought, must be the mark of nobility in other lands. He learned, with surprise, that the Atterbury physician was ministering to Barney, though there was nothing strange in that, since the doctor was the favorite practitioner of the well-to-do in the city. That night he wrote to Jack, asking instructions, and the next day received a note, written by Olympia, advising that Barney be left with his present hosts until he recovered consciousness, that by that time Vincent would be able to come up to town and explain matters to the deluded family. The better to carry out this plan, Dick was bidden to return to Rosedale, and thus, 6 weeks after the battle and dispersion, all our Acredale personages, by the strange chances of war, were assembled within sight of the rebel capital, and, though in the hands of friends, as absolutely cut off from their home and duties as if they had been captured in a combat with the Indians. Chapter 16. A Mask in Arcady. In the latter days of September, the life at Rosedale was but a faint reminder of the hospital it had seemed in August. The young men were able to take part in all the simple gaieties devised by Rosa to make the time pass agreeably. Wesley was still subject to dizziness if exposed to the sun, but Jack and Vincent were robust as lumbermen. Mrs. Sprague and Mary sighed wearily in the seclusion of their chambers for the northern homeside, but they banished all signs of discontent before their warm-hearted hosts. There was as yet no exchange arranged between the hostile cabinets of Richmond and Washington. Even Boone's potent influence among the magnates of his party had not served him to effect Wesley's release nor enabled him to return to watch over the boy's fortunes. There was no one at Rosedale sorry for the latter calamity outside of Wesley and Kate. I believe even she was secretly not heartbroken, for she knew that her father would be antipathetic to the outspoken ladies of Rosedale. There had been an almost total suspension of military movements east and west. Both sides were straining every resource to bring drilled armies into the field, when the decisive blow fell. In his drives and walks about the James and Williamsburg, Jack saw that the country was stripped of the white male population. The Negroes carried on all the domestic concerns of the land. In these excursions, too, he marked, with a keen military instinct, the points of defense General Magruder, who commanded the department, had left untouched. He wondered if the Union arms would ever get as far down as this. If they did, and he were of the force, he would like to have a cavalry regiment to lead. Vincent was to rejoin his command at Manassas in October. Jack looked forward to the event with the most dismal discontent. To be tied up here, far from his companions, to seem to enjoy ease, when his regiment was indurating itself by drills, marches, and the rough life of the soldier for the great work it was to do, maddened him. I give you fair warning, Vint. If an exchange isn't arranged before you leave here, I shall cut stick, the best way I can. Good. How will you manage? It's a long pull between here and our front at Manassas. How will you work it? Just as soon as you quit the shelter of Rosedale, you are a suspect. Even the Negroes will halt you. If you should make for Fortress Monroe, you have all of Magruder's army to get through. You would surely be caught in the act, and then I could do nothing for you. You would be sent to Castle Winder, and that isn't a very comfortable billet. Some hint of Jack's discontent, or rather of his vague dream of flight, came into Dick's busy head. And when one day they were tramping down by the James together, he said, owlishly, I say, Jack, when Vincent goes, let us clear out. I say yes, with all my heart, but how can it be done? We are more than 40 miles from the nearest Union lines. Whole armies are between us. Any white man found on the highway is questioned, and if he can't give a clear account of himself is sent to the provost prison. You remember the other day, when we left the rest to go through the swamp road near Williamsburg, we were hailed by a patrol, and if Vincent hadn't been within reach we would have been sent to the provost prison. Even the Negroes act as guards. Don't be too sure of that. I've been talking to some of them. They are afraid as sin of the overseers, but you notice they shut up all the Negroes in their own quarters at night, don't you? If they were all right, why should they do that? Good heavens! You haven't been trying to make an uprising among the Rosedale servants, Dick. Don't you know that no end of ours could justify that? These people have been like brothers, like our own family to us. It would be infamous, infamous without power in the language for comparison, if we should requite their humanity by stirring up servile strife. I should be the first to take arms against the slaves in such revolt, and give my life rather than be instrumental in bringing misery upon the Atterburys. Oh, keep your powder dry, Jack. I never dreamed of stirring 'em up. What I mean is, that they are all restless and uneasy. They have an idea that Massa Lincoln is coming down with a big army to set them free. Many of them want to fly to meet this army. Many, too, would almost rather die than leave their mistress. None of them, but the very bad ones, could be induced under any circumstances to lift their hands against the family or its property. I should hope not, at least through our instrumentality. The time must come when they will leave the family, for the one call only and in one way, that is, by cutting out slavery root and branch. However, that's for the politicians to manage. All we have to do is to stand by the colors and fight. I don't see much chance of standing by the colors here, Dick retorted, wrathfully. If you'll give me the word, I'll arrange a plan, and, as soon as Vincent goes, we'll be off. I'm not your master, you young hornet. I can't see what you're doing all the time. All I can do is to approve or reject such doings of yours as you bring me to decide on. Dick's eyes sparkled. All right, I'll keep you posted, never fear. They were a very jovial group that prattled about the Long Rosedale dining table daily now, since everyone was able to come down. The house was furnished in the easy unpretentiousness that prevailed in the South in other days. Cool matting covered all the floors, the hallways, and bedchambers. The dining room opened into a drawing room, where Kate and Olympia took turns at the big piano. The day was divided, English fashion, into breakfast, luncheon, dinner, and supper, the latter as late as 9 o'clock in the night. Jack being unprovided with regimentals, Vincent wore civilian garb, to spare the prisoner, as Jack jocosely called himself, mortification. Grey was the only wear obtainable in Richmond, Mrs. Atterbury enjoying with gentle malice the rueful perplexities of her prisoner guests, Jack, Wesley, and Richard, as they surrounded the board in this rebel attire. I shall feel as uncertain of myself when I get back to blue, as I do in chess, after I have played a long while with the black, changing to white. I maneuver for some time for the discarded color, Jack said, one evening. Oh, you'll hardly forget in this case, Rosa said, saucily, it is for the blacks you are maneuvering constantly. Jack looked up, startled, and glanced swiftly at Dick. Had that headstrong young marplot been detected in treason with the colored people? No. Dick met his glance clear-eyed, unconstrained. The shot must have been a random one. I think you do us injustice, Miss Rosa, Wesley said. I, for one, am not interested in the blacks. All I want is the Union, after that I don't care a rush. I protest against politics, Mrs. Atterbury intervened, gently. When I was a girl the young people found much more interesting subjects than politics. Rosa, crops, mamma. Vincent, a mistress's eyebrow. Dick, some other fellow's sister. Olympia, some other girl's brother. Mrs. Sprague, giddy girls. merry, bad boys. Well, something about all of these, Mrs. Atterbury resumed, laughing. I don't think young people in these times are as attached to each other as we used to be in our day, do you, Mrs. Sprague? I don't know how it is with you in the South, but we no longer have young people in the North. Our children bring us up now, we do not bring them up. That accounts for the higher average of intelligence among parents noted in the last census. Olympia interrupts her mother to say. There, do you see? Mrs. Sprague continues, with a smile, and in a tone that has none of the asperity the words might imply. No reverence, no waiting for the elders, as we were taught. It depends a good deal, does it not, whether the elders are lovers? Vincent asked, innocently. Oh, don't look at me, Mrs. Sprague, for support or sympathy. Vincent is your handiwork, he was formed in the North. He is one of your new school of youth, he is Southern only in loyalty to his state. For a time I had painful apprehensions that, too, had been educated away. It was his reason that kept him faithful there. Rosa ventured, and catches Vincent dropping his eyes in confusion from the demure glances of Olympia. Oh, no, pride. A Virginian is like a Roman. He is prouder to be a citizen in the Dominion than a king in another country, Mrs. Atterbury says, with stately decision. No matter where his heart may be, and she glanced casually at Olympia, his duty is to his state. Politics, Mama, politics, remember your young days. Talk of kings, courts, romance, madrigals, but leave out politics, Rosa cried, remonstratingly. Let's turn to political economy. How do you propose disposing of your tobacco and cotton this year? Jack asked, gravely. We are under contract to deliver 10,000 bales at Wilmington to our agent, Vincent replied. As for tobacco, we expect to sell all we can raise to the Yankee generals. We have already begun negotiations with some of your commanders who are too good Yankees to miss the main chance. You're not in earnest? Jack cried, aghast. As earnest as a maid with her first love. But who is the miscreant that degrades his cause by such traffic? Oh, if you wait until you learn from me, you'll never be a dangerous accuser. I learn in letters from friends in the West that all the cotton crop has been contracted for by men either in the Northern Army or high in the confidence of the administration. You see, Jack, we are not the Arcadian simpletons you think us. This war is to be paid for out of Northern pockets, any way you look at it. We've got cotton and tobacco, you must have both. You've got money, we must have that. What we don't sell to you we'll send to England. All at the table had listened absorbedly to this strange revelation, and Jack rose from the table shocked and discouraged. Olympia seated herself at the piano, and, slipping out, as he supposed, unseen, Jack strolled off into the fragrant alleys of oleander and laurel. Dick, however, was at his heels. The two continued on in silence, Dick trolling along, switching the bugs from the pink blossoms that filled the air with an enervating odor. I say, Jack, I've found out something. What have you found out, you young conspirator? Wesley Boone's trying to get the Negroes to help him off. The devil he is. Yes. Last night I was down in the rose fields. Young Culm, Aunt Penelope's boy, was sitting under a bush talking with a crony. I heard him say, "De Capen'll take you, to, F you doin' say novin." He guv Pompey $10. De law. Will he take everybody long, to, Culm? Good law, no. He's going to get his army, and den he'll come and fetch all the niggers. De law. Trying to get closer, I made a rustling of the bushes, and the young imps shot through them like weasels before I could lay hands on them. Now, what do you think of that? If it is only to escape, all right, but if it is an attempt to stir up insurrection, I will stop Wesley myself, rather than let him carry it out. Wouldn't it be the best thing to warn Vincent? It would be a dreadful thing to let him go and leave his poor mother and sister here unprotected. Let me think it over. I will hit on some plan to keep Wesley from making an ingrate of himself without bringing danger on our benefactors. Kate was dawdling on the lawn as the two returned to the house. Jack challenged her to a jaunt. "Where shall it be?" she asked, readily, moving toward him. "The Garden of the Gods." "The Garden of the Goddesses, you mean, if it is the rose field." "That's true, a god's garden would be filled with thorns and warlike blossoms." "I don't know, a rose garden grew the walls of the houses of York and Lancaster." "Do you remember the scene in Shakespeare where Bolingbroke and Gaunt pluck the roses?" "Quite well. There is always something pathetic to me in the fables historians invent to excuse or palliate, or, perhaps it would be juster to say, make tolerable, the stained pages of the past. It is brought doubly nearer and distinct by this miserable war, and the strange fate that has fallen upon us, to be the guests of a family whose hopes are fixed upon what would make us miserable if it ever happened. It never will. That's the reason I listen with pity to the childish vauntings of these kind people. They have, you see, no conception of the northern people, no idea of the deep-seated purpose that moves the states as one man to stifle this monstrous attempt." They walked on in silence a few paces, and Kate continued, "I don't know how you feel, Mr. Sprague, but I am wretched here. I feel like a traitor, receiving such kindness, treated with such guileless confidence, and yet my heart is filled with everything they abhor. It is not so hard for you, because you and Vincent have been close friends. He has made your house his home, but I certainly feel that Wesley and I should go elsewhere, now that he is able to be about." "Does Wesley feel this embarrassment?" "Passionately. He said, last night, he felt like a sneak. He would fly in an instant, if he could see any possible way to our lines. Pray, Miss Boone, tell him to be very circumspect. I know the Southern nature. When they give you their heart they give entirely. But the least sign of distrust will turn them into something worse than indifference. We may see our way out soon. Caution Wesley against any act, he emphasized the words, that may lead these kind people to think that he doesn't trust them, or that he would take advantage of servile insurrection to gain his liberty. Of course, they know that we are all restive here, that we shall be even more impatient when Vincent goes, but they could not understand any surreptitious movement on our part, to enable us to get away. He hoped that, if she were in Wesley's confidence, she would understand his meaning. But she gave no sign. She assented with an affirmative movement of the head, and they walked through the fragrant paths, plucking a rose now and then that seemed more tempting than its fellows. At the end of the field of roses a Cherokee hedge grew so thick and high that it formed a screen and rampart between the house land and a dense grove of pines which was itself bordered by a stream that here and there spread out into tiny lakelets. On the larger of these there were rude dugouts made by the darkies to cut off the long walk from their quarters to the tobacco and corn fields. Was there ever an Eden more perfect than this delicious place? Kate cried, as the flaming sun sent banners of gold, mingled in a rainbow baldric with the blooming parterres of roses. I don't know much about Eden, and the little I do know doesn't give me a sympathetic reminiscence of the place. But I agree with you that Rosedale is about as near a paradise as one can come to on this earth, Jack qualifiedly replied. And yet we want to fly from it. Ah, yes, because the tree of our life, the volume of our knowledge, or, in plain prose, our hearts, are not here, and scenic beauty is a poor substitute for that. Duty, I am convinced, is the key of the best life. There are hearts here, noble ones, duties here, inspiring ones. But they do not satisfy us, they are become a torment to me. I feel like a soldier brought from duty, a priest fallen into the ways of the flesh. Your rhapsodies are like most fine-sounding things, more to the hope than the heart, Kate murmured, gazing dreamily into the purple mass of color hovering changefully over the opaque water at their feet. You mean they do not reach your heart, that your soul is far away as to what is here? I think Vincent and Rosa would not agree that life has any more or narrower limitations here than we recognize at Acredale. Let us go on the water. He pulled the rude shallop to her feet and they got in and went on, Jack not heeding her jibe. These brackish, threatening deeps remind me of all sorts of weird and uncanny things, Stygian pools, Lethe, what not mystic and terrifying. See, the tiny waves that curl before our boat are like thin ink, 1,000 roots and herbs and who knows what mysterious vegetable mixture colors these dark deeps. I could fancy myself on an uncanny pilgrimage, seeking some demon delight. There was but one oar in the boat, which the Negroes used as a scull. Jack made a poor fist with this, but there was no need of rowing. Kate, catching a projecting limb from the thick bushes on the margin, sent the little, wobbling craft onward in noiseless, spasmodic plunges. Deep fringes of wild columbine fell in fluffy sprays from the higher banks as the boat drifted along the other side. The thickets were musical with the chattering catbirds and whippoorwills, mingled with a score of woodland melodists that Jack's limited woodcraft did not enable him to recognize. Who would think that we are within a half-mile of a completely appointed country house? We are as isolated here from all vestiges of civilization as we should be in a Florida Everglade, Kate said, as the little craft swam along in an eddy. It seems to me typical of the people, this curiously wild transition from blooming, well-kept gardens, to such still and solemn nature. The place might be called primeval. Look at those gnarled roots, like prodigious serpents, see the shining bark of the larch, I think it is larch, I should call it slippery elm if it were at Acredale, but see the fantastic effects of the little lances of sunlight breaking through. Isn't it the realization of all you ever read in Uncle Tom or Dread? Kate glanced into the weird deeps of foliage, where a bird, fluttering on the wing, aroused strange echoes. Ah, she said, in a half-whisper, I can imagine it the meeting place of Tam-o'-Shanter's eldritches seeing this, but, all the same, do you know it is fascinating beyond words to me. Should you mind going in a little farther? I should like the sensation of all the place suggests, since there can be no danger, while you are here. He gave her a quick glance, but her eyes were fastened on the dark recesses beyond. I should be delighted, but I won't insure your gown, nor half promise that we shall come out alive. Oh, as to that, I'll take the risk. I don't know the habits of southern snakes, but if they are as well bred as ours, they retire from the ken of wicked men at sundown, so we needn't fear them, as the sun is too far down for the snake of tradition to see or molest us. They stepped out of the boat at a green, sedgy point, extending from a labyrinth of flowering vines and creepers. Once inside the delicious odorous screen, they found themselves in an archipelago of green islets, connected by monster roots or moss-covered trunks that seemed laid by elfin hands for the penetration of this leafy jungle. Yes, I was going to say, Jack continued, this swift transposition from the cultivation of civilization to the handiwork of nature is whimsically illustrative of the people. Did you ever see or hear or read of such open-handed, honest-hearted hospitality as theirs, such refinement of manners, such sincerity in speech and act? Contrast this with their fairly pagan creed as to the slaves, their intolerance of the northern people, their clannish reverence for family. But isn't the inequality of the southern character due to their strange lack of education? Few of them are cultivated as we understand education. Do you notice that among the people we met at Williamsburg, officers as well as civilians, none of them were equal to even a very limited range of subjects? All who are educated have been in the North. Ah, good heavens! Kate's exclamation was due to a sudden sinking in the mossy causeway until she was almost buried in the tall ferns. Jack helped her out, shivered a moment, doubtingly, as he exclaimed, "The sun is nearly down now, though the air is transparent, or would be if we were in the free play of daylight. I think it would be better to go back." But they made no haste. Such trophies of ferns and lace-like mosses were not to be plucked in every walk, and they dawdled on and on skirmishing, with delighted hardihood, against the pitfalls of bog that covered morass and pitch-black mud. When the impulse finally came to hasten back, they were somewhat chagrined to discover that they had lost their own trail. The point where they had quit the stream could not be found. Clambering plants, burdened with blossoms, fragrant as honeysuckle, grew all along the bank, and the bush that had attracted them was no longer a landmark. "Well," Jack said, confidently, "the sun disappeared over there, that is southwest. The house is in that direction, northeast. Now, if you will keep that big sycamore in your eye and follow me, we shall be nearing the house, as I calculate." They pushed on in that direction, but had only gone a few yards when the ground became a perfect quagmire of black loam, that looked like coal ground to powder, and was thin as mush. "This is a brilliant stroke on my part, I must say," Jack cried, facing Kate ruefully. "We must go back and examine the ground, as Indians do, and find our entrance trail in that way. I will watch the ground and you keep an eye on the shrubs. Wherever you see havoc among them, you may be sure my manly foot has fallen there." Suddenly they were conscious of an indescribable change in the place. Neither knew what it was. It had come on in the excitement of their march into the morass, or it had come the instant they both became conscious of it. What was it? Kate turned and looked into Jack's blank face. "I'm blessed if I know what it is, but it seems as if something had suddenly gone out of the order of things." "What is it? Do you feel it? Do you notice it?" "Feel it, see it, why, it is as palpable, or, rather to speak accurately, it is as clearly absent as the color from an oil painting, leaving mere black and white outlines." "How besotted I am!" Jack cried. "Why, I know. The sun has wholly gone, and the birds and living things have ceased to sing and move." "That's it. Could you believe that it would make such a change?" "Why, I thought, when we came in, the place was a temple of silence, but it was a mad world compared to this." "Yes, and we must hurry and get out while we have daylight to help us. I take it you wouldn't care to swim the lagoon?" "Let us call it lagoon, for this place makes the name appropriate." "Call it whatever you like, but don't ask me to swim it," Kate cried, pushing on. "Ah! I have our trail," Jack cries in triumph. "By George, it is wide enough," he added, bending over where the thick grasses were crushed and broken. "See the advantage of large feet. Now, if you had been alone, 'twould have been as hard as to trace a bird's track." "Is that an implication that I have Chinese feet?" "No, too literal, young woman. It was meant to show you that I am very much relieved, for, 'pon my soul, I was afraid we were in a very disagreeable scrape." "And you are now quite sure we are not?" "Quite sure." "Don't you want to take my arm?" "Oh, no, thank you. I'm not at all tired. I'm used to longer walks than this." "Longer, possibly, but not over such trying ground." "Oh, yes. I've gone with Wesley and his friends to the lakes in the North Woods. Ah, I've never been there. Are they as bad travel as this? Infinitely worse. Why, what was that? It sounded very like the report of a pistol. Both stopped, Kate coming quite close to the young man, who was bent over with his hand to his ear, trumpet fashion. Do you? He made a warning gesture with his hand, and motioned her to stoop among the ferns. A halloo was heard in the distance, then a response just ahead of where the two crouched in the breast-high ferns, through which the path made by their recent footsteps led. When the echoing halloo died away, a bird in the distance seemed to catch up the refrain and dwell upon the note with an exquisite, painful melody. Why, it's the throat interlude in the magic flute. How lovely it is! Kate whispered. If you were my knight, I should put on you the task of caging that lovely sound for me. The distant bird note ceased, and then suddenly, from the bushes just ahead of them, it was caught up and answered, note for note, in a wild pibroch strain, harsher but inexpressibly moving. Jack turned to Kate, his face quite pale, and whispered, "It is not a bird. They are Negroes. I have read of these sounds. They are marauding slaves, and we must not let them see us. We must get to those thick clumps of bushes. Do you think you can remain bent until we reach them? If not, we will rest every few paces. Go on. I can try." The pibroch strains still continued, rising into a mournful wail, then sinking in the soft cries of the whippoorwill. In a few minutes the perplexed fugitives were deep in a clump of wild hawberries, invisible to anyone who should pass. The strains had ceased as suddenly as they began. Then a faint halloo sounded, being answered in the bushes, as it seemed, just in front of where Jack and his companion stood. Voices soon became audible farther along, 10 or more paces. Motioning to Kate, Jack crept along noiselessly, and fancied he could distinguish forms through the thick screen of bushes. A voice, not a Negro's, said, "I went to the cove for you. What was the matter?" "I had the devil's work to get through the posts. For some reason or other they're getting mighty sharp. I must be back before 12, what's been done?" "Well, the Mokes consent to go, but they won't touch the ranch. You'll have to bring up a few hands, the fewer the better. If them damned feather-bed soldiers wasn't there, we could do the job ourselves." "When does the boss get out?" "Next week. I don't know what day. They'd pay high for him both ways." "No, we can't nibble there. The cap'n'll pay well." "That's square. We can't afford to try the other now, at any rate." "Is the skiff here?" "Yes, well, get in." There was a plash and the receding sound of voices. Jack darted through the screen of branches, but he could not distinguish the figures, for it was growing every instant dimmer twilight. He turned to Kate. She was at his side. Who were they? What were they planning? Were they soldiers? She asked. Never mind them now. We must find a way out of this. Our boat can't be far off. We must follow this line of bushes until we come to the spot we left. I know I can recognize it, for there was an enormous tree fallen a few steps from the sedge bank we landed on. It was a very toilsome journey now, obliged as they were to hug the obstinate growth of haws, wild alder, and dog roses, which tore flesh and garments in the hurried flight. They came to the dead tree finally, and Jack almost shouted in grateful relief, "You were a true prophet, Miss Boone. You gave utterance to some druid-like remarks as we crossed the Stygian pool. The worst your fancy painted couldn't equal what we've seen and heard. I have seen nothing dreadful, and I can't say that I understand very much of what we heard. There is some caper going on to give these cutthroats a chance to get booty or something of the sort. They are probably rebel soldiers planning to sack the commissary." They were in the boat now, and Jack was sending it forward by lusty lunges against every protruding object he could get a stroke at. When these failed, he managed to scull after a fashion. They found the household in consternation when they got back, but Jack gave a picturesque narrative of their escapade, omitting the encounter with the Negroes which he had charged Kate to say nothing about, as it would only alarm Mrs. Atterbury. The garments of the explorers told the tale of their mishaps, and when they had clothed themselves a new supper was announced. The feast was of the lightest sort, sherbet or tea for those who liked it, fruit and crackers, honey or marmalade, a triumph in the cultivation of dyspepsia, Jack said when he first began the eating. But it was observed that the disease had no terrors for him, for he sat at the table as long as he could get anyone to remain with him, and did his share in testing all the dishes. He outsat everybody that night except Dick, who never got tired of any place that brought him near his idol. "I'm going upstairs in a moment, Towhead. Come up after me." Dick nodded, a gleam of delightful expectation in his eyes. He was just in the ardent period when boys love to make mysteries of very ordinary things, and Jack's sotto voce command was like the hero's voice in the play, "Meet me by the ruined well when midnight strikes." He followed Jack up the wide staircase and into his own room, for greater security, as no one would think of looking for them there. "Now, tell me all you have found out," Jack commanded as he shut the door. "Have you been among the darkies?" "I've found out this much. The old Negroes are opposed to going away or in any shape annoying their masters. The young bucks and the women are very eager to fly. It seems that someone has spread the story among them that Lincoln has sent Butler to Fort Monroe to receive all the Negroes on the peninsula. They have been assured that they are to have their freedom, 100 acres of land, and an ox team. Where the report comes from, I can't find out, but there is some communication between here and the Union lines, I'm positive." "Has Wesley been with the Negroes again?" "No, I have kept an eye on him all day." "Where does he go at night?" "The doctor has forbidden him to be in the night air for the present." "Well, you keep an eye on Wesley." And then Jack narrated the strange scene in the swamp, the mysterious calls, and the conversation. Dick listened in awe, mingled with rapture. "Oh, why wasn't I there?" Just my blamed luck. I would have followed them, and then we should have known what they were up to. Did you know that a company of cavalry had gone into camp just below the grove? No, when? This evening. Vincent is down there now. Well, you may be sure they suspect something. I wonder if it wouldn't be better to speak to Vincent. Of course not. What have we to tell him? Simply my suspicions and Colm's chatter. The little moke may have been lying, I can't see that any of them do much else. The worst of it is, these Southerners are very sensitive about any allusion to the Negroes. They would pooh-pooh anything we might say that was not backed by proof. It's a mighty uncomfortable fix to be in, Dick, my boy, though, 'pon my soul, I believe you enjoy it. Dick grinned deprecating. I think you do, you unfledged Guy Fawkes. I know nothing would give you greater joy than to put on a mask, grasp a dagger in your hand, and go to Wesley, crying, "Villain, your secret or your life." Dick, you're a stage hero, you're a thing of sawdust and tinsel. Come to the parlor and hear Kate play the divine songs of Mendelssohn, perhaps, night-eyed conspirator, to whirl Polly or Miss Rosa in the delirium of the Blaudinor. Come. But there was neither dance nor music when they reached the drawing-room. Everybody was there. Vincent had just come, and the first words Jack and Dick heard glued them to their places. Yes, all the Negroes on the Lawless, Skinner's, and Lomas's plantations have gone. Butler has declared them contrabands of war, and a lot of Yankee speculators have been sneaking through the plantations, filling their ignorant minds with promises of freedom, a farm, and a share of their master's property. Their real purpose is to get the Negroes and hold them until the two governments come to terms, and then they will get rewards for every nigger they hold. Oh, these Yankees can see ways of making money through a stone wall, and Vincent laughed lightly, as though the incident in no way concerned him. Captain Cram, who is in camp just below in the oak clearing, is ordered to scour the river bank to the enemy's lines near Hampton, so we need have no fear of these enterprising apostles of freedom interfering with our niggers. I don't think one of them could be induced to leave us if offered all our farms, Mrs. Atterbury said, a little proudly. There isn't one of them that I haven't brought through sickness or trouble of one sort or another, and there isn't one that wouldn't take my command before the gold of a stranger. I don't know, Mrs. Atterbury, Mrs. Sprague ventured, mildly. Gold is a mighty weight in an argument. I have known it to change the convictions of a lifetime in a moment. I have known it to make a man renounce his father, dishonor his name, belie his whole life, deny his family. When a fortune beyond reasonable dreams was placed upon the head of Charles Stuart, for whom our ancestors fought and beggared themselves, his secret was in the keeping of scores of peasants, and the blood money lay idle. I could cite hundreds of similar proofs, that gold is not God everywhere. I mean no offense, but you will agree with me that you northern people are given up to the getting and worship of money. It is not so with us. Perhaps because we have it, and with it something that makes it secondary, birth. I have no fear of the infidelity of any of my people. I would as soon doubt Rosa or Vincent us the smallest black on my estate. She spoke with mild, high-bred dignity, not a particle of assertion or captious intolerance, but as a prelate might assert the majesty of the word on the altar, neither looking for dissent nor dreaming that the spirit of it could exist. I'm glad to hear your mother express such confidence, Jack said as they walked out on the veranda to take a good night's smoke. But just let me give you a maxim of my own: the lock's not sure unless the key is in your pocket. Sententious, my boy, but vague. My mother is perfectly right. Our niggers are fidelity itself. But since we are so near the Butler lines, where his agents can sneak up on the river and kidnap the new sort of contraband, I think it better to take some precaution. Hereafter General Magruder will have a picket post within 2 miles of us, between here and the creek, which offers a convenient point for smuggling. I am heartily relieved to hear it, Jack cried, giving something too much fervor to his relief, for Vincent turned and looked at him in surprise. But it was too dark in the shadow of the clematis to see his face, and after a silence Vincent said, "Mama has told you that the President is coming to Williamsburg to review Magruder's troops?" "No, she hadn't mentioned it." "Is he?" "Yes, he will be there Thursday afternoon, and we shall have the ball the same evening. He will be here with General Lee, his chief of staff, and remain all night, so that you will be able to say when you go back north, something that few Yankees will be able to say during the war, that you have broken bread with the first President of the Confederacy." "I will strive to bear my honors with humility," Jack said. "It befits the conquered to be humble. If I hadn't come in time, you two would have been in a squabble, own it," and Rosa drew a chair between them as a peacemaker. Chapter 17. Treason and Stratagems. Rosedale was, indeed, Eden in the most orthodox sense to the group so strangely billeted in its lovely tranquility. No sooner was the anguish concerning the invalids off Kate's, Olympia's, and Rosa's minds, than new perplexities beset them. Rosa was barely 18, Kate and Olympia older by 3 or 4 years, but the younger girl was in many essential things quite as mature as her northern comrades. But Jack could not comprehend this, and quite innocently did and said things to arouse the young girl's dreams. I think I have said that Jack was a very comely fellow. He was big and brawny, and tireless in good humor, and the attractive little gallantries that women adore. He looked as sentimentally sincere, uttering a paradox, as another vowing eternal fidelity. He gave every woman the impression that his mind was lost wondering how he should exist until she gave him the right to call her his own. Though, as a matter of fact, it is the man who is the woman's own, when the final word comes. Rosa was not long in discovering Vincent's happy tumult in Olympia's presence, and she secretly misunderstood Jack the more that he was so lavish and open in his adulations. If he rode, he exhausted eulogy in describing her pose, her daring, her skill. If they danced, as they did nearly every night until poor Mary's fingers ached from drumming the unholy strains of Faust, Strauss, and what not, in the old-fashioned waltzes. He pantingly declared that she made the music seem a celestial choir by her lightness. In long walks in the rose fields he exhausted a not very laborious store of botanical conceits, to make her cheeks resemble the roses. This assurance, this recklessness, this aplomb, quite bewildered the girl, who posed in Richmond for a past mistress of flirting. She had, unless rumor was badly at fault, jilted an appalling list of the striplings who believed that beard-growing and love-making were conventionally contemporaneous events. But they had mooned about her and made themselves absurd in vain, while this unconscious Adonis calmly walked, talked, and acted as if she could know nothing else than love him. And one day she started in delicious misery to find that she did. That is, she thought she might if. But there her dreams became nebulous. They were rosy in outline, however, and she was content to rest there. The morning after the coming of the cavalry troop, Wesley was discussing the never-ending theme of how he was going to get home, with Kate busy arranging the ferns she had brought from the swamp. Really, Wesley, just now you ought to be content. There is no likelihood of any movement. Besides, philosophy is as much a merit in a soldier as valor. It is valor, it is endurance. You complain of your unhappy fate, housed here with a lot of women and idlers. How would you bear up in Libby prison? There are as good men as you there, my dear, shall I say better or older soldiers, Brutus? You may take your choice, and count on a sister's blind partiality to justify you. Oh, don't always talk nonsense, Kate. You're worse than Jack Sprague. He doesn't seem to have a serious thought in his head from daylight till bedtime. Perhaps he keeps all his sober thoughts for the night, to give them good company. No, but do say what I ought to do. You ought to study to make yourself tolerable to your sister, dear, and agreeable to the other fellows' sisters. I have remarked that the young man who does that, keeps out of despondency and other uncomfortable conditions that too much brooding on an empty head brings about. I'd like to know what heart I can have to make myself agreeable to other fellows' sisters when you are always lampooning me. You delight in making me think I am nobody. Don't fear, my dear, if that were my delight I should die an old maid, never having known delight, for it would need more force than I can muster to make Wesley Boone, Captain USA, anything else than he is, his father's pride and his sister's joy. No, dear, my delight is to see you gay and open and frank and manly, self-dependent, grateful for the consideration shown you, and recognizant of the constant admonition of your sagacious sister. You talk exactly like the woman in George Sand's stupid stories. They always remind me of men in petticoats. That's a weak and strained comparison, not, however, unworthy a soldier. We always compare, in speech, to strengthen assertion or adorn it, and when we do we compare what is equivocal or vague, with what is well known and usual. Now, I do not remember any men in petticoats, unless you mean the Orientals, who wear a sort of skirt, and the Scots, who used to wear kilts, but strictly speaking, do, Kate, for heaven's sake, Be serious for a moment. I have a chance to escape, no matter how, but I can make my way to our lines without running any great risk. Now, is it or is it not dishonorable for me to do it? Seriously, Wesley, just now it would be, while Vincent is here, for he is in a sense pledged for you to his superior. Further, there is no need to hurry. You are barely recovered. If you were north you would be in Acredale. If you were, there is no immediate want of your presence in the army. The articles we see in the Richmond papers every day, copied from northern journals, show that this new general, McClellan, means to bring a trained, drilled, disciplined army down when he moves. It took 6 months to prepare McDowell's useless mass. It will certainly take a year to put the 1,000,000 men now arming in shape to fight. I may be wrong, but at the earliest there can be no movement before late in October. By that time we shall probably have the problem solved by the government, and you will go north, having made delightful friends of all this charming family. Wesley was even more afraid of Kate's strong sense of honor than of her biting sarcasm, and he ended the interview without daring to tell her how far he had compromised himself with the secret agents that were surrounding the plantation. Dick, running downstairs in his wake, encountered Rosa, with her garden hat covering her like the roof of a disrupted pagoda. She arrested his stride as he was darting toward the door. "Here, you, Richard, just come and be of some use to me. I'm housekeeper today, and I want to go to the quarters. Come along." Now Dick had a double grievance against this imperious young person. He had fallen into the most violent love with her brown eyes and pink cheeks the moment he saw her. He had assiduously striven both to conceal and reveal this maddening condition of mind. But he remarked with ungovernable wrath that, whenever Jack or Wesley came about, the heartless young jilt, made as if she didn't know him, quite ignored him, and cared no more for his simple adoration than she did for the frisky gambols of Pizarro, the mastiff. But she was so adorable, her southern accent was so bewitching, she put so much softness in those amusing idioms I reckon and seems like you others and the countless little tricks of the southern vernacular, that Dick passed sleepless hours and delicious days dreaming and sighing and groaning and doing all manner of unreasonable things, that we all do when we meet our first rosas and they light the torch for other feet more favored than our own. So, when Rosa called him to accompany her, Dick took the round basket she held out to him, and walked sulkily ahead of her, never opening his mouth. When he had stalked along through the currant bushes, he half turned his face. She was walking demurely behind him, and he made a pretext of picking a currant to give her a chance to come abreast. She did, and passed him trippingly, saying, as she cast a sympathetic side glance at him, "Toothache." He stood rooted to the spot with indignant amazement. The heartless little minx! How dare she talk like that to a soldier? "Did you call someone, Miss Atterbury?" he said, with chilling dignity. Usually he called her plain Rosa. "I thought maybe you had the toothache, you kept so quiet." "No, I haven't got the toothache." Poor Dick. He said, to himself, that he had much worse. But he wouldn't gratify her with the acknowledgement of her triumph, and he stalked along with the basket over his head, as he had often seen the darkies in the sun. There was a faint little appealing cry from behind. "Oh, oh, dear. What is it? Are you hurt?" he cried, rushing to where Rosa stood, balanced on one foot. "There is a crab thorn an inch long in my foot, it's gone through shoe and all. That wretched Sardanapalus never clears the limbs away when he cuts the hedge. I'll have him horso-hipped. Oh, dear. Let me hold you while I look for the thorn." Dick cleverly slipped his arm about her waist and set the basket endwise for her to sit on. Then kneeling, he picked out the thorn, which was a great deal less than the dimensions Rosa had described. But he said nothing to her about picking the torment out and slipping it in his vest pocket. He held the foot, examining the sole critically. Finally, as she moved impatiently, he asked, "Does it hurt yet?" "Of course it does, you stupid fellow. Do you suppose I would sit here like a goose on a gridiron and let you hold my foot if it didn't hurt? Men never have any sense when they ought to." He affected to examine the sole of the thin leather of the upper still more minutely. As she gave no sign of ending the comedy, he said, "I'm sure, Rosa, if it relieves the pain to have me hold your foot, I'll sit here in the sun all day, if you'll bring the rim of your hat over a little, but, as for the thorn, it has been out this 10 minutes. She gave him a sudden push and darted away. He followed laughing, admonishing her against another thorn. But she deigned no answer. Coming to the beehives, she stopped a moment to watch the busy swarm, and Dick stole up beside her. She turned pettishly, and he said, insinuatingly, "Toothache. You know, Dick, you're too trying for anything, holding my foot there like a ninny in the hot sun. You haven't a thimbleful of sense. Well, now we'll test these propositions, as Jack does, by syllogisms. Let me see. All men are trying. Dick Paley is a man, therefore he is trying. No, your premise, isn't that what you call it, is wrong. Dick Paley is only a boy. I'll be 19 in January next. Well, your father was married at 19. You've said it yourself, Rosa, and thought it greatly to his credit, at least Vint does. You can't imitate my father in that, at least. I might. How? You could help me, Rosa. How? Would you if you could? That depends. On what? On the girl. Ah. She's a perfect girl, but she's very young, and Dick eyed Rosa with ineffable complacency. That's bad. But she's older than she looks. That's worse, you'd grow tired of her. No, I don't mean she's older than she looks, her mind is older than her looks. Women with minds make troublesome wives. I have refused to let Vincent marry several of that kind. But, my girl hasn't got that kind of mind, it is all sweetness and wit and gaiety and loveliness and, And, your girl. Who gave her to you? Love gave her to me. Oh, well, since love gave her to you, I don't see how I can be of any service. Down here the mother always gives the girl, unless she have no mother, then some other kin gives her. But if your girl has all these qualities you describe, I advise you to get her into your own keeping just as soon as you can, for that's the sort of girl all the fellows about here are seeking. Very well, I'm ready. Will you help me? It comes back where we started. But you evaded my question. What question did I evade? I answered like an encyclopedia. Dick cried, immensely satisfied with his own readiness. That convicts you. An encyclopedia has nothing about living people. Oh, yes, the new ones do. Dick was now very near her as she stood contemplating the bees, swarming in the comb. Oh Rosa, Rosa, you know I love you, and you know I can never love anybody else. Why will you pretend not to understand me? I don't want you to marry me now, but by and by, when I shall have made a name as a soldier, or something, he added in painful turbulence of joy and fear over the great words, which he had been racking his small wits to fashion for weeks past, and, now that they were spoken, were not nearly so impressive as he had intended they should be. My dear Richard, you are a perfect boy, a very delightful boy, too, and I am extremely fond of you, oh, very, very fond of you, but you really must not make love to me. It isn't proper. And Rosa glanced into his eyes with a tender little gleam, that gave more encouragement than rebuff, for it came into her mind, in a moment, that it was not a time to hurt the bright, eager love, so winning, if boyish. Nonsense, Rosa, it is perfectly proper. Everybody makes love to you. Jack makes love to you, and he is as good as engaged. But here it suddenly flashed in Dick's mad head that he was meddling, and he stopped short. Rosa had turned upon him with a flash of such scorn, such indignant pain, that he cried, "No, no, I don't mean that, but you know fellows do make love to you, and why mayn't I?" She flirted away from him too angry or mortified to speak. He could not see her face, for she pulled the ample breadth of the hat brim down, which served at once as a veil to shut out her visage and a sweeping sort of funnel to keep him far from her side, as she tripped determinedly to the pleasant group of clean, whitewashed cabins, where the negroes abode. Poor Dick, vexed with himself, angry at her for being irritated, waited in the hot sun until she had ended her commands, and when she came out to return he repentantly sidled up, imploring pardon in every movement. She couldn't resist the big, pleading blue eyes, and said, quite as if there had been deep discussion on the point, "I don't think you mean to be a bad boy." "I'm not a boy, I'm a soldier." "It isn't fair in you to call me a boy. You're not a girl." "If I were I wouldn't be so heartless as some I know. And if I were a boy I wouldn't be so silly as some I know. Yes, I think Southern boys are quite soft." "Come, sir, my brother was a Southern boy." "Yes, but he always lived north, and is like us. Jackanapes." "Dear Rosa, How dare you, sir? Oh, just as easy, I dare do all that becomes a man, who dares do more is none. You are Rosa, and you are dear, not to you. You cost me enough to be dear, and you are lovely enough to be Rosa in Latin, Rose in English, and sweetheart in any tongue. You're much too pert. Boys so glib as you never really love. They think they do, and perhaps they do, just a little. Ah! A little more than a little, dear Rosa. You're quoting Shakespeare, I suppose you know. I'll quote more, a little more than a little is much too much. A little less than all is much too little for me. So, Rosa, give all or none. I don't understand you. That's proof you love me. Girls never love fellows they understand. Prove that I love you. Well, you don't hate me. You don't hate Vincent. Therefore you love him. Ergo, you love me. Simpleton. True love is always simple. Here, take this white rose as a sign that you don't hate me. He plucked a large half-opened bud from a great sprouting branch and held it toward her. But the red rose is my favorite. Well, here is a red one. Give me the white. That is my favorite. Now we've exchanged tokens. The rose always goes before the ring. I'll get that. If you were a true lover you would wear my colors. These white leaves will grow red resting on my heart. When they do I will listen to you. Will you, though? It is a promise, when this white rose is red you will love me. Oh, yes, I can promise that. Dear Rosa. He was very near her as she disentangled an obtruding vine from her garments, and before she was aware of his purpose he had audaciously snatched a kiss from her astonished lips. You odious Yankee! I haven't words to express my disgust, abhorrence. Don't try, love needs no words, but I'll tell you, let me put this white rose to your lips, it will turn red at the touch, and in that way you can take your kiss back, if you really want it, then there'll be a fair exchange. Hello, there. Are you two grafting roses? It was Wesley, coming from the lower garden, where the stream was narrowest beyond the high wall of hedge. Oh, no, Mr. Boone, Richard here is studying the color in flowers. He has a theory that eclipses Gertie's Farbenlehre. Oh, indeed. Wesley was quite unconscious of what Gertie's doctrine of colors might be, so he prudently avoided urging fuller particulars regarding Dick's theory, and said, vaguely, you have color enough here to the eyes on, I'm sure. Yes, we have had very satisfactory experiments, Dick assented naively, stealing a glance at Rosa. But quite inconclusive, she rejoined, moving onward, the two young men following in the penumbra of her white hat. Chapter 18. A campaign of plots. Meanwhile, there were curious events passing and coming to pass on the 7 hills upon which the proud young capital of the proud young Confederacy stood. Rome, in her most imperial days, never dreamed of the scenic glories that Richmond, like a spoiled beauty, was hardly conscious of holding as her dower. Indeed, such is the necromantic mastery of the passion of the beautiful that, once standing on the glorious hill, that commands the James for 20 miles of such varied loveliness of color, configuration, and mise-en scene, that the purple distances of Naples seem common to it, standing there, I say, one day, when the sword had long been rusting in the scabbard, and the memory of those who raised it in revolt had faded from all minds save those who wanted office, this historian thought that, had it been his lot to be born in that lovely spot, he, too, would have fought for state caprices, just as a gallant man will take up the quarrel of beauty, right or wrong. Thoughts of this sort filled Barney Moore's mind too, that delicious September afternoon as he stood gazing dreamily down the river, toward that vague morning land of the sun's rising, where his mind saw the long lines of blue his eyes ached to rest on. Barney had left the kindly roof where he had been nursed back to vigor. He had quit it in a fashion that left a rankling sorrow in his grateful heart. Vincent had represented to Jack the inconvenience it would be, the peril, rather, for him to assume the guardianship of so many enemies of the Confederacy. Scores of the old families of the city were under the ban simply because they had pleaded for deliberation before deciding on the secession ordinance. The Iturbes had their enemies too. It was pointed out that Vincent and Rosa had been educated in the North, that Mrs. Iturbe had spent many of her recent summers there. Their devotion to the Confederacy must be shown by deeds. It was true they had given $20,000 to the cause, but what was that to threefold millionaires? General Lee, their kinsman, had shaken his Socratic head solemnly when Rosa, at the War Department, told him, as an excellent joke, the strange chance that had brought Vincent's college chum and his family under the kind Rosedale roof. Richard Paley was, therefore, deputized to rescue Barney from his false position and give him a chance for exchange when the time came. He journeyed up to Richmond, and, one day, laid these facts before Barney, who instantly saw his friend's dilemma, and at once set about inventing a ruse that should extricate him, without mortifying the kind people who had befriended him. When he was able to be about, he feigned a desire to go to his friends in Arrowfield County, south of the James, and was bidden hearty Godspeed. Then, with funds supplied by Jack, he gained admittance to a modest house far out on Main Street, where the city merges into the country. They were simple people, and his thrilling tale of being a refugee from Harper's Ferry was plausible enough to be accepted by more skeptical people than the Gannets. Day after day Barney skirted furtively about the uncompromising walls of Libby and Castle Thunder, where once or twice he had gone with his hosts to make a mental diagram of the place for future use. Little by little he became familiar with Richmond, which, like a new bride, gave the visitor welcome to admire her splendid spouse, the Confederate government. He learned all the plots of the prison, and became the confidant of Letitia Lanview, known to every exile in Richmond as the friend of the suffering, Saint Veronica she was called, after a poem dedicated to her by a young Harvard graduate, rescued by her perseverance from death in Libby prison. With this lady he drove all about the environs of Richmond, and several times far out toward the meditated route of flight, in order that he might be able to lead the bewildered refugees. He got the whole landscape by heart, and could have led a battalion over it in the dark. Then he passed days wandering over the Libby Hill, down in the bed of the Rockets as the bed of the James was known in those days. He learned the ground to the very beat of the patrols that guarded the wretched prisoners in the towering shambles. One whole night, too, he spent in marking the course of the guards as they changed into our reliefs. With his facts well collected he visited Mrs. Lanview, and at last he was confronted by Butler's agent. This agent was a middle-aged man, who had evidently once been very handsome, but dissipation had left pitiable traces upon his fine features, and his once large, open eyes, that perplexingly suggested someone Barney tried in vain to recall, vainly. The man didn't say much in the lady's presence, but when the two were in the open air, facing toward the center of the town, he divulged a good deal that surprised Barney. "You are from Acredale, young man." "I lived there when I was younger than I am now." "My name?" "People call me a good many names." "I don't mind at all, so that I have room enough and a bed and a bite to eat." "No man can have more than that, my boy." "I am plain Dick Jones now." "It's an easy name, and plenty of the same in the land, and if I should die suddenly there would be lots o' folks to feel sorry, eh? But as you are from Acredale I don't mind telling you that it is Elisha Boone that foots the bill. Butler is a friend of Boone's, and he has given me authority to summon all the troops within reach to my aid. My business is to carry young Wes Boone to Fort Monroe. Butler doesn't know that. He thinks I am spying Jeff Davis and piping for the prisoners. He didn't say that he wanted me to kill Davis, but if we could carry him to Fort Monroe, my boy, there'd be about $1 million swag to divide. How does that strike you?" "It doesn't strike me at all. I think it is for the interest of the Union that Davis should be where he is. He is vain, arrogant, silly, and dull. He will alone wreck the rebel cause if he is given time. There couldn't be a greater misfortune for the North than to have Davis displaced by someone of real ability, such as Stevens, Lee, Benjamin, Mason, Breckinridge, or, in fact, any of the men identified with secession. You surprise me, my son. Still, admitting all you say, the men who should surprise the North some fine morning with a present of Jeff Davis on their breakfast plates, wouldn't be without honor, to say nothing of promotion and profit. Oh, if we can carry Jeff off without compromising the safety of the prisoners, I'll join you heartily. But first of all we must rescue them." "Unquestionably. Now, here's the program. Butler's forces will be within gunshot of Magruder's lines on Warwick Creek Thursday, that's 3 days from now. The prisoners will be out of the Sieur Wednesday after midnight. You know the roads eastward. You will lead them to the swamps near Williamsburg. There we will have boats to take part down the river, the rest will make through the swamps under my lead. I have been spying out the land for a week. At a place called Rosedale we pick up young Boone, who is really the object of my journey. I couldn't find him for weeks, and inquired of all the prisoners. Mrs. Lanview finally put me on the track, and I saw Wes Boone as I came up here. He thought the chances were better with a big party than alone. I saw him again yesterday, and he told me that Davis and Lee, his chief of staff, were to be at a party in the Rosedale house on Thursday next. Now, we can pick up Davis just as well as Boone. There is the whole plan. Oh, that's a different matter. Davis will not be near the city, and his keeping will not add to our danger. I see no reason why we shouldn't grab him. Heavens, what a sensation it will make! We shall be the wonder of the North, we shall he like the men that discovered Andre and Arnold, Paulding but here Barney's historical facts came to an end. We shall be famous forever. For a week, my son, wonders don't live long in these fast days. For a week the North will glorify us, then, if they find that we voted for Douglas, as I did, they will say we had some sinister design in bringing Davis north, and likely send us to Fort Lafayette. Barney stopped dead. They had come under a gas lamp between Grace and Franklin streets. He looked at the man. He was quite sober. His eyes answered the young man's indignant protesting glance, openly, unshrinkingly, humorously. "I should be sorry to think that, Mr. Jones." "Well, wait. When you get north you will see a mighty change in things. Sentiment, my boy, follows the main chance. It's money, my boy, money. Enough money would have made Judas respectable, he was fool enough to put his price too low. Ah, you almost make me hate the North. Who can have heart to fight for such heartless traffickers? The North doesn't ask your heart. It has counted the cost, and finds that it can pay 1,000,000 of men $13 a month for 3 years, and still make a good thing out of it. That's about the breadth of it. Here's an oasis in the desert of darkness. Come and have a drink." But Barney, not caring for a drink, the cynic, gave him his address, and, dreadfully cast down in spirit, the eager partisan moped up the long hill homeward. The next day Mrs. Lanview gave him the details of the meditated escape. There were only 60 or 100 in position to avail themselves of the subterranean way that had been toilsomely dug, by a few devoted spirits, with tools casually dropped among them by the guileless Veronica during her daily visits. The plotters counted on at least 6 hours' start before discovery. The guards were not to be disturbed, and the evasion would not be known until 8 o'clock, when the miserable breakfast ration was distributed. Of that amazing exploit, the digging through 20 solid feet of earth and stone, I do not propose to tell. It is to be found in the journals of the day, it is contained in the 100 pathetic narratives of the men who took part. It has nothing to do with this history beyond the use made of it to mislead the ingenious Barney, and in the end complicate the careers of those in whom we are interested. Suffice it, therefore, to say that in the dim morning mist, as arranged, a shadowy host emerged on the river bottom, now dry and footable, that each man, as he crawled from the pit, was directed into the thick willows bordering the banks, that when 60 or more had clambered out they obeyed a whispered command, for which Veronica had prepared them, and noiselessly, in shadowy single file, they followed the bed of the stream, even where the water flowed deep and dangerous, until they came to the gentle slopes of Church Hill. Then, under guidance of Barney, those who were wise followed swiftly down the river road until daylight, when they hid in the dim recesses of the white oak swamps, where they lay concealed many hours. As night fell they faced hopefully forward down the Williamsburg Road, until a flaming wave in the air admonished them to strike to the right, and they plunged into the pathless swamps of the Chickahominy. Here they were secure. No force able to cope with them could enter, no force at the command of Magruder could surround them. But Barney's guiding hand was now replaced by another. Jones had appeared, and with him men bearing Butler's commission. The prisoners of Libby set up a defiant cheer. They were once more under the flag. Father Abraham was again their commander. There were sedate, fatherly men among these rescued bands. There were men with gray hairs and sober behavior, men who could bow meekly under the chastening rod, but the antics of the juvenile group, in which we are mainly interested, were grave and decorous compared with the abandoned, delirious joy of these grave men as they reached the recesses of a swamp that denied admission to all save practiced explorers. Why, here they could subsist for weeks. The rebels might spy them, might surround them, but they need not starve. The buds were food, the bushes refreshment, the pellucid pools drink and life. Barney stared in speechless amazement at the unseemly gambols of the motley mass. Delirium. It was a mild term for the embracing, the prancing, the Carmagnole-like ecstasy of the half-clad madman running amok in the almost unendurable joy of liberation. Barney knew that this condition of things would never do. All who bore commissions in the army were selected from the men. The highest in rank, who proved to be a colonel, was invested with the command, Barney serving as adjutant, and Jones as guide. The rabble, having made a good meal from the spoil of a sweet potato patch, pushed forward through the fretwork of fern, rank morass, and verdure, toward security. But the march was a snail's pace, as may be imagined. The men, worn to skeletons by months of captivity, insufficient food, and stinted exercise, were forced to halt often for rest in such toilsome marching as the half-aquatic surface of the swamp involved. By Thursday noon they were still far from the river. Foragers were detailed to procure food, and pending their return the wearied band sank to the earth to rest. In less than 2 hours the predatory platoon returned with a sybaritic store, chickens, young lamb, green corn, onions. Only the stern command of the colonel suppressed a mighty cheer. When the march was resumed the colonel led the main column south by east. Jones, with Barney and a dozen men, struck due east. In answer to Barney's surprised question, Jones informed him they were to pick up Wesboon by taking that route. Difficult as the way had been heretofore, It now became laborious in the extreme for this smaller band. The bottom was all under water, and before they had proceeded a mile half the group were drenched. In many cases an imprudent plunger was compelled to call a halt to rescue his shoes, that is, those who were lucky enough to have shoes, from the deep mud, hidden by a fair green surface of moss or tendrils. It was a wondrous journey to Barney. The pages of Signbard alone seemed to have a parallel for the awful mysteries of that long, long flight through jungles of towering timber, whose leaves and bark were as unfamiliar as Brazilian growth to the troops of Pizarro or the Congo vegetation to the French pioneer. Jones and his comrades saw nothing but the hardships of the march and the delay of the painful detours in the solemn glades. The direction was kept by compass, many of the men having been supplied with a miniature instrument by the prudent foresight of Mrs. Lanview, who was niggard of neither time nor money in the cause she had at heart. In spite of every effort a march so swift that it would have exhausted cavalry, Jones's ranks did not reach the rendezvous until midnight. At about that hour the exhausted fugitives came suddenly upon a wide, open plain, and far below them, in the valley, a vision of light and life shone through the dark. "There, boys, we're at the end of our first stage. Unless I'm much mistaken, that bit of merrymaking yonder will cost the Confederacy a chief." "But is it certain that Davis is there?" asked the man Jones called Moon, who seemed to be his intimate. "Ah, that we will learn so soon as Nasmyde reports. We will give the signal when we reach that fringe of wood yonder. It's back of the grounds, separated from them by a hard piece of swamp and water. Men, you must follow now in single file, and when we get in the swamp, mind, a single step out of line will cost you your lives, for, sucked into that morass, wild horses can't pull you out." Then, as they plunged anew in the gloomy deeps of swamp and brake, the friendly lights were lost and the depressed wayfarers struggled on with something of the feeling of a crew cast away at sea, who, thrown upon the crest of a rising billow, catch a near glimpse of a great ship, light and taut, riding serenely havenward to lose it the next in the dire waste. Presently the melancholy bird notes that had puzzled Jack in the same vicinity days before broke out just in front of Barney, who was clambering along, the third man from the head of the little column. Again, after a long pause, the sweet, plaintive note was re-echoed from a distance. "Ah, all is well," he heard Jones ejaculate triumphantly. "We are in time and we are waited for. Now, men, put all the heart that's in you to the next half-hour's work. No danger, but just cool heads and strong arms." This good news was conveyed from man to man, and the toilsome movement briskly accelerated under the inspiring watchword. Shortly afterward the larger growth, cypress and oak, diminished, as the band straggled into the open, starry night at the margin of what they could tell was water by the croaking of frogs and plashing of night birds and reptiles. Then the train was halted. Jones left Nasmyde in command and plunged into a thick skirt of bushes. Now Barney, hot and dirty from the march, had shot ahead when he heard the ripple of the water. He had taken off his shoes to bathe his blistered and swollen feet, and sat quite still and restful under the leafy sprays of an odorous bush that even in the dark he knew to be honeysuckle. Well, he heard Jones cry in an exultant whisper, "We've done it. The woman is a trump. There are 100 nearly of the prisoners gone to the boats. Now we are ready for Boone." "Is Davis here?" "Yes, he came over from Williamsburg at 8 o'clock. They were feasting when Culm came away a 3 or more ago." "Any cavalry at the house?" "A squadron, but they are ordered to be in saddle for their quarters at midnight. There's the bugle for boots and saddles now." "Yes, by the eternal, what luck! Davis will sleep there." "So Culm says. The state chamber has been prepared for him. All the rest except Lee go back to Williamsburg. We couldn't have arranged it better if we had been given the ordering of it." "Are all the boats here?" "Yes." "And the Negroes, how many have you?" "I can't say. They've been dropping across in 2s and 3s since 10 o'clock. The curious thing is that the women are more taken with the idea of fight than the men. We shall have enough, too many, I fear." "We'll make them our safety, Jim, my boy. We'll divide them up, and, in case of pursuit, send them in different directions to confuse the troops." "How many men are you going to take to the house?" "6, with you and me. It will be unsafe to take more, as the boats are small. I will go back and select the men. You get the boats ready." Barney hurried on his shoes, crawled through the bushes, and was in his place when Jones presently appeared. The men, dead tired, were disposed about on the ground asleep, not minding the damp grass or the heavy dew that made the air fairly misty. "Wake 4 of the men," Jones whispered, and when they were aroused he said to a tall, reeling shadow, idly waiting orders, "We'll be back in a half-hour, or an hour at the farthest. Let the men sleep, they need it. Sleep yourself if you want to. Moon or I will come to rouse you, and we will bring you plenty of bacon and hominy. Have no fears if you hear movements just beyond you. There are a couple of contrabands here who go with us. Here's a ration of tobacco for the men when they wake, and a gallon of whiskey, which you must serve out gradually." Revived by this stimulating news quite as much as by the whiskey, Barney and his 3 comrades followed Jones to the boats. There were 4, the dugouts we saw Jack maneuvering in the same waters a few nights before. A Negro sat silent, shadowy in each, and, when Jones gave the word, "Let drive," the barks shot through the waters, propelled by the single scull, as swiftly as an Indian canoe. In a few moments all debarked on the grassy knoll behind the black line of hedge. Jones made straight for the high doorway, and inserting a key it was noiselessly opened. "Men," he whispered, "no names must be used in any case. I'm number 1, Jim here is number 2, Moore number 3, and so on. Each one remember his number. Culm will remain here with number 6 to guard the gate. All the rest follow me." 2 Negroes joined the party that stole forward through the rose field to the Negro quarters. All was silent. As they reached the great kitchen behind the house and connected with it by a trellised pavilion, only an occasional light could be seen in the house. All were apparently there. The ball had ended. Leaving Barney in charge of the rest, Jones and number 2 crept along the trellis toward the house and soon disappeared around the southern corner. Jones presently returned and said, exultingly, "The cavalry is gone, we have nothing to fear. Plato, you go with number 2 to the stables and bring the horses out, hold 6 and send the rest scattering in the fields, so that in case of anybody's being in the mind to follow he'll have to use his legs, and we can beat them at that game." "Where are the robes?" he asked the black man left in the group. "In the kitchen, massa." "Get them." "Must I go alone, massa?" "That's a fact. There, more, you go with the boy, don't be a minute." Barney followed the sable marauder through the grounds to the rear of the trellis, and crept with him through a window which stood open. The kitchen was dark, but the Negro seemed perfectly familiar with the place. He made directly for a dark panel in the northern wall, opened a cupboard door, knelt down and began to grope among bottles, boxes, and what not that housewives gather in such receptacles. "Oh, de law! Dey ain't no rope. It's done gone." "Have you a match?" Barney asked. "No, massa, but dey is some yonder." "Find them." The boy crept cautiously in the direction of the passage leading into the house. He fumbled about, an age, as it seemed to the impatient Barney, and at last uttered an exclamation, "Got 'em." "No, massa, but I's swear dey's kep' dar." "Take my hand and lead me." "It's molasses, massa, and I's all stick him," the voice in the dark whispered, delightedly, and Barney could see a double row of glistening white ivory in the dim light that came through the window. He came nearer the clumsy white, and saw that it was a pan of batter the cook had left on the table, probably the morning griddle cakes. The Negro was a mass of white, pasty glue, and knelt on the floor, licking his hands passively. "Where are the matches?" "Under the clock, in a tin safe, massa, right there." Barney groped angrily about the table, on the clock shelf, knocking down a tin dish, that fell with the clatter of a bursting magazine in the dense stillness of the night. Both drew back in shadow, waiting with heartbeats that sounded in their ears like tramping horses on thick sward. The clamor of rushing steeds in the lane suddenly drowned this. A loud, joyous whinny sounded in the very kitchen it seemed, and there was a rush houseward past the pantry as of a troop of cavalry. Then a blood-curdling outcry of voices, then shots. Barney, leaving the Negro writhing in convulsions under the table, darted to the window, to the rendezvous. It was deserted. Chapter 19. He either fears his fate too much. When Vincent visited the stables on the morning of that eagerly looked-for Thursday, he found 3 of the horses clammy with perspiration and giving every sign of having been ridden. The awkward and evasive answers of the stableman would not have been enough for any other than a man preoccupied by love. When Rosa went to the kitchen, if her head had not been taken up with the love in her heart, She must certainly have remarked that the stores of food prepared for the household were curiously diminished and the kitchen girls unwontedly reserved. Indeed, in any other condition than that in which the family now found themselves, they must have remarked a singular change in the Black Brigade in kitchen and garden. But, preoccupied each with a different interest, as well as the preparation for the President's feat, the Aturbys remarked nothing sinister in the distracted conduct of their servants, and had only a vague feeling that the great event had in some sort paralyzed their wonted noisy activities and repressed their usual chatter. Kate's uneasiness and restless vagaries, her disjointed talk and half-guilty evasions, would have been remarked by her prepossessed hosts, while Wesley's shifting and moody silence would have warned his comrades that he was suffering the pangs of an evil done or meditated. Precursive signs like these, and much more, which need not be dwelt on, the kind hosts of Rosedale made no note of. But when Vincent opened the mail-bag, brought by an orderly from Williamsburg every morning, the first surprise and shock of the day was felt, though in varying degrees, by all the diverse inmates of the house. Ha! Glory to the Lord of Hosts, the exultant reader cried, as he passed to his mother a large official envelope at the breakfast table. "I'm ordered to the field," he cried, as Jack looked inquiringly. "I'm to set out tonight and report for duty with General Johnston tomorrow at Manassas. No more loitering in my lady's bower, Jack, my boy. The carpet will be clear for your nightly pranks after tonight. If it were Aladdin's magic rug, I should caper nimbly enough. I warrant you. What would you wish, if it were under your feet, with its slaves at your command? I should whisk you all off, north, instanter. Ingrate, plunge us into the chilly blasts of the north, in return for our glorious southern sun. Fie, Jack. I'm surprised at such selfish ingratitude. We expected better things of our prisoners," Mrs. Atterbury murmured, and affected a reproving frown at the culprit, as she handed her son back the order, with a stilled sigh. "The son of the South is not the son of York to us, you know. All the clouds that lower on our house are doubly darkened by this southern sun. Even the warmth of Rosedale hearts cannot make up for our eclipsed northern star," Jack said, sadly, with a wistful look at the rival warrior reading with sparkling eyes the instructions accompanying the order to march. "Since Vincent is going so far northward, I think it will be a good time for us to go home," Mrs. Sprague began, tentatively. "Oh, no, no. Oh, we could never think of such a thing," Rosa cried. "Could we, Mama?" "Why should you go?" Mrs. Atterbury asked. "Until Jack is exchanged, you've certainly no duty in the North so important as watching over this headstrong fellow. We can't think of your going, unless you are weary of us." "Oh, Mrs. Atterbury, pray don't put it in that way. You know better. Our visit here has been perfect. But you can understand my anxiety to be at home, to be where I can aid my son's release. I have been anxious for some time to broach the subject, but I saw that our going would be a trouble to you. Now, since fortune offers this chance, we must seize it, that is, those of us who feel it a duty to go," and she looked meaningly at Mary and her daughter. "Nonsense. You are hostages for Vincent, in case he is captured. As long as you are here, I can't let you go. Under the laws of war, I cannot." "Can I, Vincent?" Vincent looked at Jack solemnly, but made no answer. "Mama is quite right. While you are with us, no harm can come to Vincent, for, if he should be taken prisoner, we can threaten the Yankee government to put you to torture unless he is well treated," Rosa interrupted, reassuringly. "We should be far more aid and comfort to Vincent if we were in the North than we could be here. If he were taken prisoner and wounded, we could return him the kindness we have received here. In any event, we could lessen the hardships of prison life." "Oh, you would have to minister to a mind diseased, if such a fate should befall me," Vincent cried, sentimentally, with a glance into Olympia's eyes, which met his at the moment. Both blushed, and Olympia, to relieve the embarrassment, said, decisively, "Mama is right. Jack must have his family on the ground, to watch over his interests. I am sure there is some underhand work responsible for this long delay in his case, for I saw by the Whig, last week, that exchanges of prisoners had been made. I think that," but, suddenly remembering the presence of Kate and Wesley, she did not finish the thought, which implied a belief in the intervention of the elder Boone, to Jack's detriment. In the end, when the two mothers talked the matter over, Mrs. Sprague carried the point. She convinced Mrs. Atterbury that there was danger to Jack in a longer stay of his family in the Confederate lines. Vague reports had already reached them from Acredale of the suspicious hostility in which the Democrats were held after Bull Run. The Northern papers, which came through the lines quite regularly, left no doubt that Democratic leanings were universally interpreted in the North as evidences of rebel sympathy, if not partisanship. Such a charge, as things stood, would be fatal to Jack, and the mother's duty was plain. She had friends in Washington, once powerful, who could stand between her son and calumny, perhaps more serious danger, when she was present in person to explain his conduct. If she could not at once secure his exchange, she could save him from compromise in the present inflammable and capricious state of the public mind. Understanding this, and the enmity of Boone, Mrs. Atterbury not only made no further objection, but acknowledged the urgent necessity of the mother's presence in the North. The idle life of Rosedale had grown unbearably irksome to Mary, too. "I feel as if I were a rebel," she confided to Mrs. Sprague in the evening talks, when the piano sounded and the young people were making the hours pass in gaiety. "It's a sin for us to laugh and be contented here, when our friends are bearing the burdens of war. I shall be ashamed to show my face in Acredale. Oh, I wish I could carry a musket." "You might carry a canteen, my dear. I believe the regiments take out vivandières. There would be an outlet for your warlike emotions," Mrs. Sprague said, with the purpose of cheering the unhappy spinster. "Ah, no, I must not give encouragement to that dreadful Richard. But we shall go now, thank heaven," and it will comfort my sisters to have the boy back on northern soil, even if he persists in being a soldier. She had a long talk with Jack on the subject. That tempest-tossed night convinced her that it would only incite the boy to more unruliness to persist in his quitting the army, or to urge him northward now, before an exchange was properly arranged. Indeed, he was a prisoner, taken in battle, though his name did not appear on the lists. So Vincent's sudden going was welcomed as a stroke of good fortune. The Iturbes, understanding the natural feelings of the family, made only perfunctory opposition. Olympia and Kate were to remain until their brothers' fates were decided. Vincent, who had been for weeks wildly impatient to return to the field, was divided in mind now, by joy and despair. He had put off a last appeal to Olympia. He had not had an opportunity, or rather had too much opportunity, and had, from day to day, deferred the longed-for yet dreaded decision. When ready to speak, Prudence whispered that it would be better to leave the question open until it should come up of itself. She would learn every day to know him better in his own home, where all the artificialities of life are stripped from a man, by the concurrent abrasions of family love and domestic devoir. She would see that, however unworthy of her love he might have seemed in the old boyish days at Acredale, now he could be a man when manliness was demanded, that he could be patient, reticent, humble in the trials her caprice or coquetry put upon him. She had, it seemed to him, deepened and broadened the current of his love during these blissful weeks of waiting. Her very reserve, under the new conditions surrounding her, had made more luminous the beauty of her heart and mind. She was no longer the airy, capricious Olympia of his college days. The pensive gravity of misfortune and premature responsibility had ennobled and made more tangible the traits that had won him in her northern home. She had not avoided him during these weeks of purifying probation, as he feared she would. Of late, Jack's state being secure, she had revived much of the old vivacity, and deepened the thrall that held him. But now the merrymaking season which had opened before them was at an end. The madrigals that welled up in his soft heart must sing themselves in the silence of the night, in the camp yonder, with no ears to comprehend, no heart to melt to them. He should probably not get a chance to see her again during the conflict. How long? Perhaps a year, for it would take 2 campaigns, as the rebel leaders reckoned, to convince the North that the Confederacy was unconquerable. And what might not happen during those momentous months? Perhaps Jack's death, and then they would be divided as by fire, or, if the conflict resulted victoriously for the South, as he knew it must, he foresaw that the soldier of the conquering army would not be received as a wooer in the family of the defeated. He knew her so well. She would, in the very pride of outraged patriotism, give her love to one of the defeated, rather than add to the triumphs of the hated South. She had strong convictions on the war. She hated slavery, and she could not be made to see that the South was warring for liberty, not to sustain slavery. These thoughts ran through Vincent's troubled mind as his mother directed the preparations for the fete of the president. Kate, Jack, and Dick were pressed into the service of decorating the apartments. Olympia left the room with her mother to advise and assist in making ready for the journey north, and Vincent, aiding his mother with a sadly divided mind, kept furtive watch on the hallway. She held him hours in suspense, he thought, almost wrathfully, of deliberate purpose, for she must have read in his eyes that he wanted to talk with her. The artless Dick finally gave him a chance. "I say, Vint, get Polly to show you the roses needed for the tables. I'll be with you by and by to cut the ferns. Do you think you could make yourself of that much use? You're not worth a straw here. Send for Miss Polly and I'll do my best," Vincent said, with a gulp, to conceal his joy. She appeared presently, and, as they were passing out of the door, Rosa cried, imperiously, "Oh, yes, Vint, we need ever so much honeysuckle, you know where it hangs thickest, in the Owl's Glen. Olympia will like to see that, the haunt of her favorite bird," and the busy little maid laughed cheerily, like a disordered goddess, intoxicated by the exhaling odors of the floral chaos. En route for Roumlia, then Vincent cried in military cadence, as the florists set out. Roumlia was the name Jack had given the rose lands near the stream, in fanciful allusion to the Turkish province of flowers. Halting at the gardener's cottage, Vincent procured an immense pair of shears, like a double rapier in size, and, bidding the man follow to gather the blossoms, he pushed into the blooming vineyard. "With such an instrument I should say it was the golden fleece you were after," Olympia cried, as he reached her side, "though I believe Jason didn't do the shearing." "No, the powers of air worked for him, and he found his quest ready to his hand. I'm sure the powers of air have not denied you. Look at those radiant ranks of blossoms bending to be gathered. Ah, yes, beauty stoops sometimes to welcome the trembling hand of the suitor. Your hand is rather unsteady, infirm of purpose. Give me the blades." She took them laughingly, and snipped the green stems rapidly and dexterously. "Yes, I believe men are infirm in moral purposes, as compared to women. It is only in the brutalities of life that men are decisive." "Do you mean that women approach the trials of life less thinkingly and act less rationally than men?" "Yes and no. The daring too much is always before a man, the daring too little is, I think, the only trouble a woman has." "Oh, that is a large question, involving too much mental strain in a garden of roses, where the senses sleep and one is content with mere breath and the faintest motion. There are enough roses, now we will go for the wild smilax and honeysuckle. Perhaps the cool air of the pools will restore your mental activities." They left the dismembered roses scattered in fragrant heaps on the shaded path and walked slowly toward the dense hedge. "What a perfect fortress this green wall makes of the gardens," Olympia said, glancing around the great square, where the solid green wall could be seen running up much higher than their heads. "Yes, as I said the other day, It would take hard work for an invading force to get at the house unless traitors within gave up the gates. This one, he added, unlocking a massive oak door, crossed with thick planks and studded with iron bolts, alone admits from the creek and swamp. It is locked all the time, no one has the key except the gardener, who delivers it to Mama every night. A feudal domain, it takes one back to the so-called days of chivalry. Why do you say so-called? To me they are the delight of the past, when men went to battle for the smile of the women they loved, when knights rode the world over in search of adventure, and my lady, in her donjon, listened with pleasure to the lovers' roundelay. Ah, it was a perfect life, an enchanting time. We are living in a coarse, brutal age. Chivalry was the creed of civilization, the knights the priesthood of the higher life. There's the southerner through and through in that sentimentality. To me chivalry means all that is narrow, cruel, and rapacious in man. The philandering knights were sensual boobies, the simpering dames soulless wantons. Life meant simply the rule of the strong, the slaughter of the weak. Servitude was its law and robbery its methods. Have you ever traveled in out-of-the-way places in Germany, Austria, or Italy? No, I've never been abroad. You would know better what I mean if you had seen the monstrous relics of the age you admire. The few ruled the many, the knights were simply a brotherhood of blood and rapine, men were slaves, women were worse. The bravest were as unlettered as your body-servant, the most beautiful dames as termagant as Penelope the cook. At the table men and women ate from a common dish, without forks or spoons. Men guzzled gallons of unfermented wine. A bath was unknown. Cleanliness was as unpracticed as Islamism in New York. Ah! Anything but chivalry for me. But surely the great lords were not what you represent. They were gentle-born, gentle-bred. They could not be robbers, they lived from great estates. They were the knights of Saint Nicholas, which, in the slang of the Middle Ages, meant what they call in the West road agents. Indeed, plain highwaymen they were called in England in Bacon's day. Vincent bent over discomfited, and held the little shallop until Olympia was seated, and then pushed off into the murky stream. Do you see those streamers of loveliness waving welcome to you, fair damsel? Nature knows its kind. That's one word for me and one for yourself, she cried, seizing the dainty pink sprays that now trailed over her head and shoulders as the boat glided along the fringe of hush supporting the clinging vines. Oh, no, Olympia, I can't speak even one word for myself. I have been trembling to do it this 6 weeks, but your eye had none of the invitation these starry blossoms offer us. I am going to say now, Olympia, what I have to say, for after today there will be no chance. What has been on my mind you have long known. You know that I love you, how much I love you, how impossible it is to think of life without you. I dare not venture to say to you, for you distrust our southern exaggeration. But I do love you, ah, my God. All the world else, my mother, my sister, my duty seem nothing compared to the one passionate hope in my breast. Do you believe me, Olympia? Do you doubt me? Far from it, Vincent. Dear Vincent, no, no, sit where you are and listen to me. She was deeply moved, and the lover in his heart cursed the luckless veils of blossom that she apparently, without design, drew before her face. I do believe all you say, I knew it before you said it. But you remember we went over this very same ground before. Since then, it is true, you have been the means of saving us much misery. How much I hardly dare think of when I look back to that dreadful day, when Mamma lay in the fever of coming disease and the hopelessness of despair. All I can say, dear, dear Vincent, is what I said before. Wait until thine and mine are no longer at war. Wait until one flag covers us, but that can never be. Wait. I have faith that it will be. If one flag should cover us, my flag, would you? Ah, Vincent. Don't ask me, don't force me to say something that will make you unhappy, since I don't know my own mind well enough yet to answer as you wish me to answer, but you can tell me now whether you love me, or, at least, whether there is anyone you love more. I don't think I love you. I know, however, that I think no more of anyone else than I think of you. Pray, let that suffice. But how cruel that is, Olympia. It is as much as to say that you won't wait and see whether you may meet someone that you can be surer of than you are of me. I must distress you whatever I say, Vincent. Frankly, I don't think you can decide just now whether your heart is really engaged. I think you do not know me as a man should knows the woman he makes his wife. I am certain I do not know you. If you had been born and bred in the North, I should have no difficulty in deciding, but your ways are so different here. Women are accorded so much before marriage, and made so little of a man's life after marriage, that I shrink from a promise which, if lightly or inconsiderately given, would bring the last misery a woman can confront. What, Olympia? You think Southern men do not hold marriage to be sacred? I think that the Southern man has a good deal of the knight you spoke of in him, and, like the Frenchman, marries inconsiderately, and does penance in infidelity, at least to the form, if not the fact, of the relation. O Olympia! Where do you get such repulsive ideas of us, who has been traducing us to you? I judge from the Southern men I have seen North. Pardon me, Vincent, I do not see how it can be otherwise in a society based upon human servitude. To live on the labors of a helot people blunts the finer sensibilities of men and women alike, when you can look unshrinkingly at the separation of husband and wife on the auction block. When you can see innocent children taken from their mothers and sold into eternal separation, I think it is not unnatural in me to fear that a woman with my convictions would not be happy mated with a Southerner. All this is cruel, I fear you will think, but it would be crueler for me to encourage a love that, under present circumstances, would bring misery to both of us. You are an abolitionist. Yes, every right-thinking person in the North is an abolitionist to this extent. We want the South to take the remedy into its own hands, to free its slaves voluntarily. The radical abolitionists prefer a violent means. That I do not seek or did not, but now, Vincent, it is bound to come. And, if it should come, what would you answer to my question? Here is a white rose, I picked it with my hand, and, you see, a drop of my blood is on it. When you can give me a rose with a drop of your blood on it as free from taint as the stain mine makes, I shall have an answer that will not be unworthy your waiting for. Unworthy? I don't understand you. Surely, you don't think me a profligate? When the time comes that no human being acknowledges your ownership, perhaps you may receive a voluntary bondmaid, bound to you by stronger ties than the chattel of the slave. But you love me, then, Olympia. I cannot love where I do not reverence. But it is not my fault that slaves are my inheritance. It will be your fault if they are your support when you are your own master. You love an idea better than you love a man who would die for you. I love manliness and the sense of right, which is called duty, better than I love a man who is blind to the first impulse of real manhood. Would you ask a Jew to give up his synagogue to gain your hand? The synagogue is the temple of a creed as divine as my own, and the faith of the man I loved would never swerve me in accepting or refusing him. We of the South believe slavery a divine institution, that is, first established by the fathers. The tribes in the Fiji Islands believe man-eating an ordinance of the gods. Well, this sort of discussion leads to nothing, Vincent said, ruefully. The world is well lost for the woman one loves, when I come to you shorn of my world. Ah! Then, Vincent, you will find another. He drew her hand from the clinging vines and kissed it. I am very happy. I shall lose my world with a very light heart. The world is a very tough briar. We sometimes bring it closer, when its thorns prick us more painfully in the struggles to cast it off. Then I'll cut the brambles, and not risk tearing my flesh. That's the soldier's way, the heroic way, but wait for the future. I am young and you are not old. Vincent's gaiety when they returned to the drawing-room attracted the observant Dick, and he slyly whispered to the warrior, "Been practicing the Roman strategy with the Sabines?" "No, I've been at the temple of Minerva and taken a pledge to hold my tongue." "Ah, the goddess of the owls, but, as they see light only in darkness, I fear you groped in blackness." The whole household were to meet President Davis and his party in Williamsburg, assist at the review, and get back with the distinguished guests in time for a state dinner. Mary and Mrs. Sprague were reluctant to go, but they feared a refusal would be misunderstood. Poor Mary was very tearful and disconsolate at the thought of leaving Dick, but she strove heroically to hide her grief when the cavalcade set out, the elder ladies driving, the young people mounted. The ancient capital of Virginia was aflame with the new rebel bunting. President Davis, with Generals Lee and Magruder, were in place on the pretty green before the old colonial college edifice when the Rosedale people came up. Davis saluted Mrs. Atterbury with cordial urbanity, but, as the troops were already in column, there was only time for hasty presentation of the strangers. Jack watched the rather piebald pageant with absorbed interest. The infantry marched wretchedly. The arms were as varied as the uniforms, and the artillery seemed a relic of Jackson's time. But the cavalry was superb. Never had he seen such splendid ranks, such noble horses. At sight of the tall, elegant figure of the president, the troops broke into the peculiar shrill cheer that afterward became a sound of wonder, almost terror, to unaccustomed northern ears. It was a mingling of the boyish treble of college cries and the menacing shriek of the wildcat. Jack was secretly very much delighted with the review. More than half the rank and file were mere boys, and he could see that they were unruly, almost to point-blank disregard of their officers' commands, or the prescriptions of the manual. It would take short work for the disciplined hosts the new Northern general was training, to sweep such chaff from the field of war. Vincent saw something of this in his comrade's eye, and a good deal nettled himself by the slovenly march and humorous abandon of the men. He said, "You must remember, Jack, our army is made up of gentlemen's sons. The gentry of the South are all in arms, and we can't at once reduce them to the mere machines a more heterogeneous soldiery can be made." The men who won Manassas passed in review a day or two before the battle, and they made the same impression upon me, upon Beauregard himself, that I see these men have made on you. Depend upon it, in a fight they will be good soldiers. Let me have the poor comfort of underrating my enemy, the thing above all others that a wise man shuns and a fool indulges. Oh, on that theory revile them if you like. No, indeed, I'm far from reviling them. The cavalry is magnificent. I don't think we have a regiment in our army that can compare with that brigade. Who commands it? Jeb Stuart, the Murat of the South, Vincent said, proudly. I'm going to tell the president what you said of the brigade. You know he is passionately fond of the army, and really wanted to be the commander-in-chief, when they made him president at Montgomery. At sunset the president and General Lee entered the carriage with Mrs. Atterbury and Mrs. Sprague, Mary driving in a phaeton with Kate, who didn't enjoy so long a ride on the horse. "I'm glad we've got such important hostages as yourself and son Davis," said gallantly to Mrs. Sprague, as the carriage passed out of the clamor of acclamation the crowd set up. "I knew the senator, your husband, intimately. If he had lived, I doubt whether we should have been driven out of the Union. He was, in my mind, one of the most prudent statesmen that came from the North to Congress. He certainly never would have consented to break up the Union," Mrs. Sprague said, in embarrassment. "Nor should I, madam, if there had been any further security in it. The truth is, there was nothing left for us but to go out or be kicked out. The leaders of the abolition party long ago proclaimed that. However, war settles all such problems. When it is settled by the sword we shall be satisfied." Mrs. Atterbury changed the conversation by asking how Mrs. Davis liked Richmond. "Oh, she has been treated royally by the people there. I declare Richmond is as southern a city as Charleston. I have been agreeably surprised by the absolute unanimity of gentle and simple in the cause. My wife receives a clothes basket full of letters every morning from the mothers of the Confederacy proffering time, money, and service wherever she can suggest anything for them to do. I propose later on establishing an order something like the Golden Fleece, which shall confer a certain social precedence upon the wearers. I have thousands of letters on the subject, and as the Society of the South is, as a matter of fact, a society of gentlefolk, for the most part lineally descended from the nobility of older countries, I think it proper and right that lineage should have certain acknowledged advantages in the new Commonwealth. But I propose to go further, and institute an order of something like nobility for women, who have thus far given us great help and encouragement. Indeed, there are many in the Congress, a dozen senators I could name, who think that we ought to make our regime entirely different from the North, and that we should adopt a monarchical form. I'm sure, I think we should, Mrs. Atterbury exclaimed, delightedly. We are really as unlike the Northern people as the French or the Germans. The strongest argument for declaring the Confederacy an empire is the one that weighed with Napoleon I. We should at one stroke secure the alliance of all the monarchies. They have never looked with favor on the experiment of a powerful republic over here, and it is almost certain they would befriend us for transforming this mighty infant state into an empire. However, that is for future action. Our agents abroad have sent us full reports on the matter. I doubt the wisdom of ever hinting such a thing, General Lee said, gravely. We must show that we are able to act independently in selecting our form of government. I doubt very much whether the masses would listen favorably to an empire established by foreign aid. Possibly, General, possibly. As I said before, there will be time enough for that when, like Napoleon, we have made our armies the masters of this continent. Then, with boundaries embracing Mexico, Canada, and the Western states, for they can never exist independent of us, we can choose empire, republic, or a Venetian oligarchy. As they came in sight of Rosedale, Davis stood up in the carriage to get a better view of the landscape, which showed swift alternations of dense thickets and wood and rolling acres of rich crops. "What a state Virginia is!" he exclaimed with enthusiasm. "It has the climate and soil to support half of Europe. Mother of presidents in the past, it will be the granary and magazine of the Confederacy in 10 years. My own state, Mississippi, is rich in land, but the climate is hard for the stranger. It enervates the European at first. But we are an agricultural people, or rather we give our energies to our staple, cotton, that is to be the chief treasure of the Confederacy." Dinner was ready for the table when the guests came from their rooms. Davis excused his lack of ceremonial dress, saying pleasantly, "I am something of a soldier, you know, and travel with a light train. Lee, there, has the advantage of me. A soldier's uniform is court costume the world over. But you are the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. President. Don't you have a uniform?" "No, I am Commander-in-Chief only in law. Congress is really the Commander-in-Chief. The man that assumes those duties can attend to them alone." He is, of course, subject to the executive, but only in general plans, rarely in details. Davis was placed at Mrs. Atterbury's right, Mrs. Sprague at her left. General Lee sat at Vincent's right, vis-a-vis to Jack, who was lost in prodigious admiration of the Socratic-like chieftain. Lee was as yet unknown to all but a discriminating few in the Confederacy. He was as tall as Davis, fully 6 feet, but more rounded and symmetrical. He spoke with great gravity, but seemed to enjoy the jests that the young people found opportunities to indulge in, when it was seen that the president devoted his talk exclusively to the hostess or Mrs. Sprague. Davis was a good talker, and charmed the company with reminiscences of old times in Congress. "I don't remember Lincoln distinctly," he said, concluding a reminiscence, "but I think he's the man that used to be so popular in the house cloakroom, telling stories which were said to be extremely droll." "Mrs. Lincoln is in some sort kin to Mrs. Davis, isn't she?" Mrs. Atterbury asked. "I have read it somewhere." "Very distant." "Mrs. Lincoln is of the Kentucky Todds, and they were in some way kin of my wife's family, the Howells. Not enough to put on mourning, if Mrs. Lincoln should become a widow." "Is it true, Mr. President, that a society in the North has offered $1 million for your capture, abduction?" "I heard it in Williamsburg, and saw an allusion to it in the Examiner the other day." "Oh, I'm sure I can't say. If the offer were authenticated, I should be tempted to go and get the reward myself. With $1 million I could do a good deal more for the cause in the North than I can here, making brigadiers and settling questions of precedence between cabinet ministers, judges, and senators. Mr. President, give me an exchange North, and I will ascertain the facts in the $1 million offer and write you faithfully how to set about getting the money," Jack said, very soberly, from his end of the table. "Ah!" the Yankee spoke there, "nothing if not a bargain. Sir, you deserve your clearance papers, but I'm too good a friend of Mrs. Atterbury and her daughter to bring about the loss of company that I am sure must be agreeable. Then, too, there's no telling the miracles of conversion that may be brought about by such ministers as Miss Rosa there." Rosa blushed, Jack felt foolish, and everybody laughed except Dick, who looked unutterable things at his adored, and boldly entered the lists against the great personage by asking, in a quivering treble, "Doesn't the Bible say that the wife shall cleave to the husband, that his people shall be her people, his God her God, where he goes she goes?" "It is so said in the Bible, sir, but it was a woman that uttered it, and she was in love." When you know more of the sex, you will understand that women in love are like poets. They say much that they don't mean, and more that they don't understand. But, Mr. President, what the one woman said in the Bible all women practice. You never knew a woman that didn't believe her husband's beliefs, hate his hates, love his loves. Davis smiled, and his eyes twinkled kindly on his boyish inquisitor. "I know only one woman. That is as much as a man can speak for. She doesn't hate my hates, love my loves, or enter unprotestingly into all my ways. Indeed, I may say that, being a peaceful man, I wanted to remain in Washington, for I believed that Sword was sincere in pleading for a compromise, but the woman I speak of had her own opinion convinced me that she was right, and I came to my own people. At this moment there was a diversion. A soldier, booted and spurred, entered the room, walked to the head of the table, and bending deferentially to the president, said, "I am ordered to deliver this message wherever you may be found." He handed Davis a large envelope and retreated respectfully 2 or 3 paces backward. Everybody affected to resume conversation as the president, breaking the seal, said, "Pardon me a moment, madam." But he had no sooner run over the lines than he turned to the courier, crying, in visible discomfiture, "When did you leave the War Office?" "At 5 o'clock, sir." "General, we must return instantly to Richmond. 100 or more of the prisoners have broken out of Libby. It is reported that a column of the enemy with gunboats have passed up the James. Madam, this is one of the exigencies of a time of war. I needn't say to an Iturbe that everything must give way to public business." He called Lee aside, spoke rapidly to him, and the latter, beckoning Vincent, left the room. He returned in 10 minutes, announcing that everything was in readiness to set out. The carriage with Mrs. Sprague's and Mary's small luggage was ready when the cavalcade set out, Davis riding with them and the cavalry company from below, divided into squadrons before and behind the carriage. It was 11 o'clock as the last dark line of the troop disappeared. Olympia and Jack stood at the great gate in mournful silence. The swiftness of the parting had lessened the pain, but their minds were full of the sorrow that follows the inevitable. Mrs. Sprague had herself declined to postpone the ordeal when Mrs. Iturbe pointed out the untimely hour. No, it was better to suffer this slight inconvenience to have Vincent's protecting presence all the way to the Union lines, and Jack, acknowledging this, didn't say a word to dissuade her. Vincent's last act was to call Jack to his room. "I wanted to tell you, Jack, what a great joy it has been to me, it has been to all of us, to have you in our home at this trying time. I cannot tell you how much comfort it has been to me now, but some time you shall know." Vincent stammered, and began to open a drawer in the bureau. "Here is something I want you to accept as a keepsake from me." He drew forth a pistol case and opened it. "It will be a melancholy pleasure for me to feel, in the dark days to come, that these weapons may prove your friend in battle, where I must be your enemy. By George, they're beauties!" Jack cried, taking the weapons out. "Yes, they were bought last year, and I have had JS cut on one, and VA on the other. I meant them for your Christmas last year, but they were mislaid." "What a kind fellow you are, Vint. I don't think I ought to take these." "Why not?" "I have others. I shall feel easier, knowing that you have them. You can stow them about you easily, they are so small. But it's against the laws of war for a prisoner to be armed. That's just the reason I haven't asked you to take them before. You can leave them here in my room until you are exchanged, and then you can carry them with impunity." The household assembled at the gate leading into the roadway as the cavalcade took up the march. There were sad, sobbing farewells spoken, the kindly night covering the tears, and the loud neighing of the horses drowning the sobs. The northern group remained in the roadway, straining their eyes to catch the last glimpse of the wanderers as they disappeared in the misty foliage, far up the roadway. The horizon to the zenith was full of shimmering star points. Olympia, with Jack, turned slowly toward the house, silent and not wholly sad. Dick, in a low treble, could be heard just behind them, quoting melancholy verses to Rosa, and the brother and sister returned slowly up the dewy, odorous path. At the porch Rosa exclaimed, in surprise, "I wonder where Pizarro is. I haven't seen him while we have been out. It can't be possible he has followed Vincent. What shall we do if he has? Make Dick take his place. A terrier is sometimes as faithful as a mastiff," Jack said, quickly. "Oh. Miss Atterbury wants something with a bite, rather than a bark, and a terrier wouldn't do," the boy answered. "I want Pizarro. I shall never sleep a wink all night if he isn't here," Rosa said, in consternation. "He is better than a regiment of soldiers, for he won't let a human being come near the house after the doors are closed, not even the servants." An expedition, calling upon Pizarro in many keys, set out and wandered through the grounds, back to the quarters, to the gates leading to the rose fields, to the stable, but Pizarro was not to be found. Lights were burning in the hall only when the four re-entered, and with a very grave face Rosa bade the rest good night. Chapter XX. A Catastrophe. Rosedale had been a bed of thorns to Wesley Boone since his recovery. He felt that he was an incongruous visitor among the rest, as a hawk might feel in a dovecote. He would have willingly returned to Richmond, even at the risk of re-entering the prison, if Kate had not been on his hands. The life of the place, the constant necessity of masking his aversion to the Spraggs, his detestation of Dick, the simple merrymaking and intimate amenities of such close quarters, tasked his small art of dissimulation beyond even the most practiced powers. The garment of duplicity was gossamer, he felt, after all, in such atmosphere of loyalty and trust as surrounded him at Rosedale. He knew that in the daily attrition and conventional intimacies of the table, the drawing-room, or the promenade, the cloak covering his resentful antipathy, his moral perversities, his thinly veiled impatience, was worn to such thin shreds that eyes keen as Jack's must see and know him as he was. What was hatefulest and most unendurable of all was the bondage of truce in which the Atterburys held him. Wesley was no coward, and he ached to meet Jack face to face, arm to arm, and settle with that thoughtless insubordinate a rankling list of griefs heaped up in moments of over-vivacious frankness. He would make Jack smart for his arrogance, his insolence, his cursed condescension so soon as they were back among the Caribs. But meanwhile, here, daily tortured by harmless things, tortured by his soul's imaginings, Wesley was becoming a burden to Kate, who saw too plainly that he was in misery, and realized that it was largely through his own inherent weakness and insincerity. He had all the coarse fiber of his father without the same force in its texture. With merely superficial good manners, he was never certain whether the punctilious niceties observed toward him by the Spraggs and Atterburys were not a species of studied satire. Vincent, who had never shown him the slightest consideration in Acredale, treated him here with the chivalrous decorum that the code of the South demanded in those days to a guest. Wesley ground his teeth under the burden, not quite sure whether it was mockery or malevolence. He watched with malignant attentiveness the imperceptible change of tone and manner that marked the family's treatment of the Spraggs. There was none of the grave ceremoniousness he resented in the Atterburys' behavior with them. Jack was a hobbledehoy son of the house, almost as much as Vincent. Kate, too, was, he felt certain, treated with a reserve not shown to Mrs. Spragg or Mary. Brooding on this, brooding on the unhappiness of his own disposition, which denied him the privilege of enjoying the best at the moment, indifferent to what might be behind, Wesley had come to hate the Atterburys for the burden of an obligation that he could never lift. He hated Mrs. Atterbury for her high-bred, easy ignoring of all conditions save those that she exacted. He hated Rosa for her gaiety, her absorption in the young scamp Dick. He hated Vincent because he seemed to think there was no one in the North but the Spraggs worthy of a moment's consideration. It is in hate as in love, what we seek we find. Every innocent word and sign that passed in the group, in which he did not seek to make himself one, Wesley construed as a gird at him or his family. Constantly on the watch for slights or disparagements, the most thoughtless acts of the two groups were taken by the tormented egotist as in some sense a disparagement to his own good repute or his family standing. Nor were the marked affection and confidence shown Kate by everybody in the house a mitigation of this malign fabric of humiliation. Jack's fondness for Kate had not escaped the observant eyes of Dick, who had confided the secret to Rosa, who had likewise unravelled it to Mamma, and, as she kept nothing from Vincent, the Atterburys had that sort of interest in Kate that intimate spectators always show in love affairs, where there are no clashing interests involved. It was a moot question, however, between the three, when, after weeks of observation, Mrs. Atterbury declared that Jack was not in love with Miss Boone. "He can't be," she declared. "He doesn't seek her alone, he doesn't make up to her in the evening. Half the time when they come together it is by Dick's arrangement. He seems to be in love with Kate." "How absurd!" Rosa cried, with a laugh, "a boy like him. Why, he would be in school, if there were no war." "Well, Rosa, I fancy that Dick hasn't found war very much different from school, so far. He seems to recite a good deal to the mistress, and occupies the dunce's block quite regularly," Vincent retorted, with a provoking significance that set Mamma in a brown study and suspended the comments on Kate's and Jack's probable sentiments. Mrs. Spragg and Wesley were the only people in the house who had no suspicion of a deeper feeling than mere passing good fellowship between Jack and Kate. Both were blinded by the same confidence. the mother could never conceive a son of the House of Sprague making such a breach on the family traditions as a union with a Boone. Wesley could not conceive a sister of his giving her heart to the son of a family that had insolently refused to concede social equality to her father. Something of Wesley's miserable inner unrest could not fail to be visible to the Iturbys, but the less congenial he became, the more watchfully considerate they made their treatment of him. He was their guest, with all the sacred rights and immunities that quality implies, in the exaggerated code of the Southern host. Kate was the single power that Wesley had bent his headstrong will before, ever since he was a boy. His father he obeyed, while in his presence, trusting to wheedling to make his peace in the event of disobedience. But Kate he couldn't wheedle. She was relentless in her scorn for his meannesses and follies, and, though he did not always heed her counsels, he proved their justness by finding his own course wrong. Kate, however, hesitated about remonstrating with him on his deepening moodiness, for she was not quite sure whether it was mad jealousy of Dick's favor in Rosa's eyes, or a secret purpose to attempt to fly from the gentle bondage of Rosedale. Wesley with Rosa, it was remarked by Kate, was, or seemed to be, his better self, or rather better than the self with which others identified him. It was, however, she feared, more to torment Dick, than because she found Wesley to her liking, that the little maid often carried the moody captain off into the garden, pretending to teach him the varied flora of that blooming domain. Dick remarked these excursions with growing impatience, and visited his anger upon Rosa in protests so pungent and woebegone that she was forced to own to him that she only pretended an interest in the captain, so that he might not think he was shut out of the confidence of the circle. And who cares if he does think he is shut out, I should like to know. He is a sneak, and I don't like to have you talking with him alone, Dick cries, quite in the tone of the Benedict who has passed the marriage portal and feels safe to make his will known. I should like to know what right you have to order what I shall or shall not do. Rosa protests, half angry, half laughing. Why, you talk like a grown man, like a husband. How dare you? Dick pauses confused, and looks guiltily about at this. Ah, if you put it that way, I have no right except this: my whole heart is yours. You know that. You may not have given me all yours. Protesting shrug from Rosa's shoulders. Well, all the same, if my heart is all your own, you have a duty in the case. You ought to spare your own property from pain. Rosa laughs softly. Of course you are right. You are always right. How could such a beautiful being be wrong? The artful rogue slips his arm about her waist at this, and, after a feeble struggle, he is permitted to hold this outwork unprotested. And, Rosa, if I speak like a man, it is because I am a man. Wasn't it the part of maids in the old times to inspire the arm of their sweethearts, to make them constant in danger, brave in battle, and patient in defeat? Are you less than any of the damsels we read of in chivalry? Am I not a man when I look in your dear eyes and see nothing worldlier than love, nothing earthlier than truth there. What a blarney you are! I must really get Vint to send you away, or he will have a Yankee brother-in-law. And the Pelés will have a rebel at the head of the house. Now, this silly prattle had been carried on in the arbor near the library, and Wesley, sitting under the curtain, had heard every word of it. Neither the words nor the unmistakable sounds that lips meeting lips make, which followed, served to soothe his angry discontent. This was early on the great Davis Gala day, and thereafter he disappeared from the scene. He made one of the party to Williamsburg, and, though distraught in the conversation, was keenly alert to all he saw. Rallied upon his reticence, he had snubbed Kate and turned disdainfully from Jack's polite proffers to guide him through the review. He had studied Davis all through the maneuvers with a furtive, fascinated attention, which Mrs. Atterbury remarked with complacency, attributing it to awe. At the dinner table, seated between Kate and Mary, he had never taken his eye from the Chief of the Confederacy. Twice the President, courteously addressing him, he had blushed guiltily and dropped his gaze. Before the dinner was half over he pleaded a severe headache, and, bidding his hostess good night, hurried from the room. The White Hall was deserted. The moon threw broad swaths of light on the cool matting, and he halted for an instant, breathing rapidly. Something lying on the rug at the door moved languidly. Wesley, looking carefully about, moved swiftly to the spot and stopped. Pizarro raised his head, whining amicably, and, as Wesley bent over to pat him, wagged his tail with a spasmodic thud against the floor, in sign of good fellowship. "Come, Pizarro, come with me," Wesley said, coaxingly. But the dog, redoubling the tattoo with his tail, remained obstinately at his post. Wesley stole to the end of the hall and listened, then, hearing the busy clamor of the servants moving from the kitchen to the dining room, he retraced his steps to the stairs, bounded lightly up and in 3 minutes reappeared, and, keeping his eyes on the half-closed doors, slipped softly to Pizarro. The dog sniffed excitedly, and as Wesley took a thick parcel from his coat pocket the beast leaped up and attempted to seize it. "Follow me, Pizarro, and you shall have it." He held up the packet, a red, glistening slice of raw beef. The dog whined ecstatically and Wesley, holding a morsel of it just out of his reach, retreated up the stairs. Pizarro bounded after him as if construing the byplay into a challenge, and frisking in all sorts of fantastic shapes to win the savory prize. The door of Wesley's room was open, and as the dog came abreast of it he flung a piece into the apartment. Pizarro, lowering his sniffing nose, looked at the tempting bit sidewise, and then wagging his tail in modest deprecation of his boldness, made a start inward. It was swallowed in an instant, and then, as Wesley entered, the door was closed. Pizarro, by the humility of his manner, the lowered head and sidelong glance, asked pardon for intruding upon the privacy of a guest, but argued with his ears and by short yelps, in extenuation, that such a feast as a bit of meat, after an active day, when the servants had forgotten to feed him, no dog with a healthy appetite could resist, no matter how perfect his breeding. He was ready for the larger ration Wesley held in his hand. Wesley held the temptation in his hand until he had lured the dog into a large closet communicating with the bedroom by a locked door. Once in, the door was shut, and the young man sank on a seat in a thrill of grateful relief. "That danger's over," he muttered. "Now to see who is in the upper rooms." Perfect silence on the upper floor, only the solemn shadows of the night, as the moon rises higher and higher, and the plaintive cries of the night birds alone betoken life. Through the windows the white-jacketed house servants are rushing gaily to and from the dining room. All the rooms are dimly lighted. The president's apartment is fragrant with blossoms, and the lace counterpane turned down. Retracing his steps, Wesley enters Vincent's room on the corridor with his own. The candle is burning dimly on the mantel. He seems to know his whereabouts very well, for he makes straight for a bureau between the bed and the window. He takes from the top drawer a pistol case, which he has evidently handled before, as he touches the spring at once. He takes out one pistol, and, rapidly extracting the loads, puts it back. He has taken 4 out of the 5 barrels of the second when a sound of footsteps in the hall startles him. He has barely time to replace the weapons, close the case, put it in the drawer and crawl under the bed, when Vincent and Jack enter. His suspense and terror are so overmastering that he can only hear an occasional word. His own heartbeats sound in his ears like the thumping of a paddle. Is Vincent going to bed? Are Jack and he going to sit and smoke, as they often do? No, relief beyond words, they are going out. Perhaps to Jack's room. They often sit there until very late, and then Vincent slips in stocking feet to his own room. But they are gone, and he must fly. He dares not return to extract the last charge. But one ball can't do much hurt in the dark, and, if his plans are carried out with care, there will be no chance for anyone to use the weapons on the rescuing party, even if he were disposed to. In a moment Wesley is back in his room, marking, with surprise, that there is no sound from Jack's or Dick's room. But all is well. He is in his own room and secure from surprise. He sat down to think. He must keep everything in mind. One whippoorwill cry from outside would mean that all was well, 2 that he must hurry to the rendezvous. It seemed like a dream. Davis, the arch-rebel, the chief architect of the Confederacy, under the same roof, in an hour, if no hitch come, the traitor would be bound and flying in trusty Union hands. And when they got north, when he, Wesley Boone, handed over to the authorities in Washington this hateful chief of a hateful cause, what fame would be his? No one could dispute it. He had informed Butler's agent, he had watched day and night, had given the Unionists plans of the grounds, was now periling his own rescue to bring the arch-traitor to his doom. Ah! What in all history would compare with this glorious daring? He sat glowing in dreams of such delicious, roseate delight, that he took no heed of time, and was startled when he heard Dick and Jack bidding each other good night. Then in a few minutes he heard Jack's door open and a tap at Dick's door. "Come to my room. I want to show you a present I got tonight." Then silence. Wesley had no watch. The rebels had relieved him of that at Bull Run. But it must be quite midnight. He opened one of the windows softly. Oh, the glory of the night, harbinger of his high emprise, his deathless glory. The wondrous, wondrous stillness of the scene, and to think that over yonder, in the dark depths of the forest, 50, perhaps 100, men were waiting for him. Yes, the mighty arms of the Union were about him, the trump of a fame, such as no song had ever sung, was poised to blow to the world his daring. Hark! Heavens, yes, the long, tender plaint of the whippoorwill. Ah! Now there was no doubt. In swooning delight he waits. Good heaven! What's that sound? Angels and ministers of grace, the dead in wailing woe over the deed about to be done. Ah! He breathes. Pizarro has grown tired of imprisonment and has set up an expostulatory wail, facetiously impatient at first, but now breaking into sharp yelps. This will never do. He must stop that ear-splitting outcry, or the household will be awakened. That sharp-eyed, razor-tongued young devil, Dick, is just across the hall. Wesley opens the closet door, and Pizarro bounds out, licking his jailer's hands in grateful acknowledgement. He frisks, appealing to the room door, inviting the further favor of being permitted to go to his post, his wagging tail explaining how necessary it is that a dog entrusted with such important duties as the guardianship of the household cannot suffer the casual claims of friendlessness or the committee of surreptitious feeding to lure him into infidelity. The tale proving ineffectual in argument, Pizarro supplemented its eloquence by sharp admonitory yelps, tempered by a sharp crescendo whining, of which he seemed rather proud as an accomplishment. Damn the brute! He will ruin everything. I must kill him. But how? He had no weapon. He looked about the room in gasping terror, the dog accepting the move as a sign that the eloquence of the tale argument had proved overpowering, supplemented this by an explosion of ecstatic yelps of a deep, bass volume, that murdered the deep silence of the night, like salvos of pistols. The curtains to the windows were held in place by stout dimity bands. Whispering soothingly to the dog, Wesley knotted 4 of these together, and, making as if to open the door, slipped the bands like a lasso over the head of the unsuspecting brute. In an instant his howls were silenced. The dog, with protruding tongue and eyes, that had the piteous pleading and reproach of the human, looked up at him, bloodshot and failing. But now the second signal must be near. He may have missed it in the infernal howling of the brute. Yes, that was it. He looks out of the window, his room is in view of the covered way to the kitchen. He sees moving figures, he hears voices. They are there. He has missed the signal, he must hasten to them. He puts out the lights and opens the door cautiously. All is invitingly, reassuringly still. He is at the hall door in a minute, in another he is with the shadows in the rear of the house. Jones, is it you? Ah, Captain, we are waiting for ropes to secure the prize. There is no time to wait. The dog has made such a noise that I didn't hear your signal. I saw you from my window. Come, we must not lose a minute, for I couldn't fasten the brute very well. Davis is here, and we have only to take him from his room. The cavalry went about 11, I heard them march away an hour ago. Now, give me the exact situation here, that there may be no surprise. How many men are we likely to encounter in the event of a fracas? Counting Davis and Lee, 4 in the house. How near the orderlies and guards are you no better than I. Besides Davis, there's Jack Sprague, young Atterbury, and Dick, but he don't count. No. Why? He is not over his wound, and besides he's but a boy. They had 2 pistols loaded, but I managed to draw all the charges except one. So that if Jack and Atterbury should come to the rescue they could do no damage. They sleep at this end of the house. Yes, and our work is at the other. Well, then, in that case I will get ladders I saw near the carriage house and put them up to Davis's window as a means of escape in case these young men get after us before we finish the job. Even with their unloaded pistols, 2 full-grown men and the boy could make trouble. He called number 2 and gave him orders to place a ladder at each of the 2 windows of Davis's room, and to have a man at the top of each, armed. When the men had hurried away, Jones continued, "Here's a pistol for you. It is a 6-shooter bulldog, and will do sure work. Now move on to the stairway, others will join us in a moment. You're sure you know Davis's room? It would be mighty awkward to poke into any of the others." Yes, everybody in the house was taken to see it. It is the old lady's room, occupied by mother and daughter, generally, but given up to the president for the night. They are in the hall, stealing softly over the thick matting. They are in the broad corridor, running the whole length of the house, Jack's, Olympiad's, Dick's, and Kate's rooms all behind them, southward. Wesley, with Jones touching his right arm and number 2 at his left, is moving slowly, silently northward to the left of the stairs. Great God! What was that? A sound as of a clattering troop of cavalry, the neighing of horses in the grounds. Wesley halted, trembling, dismayed. "That's all right," Jones whispered. "I ordered the stables opened so that the horses wouldn't be handy, if anyone should happen to be at hand who felt like pursuing us, or going for the cavalry. It was a mistake. The horses will arouse the house. We must hurry." In a moment they were before the door of the Davis room. Wesley raised the latch. It was an old-fashioned fastening. Number 2 was directed to stand at the threshold while Wesley and Jones secured Davis. Now they are in the room. There is no sound, but from the open window, looking upon the carriage road, there is the tramping of horses, drowning all sounds in the room. They are nearly to the large canopied bed between the open windows, when Jones, who is nearest, discovers a startled apparition half rising from the bed. He is discovered by the figure at the same instant, and a piercing scream, so loud, prolonged, and ear-splitting that it echoes over the house, ends the wild dream of the marauders. Wesley reels in panic. But Jones is an old campaigner. If he can't have victory, there must be no recapture. He rushes at the white figure, and snatches Rosa, limp, nerveless, and swooning. "See who's in the bed, I'm damned if you haven't brought us to the wrong room, see, quick." But there was no necessity for seeing. Mrs. Atterbury uttered a stifled cry, "Help! Help! Murder! You, Boone, know the place, stand by me and I'll see that we are not nabbed, but you've made a nice mess of the affair." But the comments of the indignant Jones were suddenly drowned in a blood-curdling sound in the doorway, the savage, suppressed growl of a dog, and the responsive imprecations of number 2. With this came the apparition of two figures, at sight of which Jones darted to the window, the two figures, Jack and Dick, following to his right and left. "Save your powder, whoever you are. Fire at me, and you hit the young woman. I don't know who she is, but her body is my protection." Saying this, Jones coolly, determinedly retreated backward to the window, but Dick, hardly hearing, and certainly not comprehending, had come within arm's length of the two, somewhat to the left of Jones. "Don't fear, Rosa," Dick exclaimed, between his teeth. "I can see you." Ah. Then 4 reports, that sounded as one, split the air. Rosa broke from the thick cloud of smoke as a 5th report rang out, and a scream of death went up between the bed and the door where Jack stood. At the instant Dick spoke, Jack, in the doorway, heard an exclamation at his side. He half turned, and as he did so his eye caught the outlines of a man, with a shining something raised in the air, coming toward him from the bedside. He pointed his own pistol at the figure. There were 3 simultaneous reports, and the oncoming figure fell with a hoarse cry of pain. The man at Jack's back now cried, "Get through the window, they're coming through the house. It's only a dog, come on." Then there was a sound of flying feet in the wide passage. "Are you hurt, Rosa? Tell me, did they hit you? Speak, oh, speak." It was Dick's voice, in a convulsive sob. Now, the boy again, that danger was gone. Jack meanwhile had struck a match, and soon found the candles on the night table near the bed. There was, at the same instant, the audible sound of scurrying along the passage. He ran out. The man assailed by the dog had reached the head of the stairs. As Jack got halfway down the corridor, man and dog disappeared over the balustrade. When he reached the hall, the dog was inside, growling furiously. The door was closed and the man gone. Jack opened the door. Pizarro bounded out, and Jack followed. The dog stopped a moment, sniffed the ground, and made for the kitchen. A loud bark, followed by a ferocious growl, and a scream of mortal pain broke on the air, then a pistol shot, and a long, pitiful gasp, and silence. "Well, that dog won't trouble anyone now," Jack heard, and the voice made his hair rise into bristling quills. "Barney," he cried, "Barney Moore, is that you?" "It is, no one else. If I'm not drunk or dreaming, that's my own Jack. God be praised. How in heaven's name did you get here? I might ask you the same question, but you have priority of query, as they say in court. I came here first to help rescue Captain Wesley Boone, and second to capture His Rebel Excellency Jeff Davis. Oh my God! My God! Barney, Barney, tell me all, and tell me quickly." Barney told all he knew, and told it rapidly, Jack catching his arm almost fiercely, as the miserable truth began to define itself in his whirling senses. Then the meaning of the two marauders in the ladies' apartments became plain. Jack and Barney were hurrying toward the chamber as the latter talked, Jack filled with an awful fear. Chapter XXI. The Story of the Night. Now, the timely, or untimely, appearance of Jack and Dick in the crisis of the plot came about in this way. Dick, on returning from Jack's room, had remarked, with quickening suspicion, a gleam of light under Wesley's door. "Perhaps he is ill," the boy thought, compunctiously. If he were, he, Dick, ought to offer his services. He started to carry this kind thought into effect, when he heard suspicious sounds in the room. Someone was moving. He waited, now in alert anticipation. The plaintive signal of the whippoorwill, bringing passionate energy to Wesley, reached Dick's ears. He heard the opening of the window, then silence. Could Wesley be descending thence to the ground? He blew out his candle, drew the curtain, and cautiously raised the window. No, Wesley was not getting out. Then the sound of the Pizarro episode came dimly through the walls. He thought the dog's expostulatory growls a voice. There was someone in the room with Wesley. Perhaps it was Kate. It wouldn't do to act until he was sure that his suspicions were a certainty. Besides, Jack had warned him not to interfere with a mere escape on Wesley's part, unless it seemed to involve depredations upon the Iturbes. Then he heard the faint sound of the scuffle, when Wesley throttled the compromising mastiff. Should he slip over and warn Jack? He was moving toward the door, when, through the stillness of the night, a sound came up from the direction of the quarters. He ran lightly to the window again. His eyes, now accustomed to the darkness in his room, distinguished clearly in the pale starlight. He thrilled with a sudden sensation of choking. Yonder, stealing houseward from the rose gardens, he could plainly discern 2, 4, 6 moving figures. Heavens, the slaves were out. There was to be a servile uprising. Now he must go and warn Jack, but he must note first whither the assassins were directing their attack. Perhaps, with the aid of Jack's pistols, they could be frightened away by a few shots from the windows. He ran noiselessly to Jack's room, to his bed, and whispered in his sleeping ear, "Jack, make no noise, dress yourself and come. The Negroes are surrounding the house, and Wesley is in mischief." Jack was awakened in his clothes in a few seconds. He handed Dick one of the pistols, and, armed with the other, hastened toward Wesley's room. The door was open and all was silent. Dick looked in hastily, marked the open window, and exclaimed, "He is gone. Come to my room. I know exactly where to locate them from my window. It is nearer the point they halted at than Wesley's." Yes, figures were moving swiftly against the trellised walls that led to the kitchen. They moved, too, with the precision of people thoroughly acquainted with the place. Then someone appeared swiftly from under the shadow of the house. Then three came toward it and passed under the veranda near Wesley's window. Jack leaned far out to discover what this diversion meant. At the same instant the sounding gallopade of hoofs came from the tranquil roadway leading to the stables. The shrill whinny of horses broke on the air. "They are mounted. There are a score of them," Jack cried, desperately. "We can at least keep them out of the house." "We can, if Wesley hasn't opened the doors to them," Dick said, shrewdly. "That's a fact. But is it sure Wesley is not in his room? Bring matches and let us examine it." There was no sign of Wesley in the room. The cool night air poured in from the open window. "Draw the curtain before you strike the match," Jack whispered. "We must not let a light be seen from the outside. But the curtains are thin, the light will shine through." "Pshaw! Come here. By heaven, it is Wesley, and he is dead." "No, the devil, it is Pizarro, dead. Kneel down and strike a match, keeping between the light and the window. One glance will be enough." One glimpse revealed the dog with distended tongue and half-glazed eyes, but still alive. Jack loosed the band from the neck. The dog gave a convulsive thrill and uttered a plaintive moan. "Set a basin of water down here. He may recover. Poor fellow." "This was a cruel return for his kindness to Wesley," Jack said, forcing the dog's nose into the basin. He began to lap the cool water greedily. But now Dick, in the doorway, uttered a cry. "They are in the house. I hear them moving in the vestibule. Come, for God's sake, Jack. They are making for Mrs. Atterbury's apartment. Evidently someone who knows that the family jewels are there, for what else can they want?" The dog staggered to his feet as the two stole softly from the room. They followed with high-wrought, loudly beating hearts and tingling nerves. The marauders in front of them moved on like men accustomed to the house. They made, as the light footfalls indicated, straight for Mrs. Atterbury's door, which, unlike the others, fronted the length of the hall in a small vestibule sunk into the lateral wall. The invaders were thus screened from Jack and Dick when they had turned the corner, and the latter were forced to move with painful caution to get the advantage of surprise to offset superior numbers. But now a new peril menaces them. A shuffling in the long corridor behind them freezes the current of their blood. They have been caught in a trap. There are two forces in the house. They both turn and halt, silent and trembling, against the south wall and wait. The steps still advance, the scraping of the nailed boots tears the light matting. We will wait until the newcomer or newcomers are abreast. Jack breathes in Dick's ear, and then fire a volley into them point blank. At the instant Rosa's shriek, blood-curdling and electric, breaks from the corner. Dick is over the intervening steps in two mighty bounds, Jack at his heels and the foe in the rear following. Against the open window Dick catches the outlines of his darling in the brawny arms of Tarquin. He has the advantage of the light, and, as the ruffian retreats to the window, Dick is at his side, and in an instant deals him a stunning blow on the head. Jack, in the dim light, sees the dark figure dashing at him with the gleam of steel in his hand. He levels his weapon, 3 reports ring out at once, and the miserable Wesley falls with a dreadful gurgling gasp on the floor. But there are interlopers in the rear as well. Jack turned to confront them. He realized vaguely hearing a struggle as he confronted the robbers. Ah! Yes, the dog has come upon the scene. There is sound of low, fierce, growling, flying footsteps on the floor, and Jack, assuring himself by a quick glance that there were no more marauders in the room, hurried to see that the front door was closed before reinforcements could come to the invaders. But Pizarro's lusty growls, denoting recovered strength, attracted him kitchenward, and he encountered Barney, and with Barney something of a clue to the hideous attempt. One prayer was in his heart, one hope, that Wesley had escaped. But with shuddering horror he hastened with Barney back to the scene of blood and death. The great candelabra on the mantel had been lighted, and the room was visible as in daylight. Jack halted, transfixed, horror-stricken, in the doorway. The women in hastily snatched robes were all there, and on the floor, wailing over the dead body of Wesley, Kate sat, prone and disheveled, calling to him to look at her, to speak to her, as she kissed the cold lips in incredulous despair. She paid no heed to Mrs. Atterbury, to Olympia, kneeling beside her, all her heart, all her senses benumbed in the agony of the cruel blow. Jack moved to the piteous group, and, dropping on his knees, felt the lifeless pulse, and sank back, pale and shrinking, with the feeling that he was a murderer. Mrs. Atterbury turned to him, crying convulsively, "Oh, what does it mean, Mr. Sprague? What does it mean? It is a dreadful game of cross purposes. These unhappy men believed Mr. Davis to be in this room when they entered. They meant to capture him and carry him north. Ah, thank God! Thank God! Who carried our president away in time?" And the matron clasped her hands fervently as she sank in a chair. But the sight of Kate, woebegone, feverishly caressing the dead brother, brought the tenderer instincts back. She rose again, and, clasping her arms about the poor girl, said pleadingly, "Let him be carried to his room, you are covered with blood. Ah, it is his blood, his innocent blood. Murdered, when he should have found Mary. Jack found tongue now. He was hideously calm, the frightful calm of great-hearted men, who use mirth, levity, and indolency to hide emotion. Miss Boone, Kate, it was perhaps the shot from my pistol that killed Wesley. I did it in defense of women in peril, in defense of my own life. It was an accident in one sense. Had I known the circumstances, I certainly shouldn't have fired, but you must put the blame on me, not upon this guiltless household. She looked up at him, looked with a wild, despairing, unbelieving gaze, pressing the handsome dead face to her bosom, and then, with a wild, wailing sob, bent her head until the shining dark mass of hair fell like a funeral veil over her own and the dead face. Rosa, who had disappeared in the dressing room, now entered the chamber. Turning from the woeful group on the floor, she glanced hastily about, as if in search of someone. Her eyes fell upon Dick, dazed and bleeding, on the couch. She ran to him with a tender cry. "Oh, Richard! Are you hurt? Great heavens! Your face is all blood. You are wounded. Oh, Mamma, come, come, Richard is dying." The boy tried his best to smile, holding his hand over his left side, as if stifling pain. He smiled, a bright, contented, happy smile, as Rosa knelt, sobbing, by his side, and, opening his jacket, bearing the blood-stained shirt, plucked a purplish rose from the bleeding bosom. "The white rose is red now, Rosa. Oh, my darling! My darling!" Rosa sobbed, and the boy, smiling in the joy of it, tried to raise himself to fold her in his arms. But the long tension had been too much, he fell back unconscious. Olympia saw that Mrs. Atterbury, the natural head of the house, was unequal to the dismal burden of control. She took the painful duty of order upon herself, sent Jack to summon the servants, called Barney to her aid in removing Dick to his room, and, when the terrified housemaids came, distributed the rest to the nearest apartments. Morning had dawned when the work was done, and then Jack set out to investigate the condition of the quarters. 20 or more of the Negroes had disappeared. It was easy to trace them to the swamp, but Jack made no attempt to organize a pursuit. Blood could be traced on the white shell path leading to the rose fields, and the pond gate was wide open. He reported the state of affairs to Mrs. Atterbury. She begged him to take horse to Williamsburg, bring the surgeon, and deliver a note to the commanding officer. He returned in 2 hours with the surgeon, and a half-hour later a cavalry troop clattered into the grounds. Dick's wound was first examined. The ball had entered the fleshy part of his chest, just under the armpit. It was readily extracted, and, if so much blood had not been lost, the boy would not be in serious danger. Wesley had died almost instantly. The ball entered his breast just above the heart. He had passed away painlessly. Jones was shot through the right shoulder, the ball passing clear across the breast, grazing the upper ribs, and lodging just above the left lung. He was, by Mrs. Atterbury's command, removed to the quarters and delivered to the commander of the cavalry troop as a spy, an inciter of servile insurrection. By order of the department commander, civilians were refused all communication with him, as the Davis cabinet meant to make a stern example so soon as he was able to bear trial. Mrs. Atterbury announced to Jack and Olympia that so soon as Dick could bear removal the house would be closed and the family return to Richmond. They heard this with relief, for the place had become hideous to all now. To Jack it was a reminder of his misfortune, and to every one of the group it was associated with crime, treason, and blood. The hardest part of poor Jack's burden was the seizure of Barney, who was marched off by the cavalry commander. Vincent gone, Jack had no one to reach the ear of authority, and he shrank from asking the intervention of the mistress whose home had been invaded by the guiltless culprit. The case was stated with all the eloquence Jack was master of to the captain in command. "You are a soldier, sir," the officer replied. "You know I have no latitude in the matter. This Moor has no status as a regular prisoner of war. He is found on the premises of a non-combatant aiding servile insurrection. Even President Davis himself could not intervene. The Southern people are deeply agitated by Butler's attempts to arouse the Negroes. We have been weakened, robbed by the abduction of hundreds right here on the peninsula. The gang that Moore came here with was led by this scoundrel Jones, who is Butler's agent. A very vigorous example must be made of these wretches, or the countryside will be deserted and the government will be without produce. We must inspire confidence in the owners of plantations, or the soldiers in the army will have to come back to guard their homes." Jack saw the futility of further pleading. The officer was unquestionably right. Such scenes as Rosedale had witnessed would end in the desertion of the rural regions of the Confederacy. At Mrs. Atterbury's urgent intercession, Kate was permitted to leave the lines with her dead. She was conducted to the rebel outposts in the Atterbury carriage, and under a flag of truce entered the Union lines near Hampton. Olympia accompanied her in the carriage, Jack riding with the escort. Kate refused every suggestion to see Jack, refused his own prayerful message, and sternly, solemnly with her dead passed from the scene of her sorrows. Youth and something else stronger than medicine, more tenacious than any other motive that keeps the life current brisk and vigorous, made Dick's recovery swift and sure. Rosa had no torments for him now. The blood-red rose had proved a magician's amulet to confirm her mind in the sweet teachings of her heart. But the patrician mother was with difficulty brought to listen to the tying of this love knot. She had looked forward to a grand alliance for the heiress of Rosedale, an alliance that should bring the family high up in the dominant hierarchy of the South. She listened silently to the young girl's pleading prattle of the boy's bravery, his wit, his manliness. She did not say no, but she hoped to find a way to distract her daughter from a mésalliance, which would not only diminish her child's rank, but compromise the family politically. Such a sacrifice could not be. Fortunately, both were mere children, and the knot would unravel itself without perplexities that maturer love would have involved. So the mother smiled on the happy girl, kissed Dick tenderly morning and night, for he had been a hero in their defense, and she was too kindly of heart, too loyal to obligation, to permit Dick's attitude of suitor to lessen her fondness and admiration for the bright, handsome lad. Olympia was the confidante of both the lovers, listened with her usual good humor to the boy's raptures and the girl's panegyrics, and soon came to share Jack's high place in the happy lovers' devotion. Chapter XXII. A Carpet Night. Jack meanwhile sank into incurable gloom. The memory of Kate's mute, reproachful look, her heart-broken outcry, never quitted him. He woke at times with the dead eyes of Wesley staring into the night at him, the convicting gaze of Kate fastened upon him. He must fly, or he must die in this abhorred, guilt-haunted atmosphere. Olympia saw this, Mrs. Atterbury saw it, and the first week in November Rosedale was turned over to the military and the household re-established in the stately house in the official quarter of Richmond, where the bustle and movement of new conditions gave Jack's mind another direction, or, rather, took it from the bitter brooding that threatened madness. When the sun accepted the wind's challenge to contest for the traveller's cloak, I dare say all the spectators of the novel highway robbery, the moon, the stars, the trees, birds and beasts, and others that the fable does not mention, took odds that the wind would snatch off the wayfarer's garment in triumph. However, the wind whipped and thrashed the poor man in vain. The stronger it blew and the more it walloped the cloak's folds, the tighter and more determinedly the traveller held on to it, as he plodded wearily over the hillside. But when the sun came caressingly, inspiring gentle confidence, bathing the body in warm moisture, the tenacious hold was relaxed. Then the disputed coat was thrown over his arm, and as the vista spread far away in golden light, the victim cast the garment by the wayside and the sun came off victor. Youth is despoiled of the garment of grief in this sort. Congenial warmth, the sunshine of friendliness, soon relax the mantle of woe, and the path that looks wintry and hard becomes a way of light and gaiety. It was by mingling, at first perfunctorily, in the gaiety of the Confederate capital that Jack lost the melancholy in which the tragedy at Rosedale had clothed his spirits. At worst, the calamity was over. He had been a guiltless vengeance in the punishment of Wesley's treason. So he took bond in hope of better things to come. With a stout heart, strong limbs, a ploughman's appetite, and a natural bent to joyousness, a youth of 22 or 3 is not apt to mistake his memories for his hopes and hang the horizon in black when the sun is shining in his eyes. Richmond, always the center of a fascinating society, was at that time exuberant in her young metropolitan glories. It was the gayest capital in the Western Hemisphere. To resist its seductions would have tasked the self-denial of a more constant anchorite than our dashing Jack ever aspired to be, in the lowest stage of his martial vicissitudes. There was nothing of the garishness of the parvenu in the capital's display. The patrician caste ruled in camp and court. The walls that had echoed to the oratory of Jefferson, Henry, Washington, Randolph, now housed the young Congress of the new Confederacy. 100 years of political, military, legal, and social precedents were the inheritance of the men chief in the cabinet, the council, and the camp. Stirring traditions clung about every quarter of the town, now devoted to the offices of administration, from the Mayo wharves to the lodgings of Washington and Lafayette. On the stately square yonder, where the musing eye of the rebel chief might study its history, stood the suggestive mansion where Burr's treason was brought home to that first great rebel. Not far distant the disdainful pointed out the tenement where Fremont had instructed the Richmond youth in far other doctrines than those which made him the abolitionist choice for president in after times. Royalist and Republican glories mingled in the reliquary edifices that met the wondering eyes of the provincial Confederates drawn to the capital in the generous enthusiasm of that first prodigious achievement at Bull Run. Here a royal governor had dwelt, yonder a Bonaparte had sojourned and beguiled the famous beauties of Powhatan, as the patriarchs loved to call the city. A Lee was the chief of the military staff, a Randolph ruled the War Office, scions of the Washington's family filled a dozen subordinate places, the kin of Patrick Henry revived their ancestors' glory by as zealous a devotion to the new revolution. With personages like these in every office, the society of the new capital revived the brilliancy of the French Directory and also the character of the States General, while Holland held the Spains at bay. The blockade had not yet pinched the affluent, nor beggared the industries of the well-to-do. Always famous for a brilliant bar, a learned judiciary, and a cultivated taste among its women, Richmond in 1861 was the ideal of a political, military, and social rendezvous of a young nation. The raw legions had been victorious in the first pitched battle of the war on the plains of Manassas, and what might not be reasonably hoped from them under the training of such masterminds as Johnston, Beauregard, Jackson, and Lee. Wasn't it the common talk among diplomats, the concurrent opinion of the French and English press, the despairing admission of the half-hearted and panic-stricken North, that one more such decisive victory would bring the South peace and independence? Wasn't it, indeed, well known among the favored juntas that those sagacious diplomats, Senators Mason and Slidell, had delayed their journey to Europe in order to aid the President in the treaty of peace that the victorious legions of Johnston were to exact in Washington? Jack was amazed and disheartened at what he saw and heard. The activity, resources, gaiety, and confidence of the authorities and people, recalled to his mind Oxford, the jocund capital of Charles II and the Royalists, while the Commonwealth leaders were drilling their armies. But instead of the chaos of rapine, the wanton excesses, the pillage of churches and colleges that marked the tenure of the miserable Charles, Richmond was as orderly, serene, the Congress as deliberate, and the people as content, as the Rome of the conquest of Persia or France after Jemmapes. The army was hot for battle, and as confident of the result as the Guard at Austerlitz or McClellan at Malvern. The work done and the way of its doing showed that the populace, as well as the rulers, were convinced of the destiny of the city to be henceforth mistress of herself, the preordained metropolis of half the continent, perhaps the whole continent, for, would the North be able to resist joining states with a destiny so glorious, a regal republic where birth and rank were tacitly enthroned. The city's greatness was taken by the mass, as a matter of course, like an heir in chancery who has won all but the final decree in the suit, or like a great nobleman who has come to his inheritance. Though it was the first week of November when the Iturbes found home affairs going on smoothly in the town house, summer still disputed with winter the short lovely days of fall, as Jack described the lingering May-day mildness of this seductive southern autumn. It was the first season he had ever spent south of New York, and, like most Americans, he realized, with wonder, that the wind which brought ice and snow to New York, visited Lower Virginia with only a sharp evening and morning reminder that summer was gone. The balm and beauty of the climate came with something of healing to the hurt his heart and hope had suffered at Rosedale. If anything could have mitigated the pangs of a young warrior perplexed in love and held in leash in war, it was such an existence as the Iturbes inveigled him into leading. The part of carpet knight is not difficult to learn, and the awkwardness of it is to some extent atoned for when the service is constrained. At least Jack took this philosophical view of it, and soon gave himself up to the merry social life of his surroundings with an animation that led his hosts to hope that he might be won over to the Confederate cause. Very young men do not sorrow long or deeply, and Jack was young. He was neither reckless nor trifling, but I am sure that none of the adulating groups that made much of the handsome Yankee in Richmond that season would have suspected that the young man looked in his mirror night and morning, frowned darkly at the reflected image he saw there, and said, solemnly, "You are a murderer." It was by no means a tragic accent in which this thrilling apostrophe was spoken. It was very much in the tone that a woman employs when she looks hastily in the mirror and utters a soft "what a fright I am," apparently receiving comforting contradiction enough from the mirror to make the remark worth frequent repetition. As a matter of fact, however, Jack was not insensible to the awkward complication of his predicament. Grief as a mantle is difficult to adjust to the shoulders of the young. It is melted by the ardor of companionship as swiftly as it is spun by the loom of adversity. His interest in the strange scenes that the war brought to pass, his association with people, intimate in a sense with the leading forces of rebellion, the airs of incipient grandeur, these raw instruments of government gave themselves, all these things engrossed the observant faculties of the young man, who looked out upon the serio-comic harlequinade playing about him as a hostage of the Roundheads might have taken part in the showy festivities of the Cavaliers, in the years when the chances of battle had not gone over wholly to the Puritans. Not that the figure illustrates the contrasting conditions adequately. For, if the South prided itself at all, and the South did pride itself vauntingly, clamorously, and incessantly, it made its chief boast the point that its people were the gentry of the land, and that under the rebel banner the hosts of chivalry had assembled anew to make all manner of fine things the rule of life. Jack, writing and talking of his few months' experience, dwelt with wonder upon the curious ignorance of the two peoples respecting each other. Mason and Dixon's line separated two civilizations as markedly unlike as the peoples that confront each other on either side the Vistula or the Baltic Sea. The hierarchy not only seemed to love war for war's sake, they possessed that feudal faculty, so incomprehensible in the Middle Ages, the power of making those who suffered most by it believe in it too, and sacrifice themselves for it. The people, Jack sagaciously remarked, in discussing the topic with Olympia, seemed made for such a climate, rather than made by it. They would have been out of place in the bleak autumn blasts, and wan, colorless seasons of Acredale, where the sun, bleary and dim, furtively skirted the low horizon from November until April, as if ashamed to be identified with the glorious courser that rode the radiant summer sky. Here the sun came up of a morning, a little tardy, 'tis true, but quite in the manner of the people, warm and engaging, and when he went down in the afternoon he covered the western sky with a roseate mantle that fairly kept out the chill of the northern night. No wonder, Jack said to his sister, watching this daily spectacle, no wonder these people are warm, impulsive, and even energetic. Here is an Italian climate without the enervating languor of that sensuous sunshine. The Atterbury house was the gayest in Richmond. Mrs. Atterbury, though the mother of a son in the army and a daughter with a coterie of her own in society, insisted on maintaining the leadership she had long held among the social forces of the capital. All Richmond, and that meant a good deal in a city whose women had been adored for beauty and wit on two continents, received Mrs. Atterbury's bidding to her drawing-room with proud alacrity. Never had her teas, her musicales, her receptions, and fêtes been merrier or more convivial than during this memorable autumn that Jack and Olympia passed as prisoners of war. It was generally believed that the brother and sister were occult agents of the federal power, negotiating with the Davis cabinet, and Jack's whimsical sobriety of speech and manner, contrasting with his former high animal spirits, carried out the notion of his being a secret ambassador. It was at a reception given to the cabinet by Mrs. Atterbury that the rumor of this accredited function came to Jack's ears. All Richmond was among the guests. Olympia, in spite of her abhorrence of the cause, couldn't resist a glow of sympathetic admiration of the women who, in dress, in speech, in tact, in all the artifices which make feminine diplomacy so potent an agency in statecraft, bent every faculty to inspire confidence in the new administration. Mrs. Davis herself was not the least of the factors that made the president's policy the creed of the land. There was no elaboration of costume, no obtrusive jewels. The most richly dressed dame in the company was a Madame Gannett, the deity of the most charming drawing-room at the capital. At her house society was always sure to meet the European noblemen traveling in the country, the quasi-official agents of France, England, and Austria, accredited to the new confederacy, the generals of the southern armies on leave in the city, and the political leaders able to snatch an evening's relaxation. For some reason this potential personage let Olympia and Jack see that she was deeply interested in them. She took the young man's arm late in the evening, and whispering, Find a place where we can have a little talk. Accompanied him to a small apartment joining a conservatory, where Mrs. Atterbury transacted business with her agents. You must take down a book, so that, in case the curious remark us, our tête-à-tête may not be regarded as conspiracy. No one would be apt to associate you with such a thing, Jack said, vaguely. I don't know. Like all conspiracies, this Confederate comedy is suspicious. Comedy, Mrs. Gannett? Why, I never saw people so earnest. I can't imagine the surroundings of Cromwell more methodic. Ah, yes, those who have all to lose by the crash when it comes, are bending every energy to impress the North that we are all of one mind down here. We are not. I am talking frankly with you, because my friend Mrs. Lanview has made me fully acquainted with your circumstances. I have asked you for a talk here because I dare not have you at my house. No one suspects my loyalty to this Davis masquerade, but there are many of us who are doing, and shall do, all the better work for the Union cause. You are just the man needed for a great work here. You are believed to be secretly in favor of the Confederate cause, an ambassador, in short. Now, the special purpose of this talk is this: the men caught at Rosedale 3 weeks ago are to be tried before a military court. If you and this young man Paley could escape before the event, it would be impossible to convict them. Mrs. Lanview tells me that you are very closely allied to the younger prisoner, Moore, and that for his sake you will do all in your power to avoid testifying. I will cut out my tongue before a syllable from me shall bring danger to that noble fellow. Exactly. I expected as much. Now, can you not manage to inspire Paley with the same sentiment? If you can, we feel confident that the court will be unable to secure evidence sufficient to convict. I leave the details to your own ingenuity. Your absence would deprive the judge advocate of the vital witnesses, but your refusal to testify would only bring you into danger, and prolong the proceedings, and with time we hope to effect an escape. Pshaw! As I say, Mr. Sprague, the heart of the South beats with one impulse, the triumph of the noblest inspiration of a great people. The warning and sudden change in topic were caused by the apparition of a dame who came rustling in, a vision of youthful charms and vivaciousness. Mrs. Didier Rodney, Mr. Sprague. Mrs. Gannett said, cordially. You are sent by inspiration, for I am doing my poor best to convince this obdurate Yankee to turn from evil courses and do a duty by the country that will in future make his name illustrious. And I have no doubt you have shaken his obstinacy, if there be any left. Mrs. Rodney murmured, studying Jack attentively. I have just been dining at the Executive Mansion, and Mr. Davis, hearing your name, lamented that women were not eligible to office. If they were, he declared that Mistress Gannett should be appointed ambassadress to France, and that, within 10 days of her reception at the Tuileries, there would be a treaty of alliance signed between France and the Confederacy. I take that as rather an admission of weakness on your president's part, Jack said, as the lady glanced inquiringly at him, since it is a poor cause that requires the strongest advocates. Ah! A Southern man would never have said a thing so uncivil as that, Mrs. Rodney cried, reproachfully. You pay Mrs. Gannett a compliment at the cost of the Confederacy. And Mr. Davis paid me a compliment at the expense of the truth, so the account is squared, the elder lady said, serenely. Well, Mr. Davis is here himself by this time, and you shall talk it out with him, Mrs. Rodney retorted, as a rustle at the door announced newcomers. A half-dozen ladies came trooping in, among them Mrs. Davis and several of the cabinet ladies. We heard you were here, Madam Gannett, the president's wife murmured, graciously. And since you wouldn't come to us, we have come to you. Mrs. Gannett arose to receive the great lady, and when she had exchanged salutations with the rest she presented Jack. The hero of the Rosedale affair, and as Mrs. Davis said this she looked keenly at the young man. She was, he owned, an extremely graceful woman, of a mature beauty, admirable manner, and, as she talked, he remarked keen intelligence, with an occasional evidence of reading, if not high education. She was dressed in simpler taste than her court, as it was the fashion then to style the cabinet group. A few jewels were half hidden in the rare lace that covered her bodice, but she was ungloved, and in no sense in the full dress understood in the North, at a gathering of the sort. The talk became general. Jack, not knowing the personages, simply listened. There was animated discussion as to whether Mistress Judge this, and Mistress General that, or Mistress Senator the other, would be in the capital in time for the opening of the new Congress in December. Mr. Davis is very anxious to have the occasion made a grand one, and I reckon that every one of account in the Confederacy will he hear. Mrs. Davis said, with conviction. The scene will be worthy of a great painting, like the Long Parliament, or the meeting of the Three Estates, at Versailles, Mrs. Rodney added, in a glow of anticipation. This amusing pedantry rather taxed the historical knowledge of most of the ladies, and to divert the talk Mrs. Monteith, a cabinet lady, said, who has read the account in the Yankee papers of Lincoln and his wife at a reception of the diplomatic corps. It is too funny.